Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The main character sat with his head on the hilt of his sword. There was a huge number of corpses around him. The sky turned red. The guy's clothes were torn and he was wounded. Around him were the corpses of knights, magicians, and people in luxurious clothes. The main character raised his head and looked to the side. He stood up slightly, glanced at the plain strewn with corpses, and noticed in his head how many people had died. Drops of rain ran down his face and he was shocked by the number of corpses. Suddenly someone said that he was careless. The main character turned around and tried to understand who was speaking. The unknown person added that who would have thought that there would be such a strong person here. The main character looked down, clenched his teeth, and wondered if he had not died yet. The main character stood on the chest of a huge, white-skinned, horned giant with wings. This giant with a golden light behind his back appeared in the guy's head and says that this is the giant Agaya. 20 days ago he suddenly appeared in the empire. The giant descends to the ground to join his fellow warriors, and the protagonist continues that for unknown reasons he began to wreak havoc. He was the last of the 3 giants. The main character kicked the half-dead giant hard. He stood with his foot on the giant's forehead and shouted that because of him, half of the empire had turned into a cemetery, and why the hell was he still alive? The giant's eyes glowed brighter. He opened his eyes slightly and said that don't worry, he doesn't have long left, he will soon return to his side. The main character leaned slightly towards him and replied that it was good, his dead friends were already waiting for him there. The giant does not understand what the main character means, but he replies that he is talking about the 2 who came with him. The guy remembers the moment when one of the giants was fried to a crisp by a hot-tempered red dragon, and the second giant was sealed for eternity by an old man named Lorjon. The old man put his hands in front of him, forming a purple rune. The protagonist clenched his teeth, smiled slightly, and added that now he understood. The giant did not move and said that do not try to hide the truth behind superficial words. Strong little man, the children of the stars share their feelings among themselves. The main character grimaced slightly because the giant said that they also know that they took their enemies with them to the next world, and this also means that there are no more strong people like him left. The main character leaned even further over the giants and listened to him carefully. The protagonist grinned slightly and replied that he shouldn't talk nonsense about not being left because he was still alive. The main character pointed his weapon straight at the giant's eye, and he added that he didn't have to pretend. He knew that he didn't have long left and he was very happy. The giant did not move at all, remained in the same position, and added that if the main character had realized his powers earlier and began to hone them, he would have become a big obstacle to their cherished desire. The warrior became very angry and clenched his teeth. Then he calmed down and said that it doesn't matter, he knew without him that he lost his life, so let him remain silent and die. The protagonist stepped with his boot right in the eye of the giant, who said that he was a great man, so he had the right to be proud. The warrior tightened his grip on his sword, and the giant continued that this was his world, after all. The main character was covered in blood, and even the rain did not help in this situation. The giant took a breath and continued that he would soon be absorbed by the starlight and dissolve in it. The warrior raised his sword and struck the giant's head with all his might. The horned head flew off, leaving a trail of blood. The head landed behind the guy's back. The warrior looked down carefully and exhaled. Drops of rain fell on puddles of blood, and the main character wondered how, in his opinion, he should change what had already been done. The protagonist took a step and stepped into a puddle. The warrior began to breathe heavily, and memories of him sitting in the camp appeared before his eyes. The protagonist in the memory glanced to the side. Another guy with a scar on his face looked at him smiling. The whole team sat together near the fire and laughed. The main character and the guy with the scar stood in armor and looked into the distance. The guy with the scar lay wounded in the stomach and looked at the blade sticking out of his stomach. The main character experienced unbearable grief. He stood in front of a mountain of corpses and said that they were all here because of their pride they fought to the death. The protagonist fell to his knee and added that they really thought that they were strong only because he was strong. The main character carefully covered the eyes of his comrade with the scar and noted that it was necessary to correctly assess the situation and escape, and as fools as they were, they remained so until the very end. The protagonist sat on his knees in front of his dead comrades, lowering himself slightly to the ground, and said that why the giants, capable of reflecting the aura of the sword of the strongest swordsman of the empire, could only be struck by his sword. A huge number of tears rolled down the main character's face, and he continued that it would mean that ordinary soldiers would not have had to stand on the front line and they would not all have died at the very beginning. The protagonist lowered his sad gaze slightly. He lowered his body and head even further. A cry was heard asking if anyone was here. The main character suddenly raised his head and glanced in the direction of the voice. He turned his head to the side and heard that the source of the sound could not move due to his wounds. The protagonist recognized this voice. The main character opened his eyes wide, leaned on his sword, and realized that they might still be alive. The warrior stood up, took the sword in his hands, and stopped slightly. The main character leaned on the sword with great pain. The rain completely drenched his face and hair. He approached the stone, near which the wounded knight was sitting. The protagonist smiled slightly and said that the commander-in-chief was able to survive. He opened his eyes wide and stared at her. The girl's hand was cut off and the wound was sealed with a tourniquet. Adeshin looked attentively at the main character. The main character bit his lip slightly. He came closer and noticed that, for a commander-in-chief, she didn't look very good. The girl, sitting on a pool of blood, replied that Ronin, for a corporal, didn't look very good either. Commander-in-Chief Adeshin looked seriously and said that what was important now was whether Agayat was alive. Ronin leaned slightly towards her and replied that yes, he killed him and the body lay nearby. The main character carefully examined the commander-in-chief. Adeshin raised her head and noticed that Agayat was dead. She smiled widely, shed a tear and thanked the corporal. Ronin did not respond to this and continued to look at her. The main character slightly raised his finger and said that since she was so grateful to him, would she listen to his request. Behind the corporal there were many corpses of people, and he added that he was worried about the bodies of fallen soldiers. Usually they are thrown onto the battlefield or burned, but could she take proper care of them this time? Adeshin gave him an uncertain look and replied that she was not sure. He looked more alive than her, so why shouldn't he take care of them himself? Ronin grabbed his side and replied that as he could the commander. He extended his hand with a blood stain in front of her and added that it was not yet clear who was alive. The corporal looked carefully at his hand and noticed that he could die at any minute. Ronin sat down next to her and says that most of his life he just suffered from bullshit, so he didn't have time to do much. It's even unfair that he would die like this. Commander-in-Chief Adeshin glanced at him and asked what he would like to do if he survived. He raised his head and replied that there were many things. Ronin raised his head to the sky and added that there was only one thing that came to mind right now. The commander-in-chief was shocked by the corporal's words that he would like to know what it was like to study at the academy. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head as he held his foot on the giant's eye and noticed that he was hurt by the words of that giant, but in reality, a girl with gray hair appeared in his head and he added that his older sister always wanted to poison him to study at the academy. Ronin lowered his head, grinned slightly, and added that he would soon be reunited with his family. Adeshin stood up slightly and noted that the search party would arrive as soon as the rain stopped. Ronin replied that he said that he was no longer a tenant, so why did she continue? He sadly lowered his eyes and finished talking about useless things. The sun barely broke through the red sky. The drop fell into the puddle with a loud sound. Ronin and Adeshin were wary and surprised. They looked to the side and noticed that the storm suddenly subsided and the rain stopped. The corporal leaned on his hand and tried to get up. The corporal and the commander-in-chief shouted loudly. The main character looked away and did not understand what was happening. He opened his eyes even more and looked straight ahead. A strange creature with horns and 8 wings appeared in front of them. One-eyed monsters appeared next to this creature. A whole army of white warriors appeared around him, and Ronin stood up, slightly moved his sword to the side, glanced at the sky and asked, "Who are they and where did they come from?" Adeshin looked at the sky with fear and said that it seemed that those 3 giants were not the end. She looked down in horror and noticed that in the end, she could not save the world for the 3rd time. She had one last attempt left, but she didn't know how. Adeshin sat with her eyes wide open and thought about her own thoughts. Ronin stood over her and shouted for her to come to her senses. The corporal stood with his mouth open, looked at her and shouted for her to quickly throw him to them with telekinesis because he couldn't reach them from here. The commander-in-chief was surprised by his words and heard the question that she was not going to fight them. She slightly gets up and asks why he wants to fight in this state. The protagonist turned slightly to her and answered that of course, and she just wants to sit back. The main character began to draw the sword from its sheath and said that even if he died. He took his sword out of its sheath, the wind rose and added that he would take a couple of enemies with him. Commander-in-Chief Adeshin looked at him in shock and wondered why he would not give up even in this state. She took a closer look at his eyes and added that he was like that, because only thanks to him they could go so far. Ronin stood covering the commander-in-chief with his back, and she noticed that if it was him. She opened her mouth slightly. Adeshin called out to him, put her hand on his shoulder and turned him slightly towards himself. She stood up, her hair flying in the wind. Ronin turned completely to her and said that there was no time, so stop talking. Commander-in-Chief Adeshin kissed the corporal, which shocked him, to put it mildly. They kissed against the backdrop of the enemy in the sky. A blue ball flew out of the girl's mouth and into the protagonist's mouth. He jumped back slightly and asked what she stuffed into his mouth. The girl crawled up to his ear and said something inaudible. The main character could not understand what she was saying and looked at her carefully. She moved away from him slightly, continuing to hold on to him, and he said what kind of nonsense she was talking about in such and such a situation. The main character stood shocked and listened carefully as the commander-in-chief addressed him. She smiled widely and said that if they meet again, tell her not to do anything stupid and just become a dressmaker. Behind the protagonist, the enemy began to cast spells and use blue magic, and the girl added that she did a lot, but she smiled widely and added that this was the first time. The main character looked at her in shock. A giant with 8 wings hovered in the air with a magic sphere in his hand and looked towards the heroes. A huge explosion was heard behind the protagonist. The explosion took on an incredibly beautiful and bright hue. A drop of some essence fell down. Ronan suddenly opens his eyes. The sky was clear as usual, and the protagonist is trying to call the commander-in-chief. Ronan carefully rises from the green grass. He stood up completely and was given a view of a completely green plain with a very bright sun. The main character glanced at the nearby village with a river and noticed that this was impossible. He watched the children bathe in the river and said that he really was in. The protagonist rested his hand on the grass. He rose from the ground and took a deep breath. Ronan looked ahead carefully and said that he was in his hometown of Nimbuton. He really had returned to the past. A sign appeared that said the note was the first day of regression. The main character leaned on a tree and held his head, moaning slightly. He glanced ahead and noticed that just think, the commander-in-chief's words turned out to be true. The memory of him and Adeshan kissing and her putting the ball in his mouth flashed into his head. Adeshan popped up in the main character's head and said that thanks to the sphere, she was able to rise from a simple dressmaker to the position of commander-in-chief. There are 2 variations of Adeshan, one is a dressmaker, the other is a commander-in-chief, and under them is a sphere. She added that the sphere only allows him to go back in time 4 times, and she has already used 3 of them, so he only has 1 try. Adeshan speaks into the protagonist's ear that he leaves everything to him. He has the power to kill giants. The giants carefully watched the wounded soldiers from behind the hill, and Adeshan added that she believed that he was the key to saving the world. The commander-in-chief speaks in the ear of the main character that he needs to hone his ability, and she is glad that he wants this himself. A memory surfaced of Ronan saying that he wants to go to the academy. A huge, beautiful building, and the girl's words appeared in the head of the main character, that if he wants to study, then go to the Philian Academy. There are many outstanding people in it, so I'm sure that studying there will benefit him. He also remembered how she looked at him for the last time, just like she told him that if they meet again. In the head of the main character, the commander-in-chief appeared in the form of a seamstress and her words that tell her not to do anything stupid and just become a seamstress. A picture appeared in front of the protagonist's face of him looking at the girl in shock and hearing that she had done a lot, but this was the first time. Ronan ran his hand through his hair and grimaced slightly. A moment later, he began to bang his head against the tree, shouting that if this was a dream, then he needed to wake up quickly, and at that time 2 passers-by were watching. Ronan glanced at the shopping street of the city and noticed that even if it was not a dream and he really returned to the past, what should he do here alone? Ronan froze in place and noted that if this is the past. The main character carefully raised the stick and added that then. He straightened up, stood opposite the tree and looked at it carefully. Ronan took a step and finished that he could meet his older sister. The protagonist runs as fast as he can, with a stick in his hands, without looking back. The main character is running along a busy city street. Ronan ran contentedly in the crowd of people and noticed in his head that since he had returned to the past, if only a little more time would pass. The main character was interrupted by the picture to his right. He stopped and looked towards the tree on which the guy was hanging, and a crowd of people stood nearby. Ronan noticed in his head that these were the scum. The blonde guy came almost close to his victim, and Ronan wondered why the hell they hung the child upside down. The protagonist turned away from them and noted in his head that they were the same degenerates as he remembered them. The main character turned back, opened his mouth slightly and noticed that this child was not hung with a rope, but with magic. The guy on the tree was hanging upside down, but was not tied to anything. Ronan carefully watched what was happening and mumbled under his breath that magicians are extremely valuable on the battlefield because they are rarely found, so where would he come from in this outback? Ronan glanced at the branch through which the sun was shining gently and wondered what was around this time. Under this very branch stands a boy with pink hair and casts a spell. The guy was shaking slightly with fright and thought that when they stopped, if they continued like this, then something very bad would definitely happen to him. A crowd of hooligans looked at the guy on the tree begging to stop. The guy in the tree's face twisted with discomfort and he shouted that he really had no money. The fair-haired guy came up to him, lightly hit him on the cheek and listened to the fact that his mother's medicine had become more expensive this month, and the bully replied that it didn't matter to him. The blonde guy put his hand to his chin and added that he was just ripping it off. Why should he care about the health of his mother? The guy raised his hand to strike and shouts that if he... The fair-haired man dealt a series of blows to the cheek and continued that if he wanted to be a worthy son, he should earn more money. A crowd of hooligans carefully watched what was happening. The main bully turned to the magician and called him. The magician froze and listened that this guy is not coming to his senses, so lift him higher. The magician trembled slightly and said that he couldn't, because if he lifted it higher, he might accidentally drop it. The fair-haired man slowly walked towards the magician and replied that he was not a girl, so why was he afraid, especially since it was not for him to hang. The fair-haired man made an angry face and added that the magician should close his mouth and raise him higher until we hung him next to him. Assel stood all wet, trembling, and wondered how it all came to this. Was it really a bad choice to learn magic? The magician's mind flashed to him performing in the middle of a village market and adding that he just wanted to show that he was capable of doing something good. Assel stretched out his hand in front of him, blue magic flowed from his fingers, and he noticed in his head that he needed to refuse the bully, but he was so scared. Assel closed his eyes slightly and shed a tear. He clamped his lip between his teeth and noted in his head that he needed to overcome his fear. The hooligans were approaching the tree when the magician from behind began to say that he was asking. Po Magus flies in with a club from behind while trying to stop the hooligans. Ronan delivered a clear blow to the back of the magician's head and said, "That enough is enough," and he will kill him. The magic on the guy's legs began to weaken. The guy from the tree fell to the ground. The main hooligan turned around and shouted what he was doing. The fair-haired man put his fist in front of him, began to approach the magician, and said that he decided to stop only because Ronan told him that he was mocking him. Assel put his hands in front of him and replied that he didn't do it on purpose. Behind the magician, they heard him say that he should ignore the bully and talk to him. Assel turned to the main character and was surprised at him. Ronan looked at the guy and began to say that he had something to talk to him about, and at this time, behind him, the blonde bully was trying to attract attention. Assel folded his hands near his chest, heard where he learned telekinesis, and answered that he learned from a grimoire that he bought from a merchant. Ronan was slightly surprised and wondered what he had learned so well from some kind of Desmond grimoire. The protagonist folded his hands near his chest and noted in his head that he needed to see what else Assel was capable of. But even so, when he ran into giants. Behind the main character's back, the bully began to take out his sword. Ronan noticed this sound and turned his eyes in that direction. The bully, with an angry face, a sword in front of him and in his stance, shouted that Ronan dared to ignore him. The bully frowned and added that he only started doing this because he gave in to him a couple of days ago. The bully jumped forward with an attack and noticed in flight that today he would put him in his place. Ronan carefully examined the sword that was a millimeter away from him and wondered if it was a real sword, where this guy got it. The bully smiled broadly in flight, and Ronan added that the bully's stance, of course, sucked, but he compensated for his ineptitude with his strength, and that was quite enough. Ronan took a long step to the side, thereby dodging and noticing in his head that he was not against him. The bully is shocked by the protagonist's simple evasion. Ronan looked carefully at his opponent and noticed in his head that his body might be younger, but the combat instinct that had been carved out from his time in the penal battalion had not gone away. Behind the young protagonist, a version of him from the future appeared with a sword. The fair-haired bully lowered his sword, grinned, and said that he was lucky. He already wanted to beat him so that he would not be able to lift a spoon for the rest of his life. Ronan, rudely interrupting him, replies that yes, today he is so lucky, although all his life he has been haunted only by failures. The bully got angry, put his sword in front of him, and noticed that if it comes to that, then get down on your knees and beg for mercy, and then he will leave him alive, although he will still take one of his hands. Ronan stood calmly and scratched his neck. Ronan fingered his neck and heard that he was not worried. Even if he killed him, he would take good care of his sister. Ronan straightened his arms, asked him again, and he smiled broadly and said that as soon as he saw her, there was only one thing on his mind: she was so round so far that I would have her. Before he could finish speaking, Ronan launched a very powerful blow at him. Drops of blood flew from the protagonist's blow. The shocked hooligan stood with his ear cut off. The bully's ear flew off to the side. He threw the sword with a crash to the ground. The bully grabbed his severed ear and began screaming loudly. The hooligan squad got scared and began to retreat back. Ronan took a step forward and called out to the bully. He came as close to him as possible and stood opposite him. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, opened them, and with maximum anger asked if the bully wanted to die. The hooligan squad watched as Ronan stood over the screaming hooligan. They stood in shock and watched, wondering how he cut off his ear with a stick. Blood was flowing from the main character's stick. Ronan looked up and looked at the group and asked how they liked the show. Then he kicked the bully and shouted that now they were getting lost and would take this bully with them if they didn't want to end up like him. The bully sat on the ground and carefully looked at the stick, and Ronan added that the guy's money would be left here, as well as payment for his ruined mood. The hooligan squad stood motionless opposite the main character and noticed that they would give everything up. Ronan handed a whole bag of gold to the guy from the tree and said that it was all his, but the guy didn't believe him. The guy looked carefully at the protagonist and added that he would really give him all this, right there more than they took from him, and Ronan took the sword in his hands and replied that he only needed a sword. The guy hugged the huge wallet with money tightly, listened to the fact that they would not come back for it, they would not have the courage to wander around, and he sincerely thanked his savior. Ronan raised his hand and started waving it and added that it was nothing, just go home, and Assel made a sound. The magician stood calmly in place, and the two guys turned to him. He opened his mouth slightly and said that he was really sorry. Assel lowered his head in front of the victim and apologized to him. A bully appeared in the magician's thoughts. Assel raised his head, looked at the guy from the tree and said that he understood that this could not be done, even under the threats of a bully. Assel sank slightly and began to sob, simultaneously saying that he was scared that he could not stop himself. Ronan and the guy stood and looked at the magician's hysteria while listening to how sorry he was and how it was his fault. The guy grinned slightly and noticed that Assel was crying the same way as when Hans first dragged him here. Assel looked at him with wet eyes. The guy stood hugging the money and added that when he saw him, he immediately thought that they were bullying the magician just like him. Assel smiled broadly and remained silent. The guy put his hand on the magician's shoulder and added that he should not blame himself. The victim smiled very broadly and very kindly added that it was not his fault. The guy did not remove his hand from the magician's shoulder and concluded that he appreciated his apology. The guy with the money left the protagonist. Assel just waved his hand goodbye. Ronan turned his eyes suspiciously at the magician. He looked at it and sparkles appeared around him. Ronan smiled slightly and noted that he was not bad. The main character slightly shoved the magician with his shoulder and noticed that he said that he needed to talk to him. Assel was slightly frightened and remembered. Ronan turned around, slightly closed his eyes and added that it's good, then we'll see each other here in 4 days. Assel didn't understand why it took so long. The magician turned his head to the retreating protagonist and asked what he meant, to which he received the answer that Ronan was busy now, so they would postpone the conversation until later. They would meet when the moon rose. The protagonist turned sharply, slightly took his sword out of its sheath, made an ominous face and noted that, of course, if he doesn't come, then he thinks he understands what will happen to him. Assel was very scared by this. Ronan abruptly began to run away in the other direction and finally added that he had gone and if he was late, he would be screwed. Assel was left alone in the field, confused. Ronan stopped near a lonely hut. He carefully approached the door. He had a gorgeous bouquet of flowers in his hands, and he wondered if there was too much flowers. Ronan, with a serious face and flowers, noted that he remembered that his sister loved them, so he picked everything he saw. The main character turned around sharply, began to move away from the house and muttered that this was too much, he would simply throw them away. A girl came out of the door of the house and said that she was wondering who it was here. Ronan stopped, a little nervous, and his sister was standing at the door. The protagonist glanced at her while he wondered if he was back. At the same moment, he began to say that when he was in the penal battalion, he often thought about what to tell her when he met, whether to apologize for leaving without saying a word or to say that he missed her. He constantly talks about it thought. Already an adult, Ronan held his hand in front of him and looked at it carefully and then added that all these were words that only Ronan from the penal battalion could say. In his head, his two bodies from different times stood with their backs to each other and he noticed that now he could only tell her one thing. The protagonist's sister jumped out of the door with a huge and pure smile, noticing that Ronan was early today. The main character thought a little on the spot and could not say anything. Ronan walked up to her with his head down and said he was home. The sister set the table with a lot of food and drinks, while saying that she never would have thought that the day would come. The sister sat hugging flowers, smiled widely and continued that when her callous brother gives her flowers. Ronan ate leisurely, choked slightly, and at that time Earl said that she was happy. The protagonist replied that he was glad that she liked it. Ronan put his hand out in front of him as a sign of refusal of his sister's offer to add more. The main character folded his arms on his legs, looked at his sister and said that he wanted to ask how old she was this year. Earl was slightly surprised and replied that she was 22 and why suddenly such a question. There were spices hanging on the wall, and Ronan replied that he just forgot. His sister got angry and said that this should not be forgotten. The sister got up from the table and began to ask him about his condition, and at that time Ronan thought that since she was 22, then there were about 10 years left before the arrival of those giants. The same six-winged giant appeared in his head. Earl put her hand to the protagonist's head. The sister put her hand to her head, noting that there seemed to be no temperature, and Ronan noticed in his head that his sister was the same as he remembered her, just as bright, kind and warm. Earl carefully examined her brother and wondered about his condition. Earl still had her hand on her brother's forehead, and he thought that he really wanted this moment to last forever, but in order to protect his sister and the world in 10 years. Ronan grabbed his sister's hand and said that he had something to tell her. The sister looked at him in fear and replied that she was listening. Ronan held her hand, smiled slightly and continued that he was thinking about going to the academy. Earl was speechless and simply stared at her brother. A moment later, the sister clenched her fists with happiness, her eyes lit up and she asked him again. The sister took her brother's hand and began to move it, at the same time asking him to repeat it and whether she had heard it wrong, and he never even listened to her when she raised this topic. Earl ran away from him and said that for that matter. The sister began to rummage through things, scattering everything on the floor, and noticed that she knew that this day would come. He is a smart boy, so she is sure that everything will work out for him. Earl took out a huge cauldron and placed it on the floor. They both looked into the cauldron and she noticed that it was a gift for him. There was a huge amount of gold coins in the cauldron. Ronan asked where so much money came from, and Iroh replied that she secretly saved it to surprise him. The main character stood in surprise and looked into the cauldron, at the same time listening that she wanted to be able to pay for his studies if he changed his mind about the academy, to which he replied that this was incredible and when only she had saved all this. The sister was rummaging in the cauldron, and he added that he was really grateful to her, but keep them for yourself, he still wouldn't have enough of them. The sister didn't understand what he meant. Iroh stood up, put her hands on her hips and said that there is more than it seems. She doesn't know which academy he wants to go to, but Ronan interrupted her and said that he was going to the Imperial School, Filian Academy. The elder sister was slightly surprised by this news. She didn't believe it and screamed so loudly that it could be heard even not far from the house. In the head of the main character there was a huge, beautiful building, and he says that the Imperial School is the Filian Academy, the best leading educational institution in the empire. The professor gives a lecture to the students and he adds that thanks to the best teachers on the continent. A mountain of gold appears in his head and continues that with huge funding from the imperial family itself, this place provides the best education. An example appeared in the protagonist's head in the form of Commander-in-Chief Adeshin, Swordmaster Sholifen, the worst of the bandits and the Winter Witch, and he continued that Filian Academy is so prestigious that it was nicknamed the Hero Factory. Its status is incredibly high. He remembered how the wounded commander-in-chief sat in front of him and he added that during the war, Filian students performed very well. They were so useful that he understands why the commander-in-chief recommended her to me. But the problem is her popularity, not to mention the sky-high tuition fees and high standards. Ronan carefully walked along a narrow path in the middle of a dark forest. The main character remembered his sister's reaction and that she was optimistic. Ronan paused slightly. He looked straight and said under his breath that he would simply prove everything to her with action. Ronan went up to a tall tree and said that he really had come, but Maisel didn't think so. Assel looked out from behind the tree and corrected the protagonist in the pronunciation of his name. The magician carefully came out from behind the tree, crossed his fingers and added that he himself said that he would not leave him alone if he did not come. Ronan smiled slightly and replied that he should forget about it. The main character began to throw off his backpack and said that they had a lot to do, but first he wanted to test it. Ronan threw the backpack on the ground, and Assel did not understand what was going on. The protagonist puts his hand forward, stretches his finger, and Assel does not understand what he is talking about. Ronan pointed a finger at himself and added that he should just use telekinesis on him. He looked angrily at the magician and pointed out to lift him as high as he could. Assel was very surprised and asked why he should use telekinesis so suddenly. The young magician spread his hands to the side and asked why do something so dangerous, and Ronan just folded his hands on his belt and replied that it was not that dangerous, just let him do what he says. Assel put his hands in front of him, listened to the fact that the protagonist will not die from this, so don't be scared, and answered that then okay. A blue essence began to appear near the boy's hands and he noticed that he would begin. Assel threw his hands forward, shouted the invisible hand spell, and blue magic flew towards the main character. Ronan was surprised that he suddenly began to rise upward. The protagonist's feet left the ground and he noticed in his head that Assel was much better than he thought. Assel raised the protagonist to great heights, and in the head of the main character a picture appeared of how he flies up to the giant with an attack and thinks that the height and stability, of course, are lame, but in general it is similar to what he felt then. Two magicians cast a spell on the protagonist, and he noticed in his head that it was telekinesis that allowed him to fight on equal terms with the giant. Ronan, with red eyes and a dark face, raises his sword to strike the giant. The main character looked down carefully, grinned slightly and noticed in his head that telekinesis was a rare ability among magicians, not to mention the fact that magicians themselves were extremely rare. Ronan watched the young mage below carefully and wondered what this meant. That Assel will be a major part of his battle with the giant. The protagonist smiled broadly and added that it was a very good start. Assel tensed his face slightly and said that things were becoming difficult for him and asked if he could be let go. Ronan began to draw his sword, grinned slightly and replied that he should wait a little, he wanted to check something else. Assel raised his head at him, heard that he would go down on his own, but the magician did not understand how he could go down on his own. Ronan held the sword in front of him and gripped it tightly. The main character struck a powerful blow through the air with his sword. Assel opened his eyes wide in surprise and wondered what Ronan had just said. Ronan landed successfully near the magician, and he ended up cutting his mana. Assel, slightly shocked, asked what he had just done, and Ronan, standing up and brushing himself off, replied that it was nothing, it was just an acrobatic trick that he had learned a long time ago. Assel doubled over because Ronan began to spin his fist on his head after he said that what other acrobatic trick. This is the first time he has seen someone cut mana, to which Ronan replied that he should score and he himself does not know how I did it. Ronan carefully sheaths his sword and makes a mental note that understanding what this ability is one of his tasks. In the reflection of the protagonist's sword, his past battle with the giant was visible, and he added in his head that he thought it was thanks to her that his sword worked on him. Ronan began to slowly walk towards the backpack and wondered what he would think about this later. Right now there were more important things to do. The main character slowly reached for the shoulder strap of his backpack and said that in any case, the magician had passed the test. Ronan swung his hand, threw the second backpack into the hands of the magician and added that grab it and rush after it, they need to do something before the moon disappears. Ronan smiled broadly at the magician's question about what happened so late at night and answered that no matter what. Ronan stood against the backdrop of a bright moonlit sky and concluded that this could become the first page of the protagonist's biography, the greatest historical book of the Empire. The forest was gently illuminated by the moon. Ronan and Assel walked slowly through the forest and the magician asked about the Filian Academy. Assel sweated a little, got nervous and asked if he heard right and they were going to the Filian Academy, where only the elite of the Empire studied. Ronan brushed aside the hanging vine in front of his eyes and replied that he had heard everything correctly. Why was he asking again? It was annoying. Assel caught up with the protagonist and heard that he really didn't want to go there. The magician replied that that was not the point. Assel became slightly embarrassed, tapped his finger and added that he simply had talent in martial arts, but he couldn't do anything. Ronan turned his head at him and heard that he was cowardly and shy, to which the protagonist replied that he wanted to continue to live like this. Assel opened his eyes wide and froze with his gaze. Assel got stuck in a dark dimension in his head and heard that he has an innate talent, and he spends it amusing the scum. He really wants such a life. Ronan stopped in his tracks, folded his arms and added that, to be honest, he has a lot of moronic sides, he is cowardly and shy. The young magician was wounded right in the heart by the words that he was a crybaby, ready to burst into tears over any little thing, and that he was a loser to boot. Assel calmed down slightly, because Ronan added that it was nothing because he could fix all this now. The main character became slightly gloomy, turned to the magician and said that the past cannot be changed. Ronan began to walk away, turned and said that one day he would regret it. The protagonist lowered his eyes and noticed in his head that he was just like him. The wounded Ronan in torn clothes stands in the middle of the field with a sword in his hands and tells what happened in his past life. Ronan approached the magician, put his hand on his shoulder and asked him what he had changed his mind about. Assel blushed very red and wondered if it was Ronan. The young magician covered his mouth with his hand and added in his thoughts that he was so worried about someone like him, and at that time Ronan said that he would not force him to do anything. This was his life, so he could return if he wanted. The main character turned around, began to leave and added that he went, and Assel remained behind him, began to wave his arms and shouted for him to stop, because he wants to change. Ronan smiled widely after the magician's words that he would go to Filian with him, so teach him everything he needs. The main character turned around sharply, glanced at the young magician and said that this was the first time he behaved courageously, and so let's deal with the first obstacle for the courageous magician. Assel stood straight and seriously agreed, and Ronan made a sly face and noticed in his head that he had been caught. A fire was burning in the middle of the dark forest. Assel looked at him slightly shocked and scared. Ronan and Assel were hiding behind a bush and the magician asks what his first obstacle is. Ronan responded positively. A green silhouette sat near the stone, and Ronan added that the best opponent to show his skills was the moon goblin. An ugly goblin sat near the fire, leaning on a stone. There were about 3 more goblins near the goblin, and just above them lay a large chest, and Ronan noticed that there was also their leader. The main character smiled broadly and asked what he liked. Ronan turned to the mad-eyed magician and said it was time to start. From behind the bushes, Ronan and Assel carefully watched the goblin, and the protagonist began to explain that the moon goblin, a type of goblin, often appears in this area. Several types of gnomes appeared in his mind, and he continued that most people distinguish them from ordinary goblins by their yellow skin and disfigured bodies, but the real feature is theirs. The moon goblin smiled widely and held a handful of gold and jewelry, and Ronan added that it was their love for gold and treasures. A picture appeared in the protagonist's head of how a group of moon goblins attacked the merchants, killed everyone, and he continued the story that they like to ambush merchants and steal their valuables and then collect all the loot in one place. A group of moon goblins worship a tall spire with a chest full of gold, and Ronan notices that they like to hold a feast after this on the night of the full moon, like today. The chest contained a huge amount of expensive jewelry and gold coins. Assel, covering his mouth in fear, said that they came here too, but did not have time to finish, and Ronan answered positively. The protagonist smiled broadly and said that today they would steal all their gold. Assel, looking slightly out of the bushes, watched the goblins and noticed that he had never heard of goblins collecting treasures in one place and having a holiday. Ronan carefully took off his backpack, looked into it and heard the question of how he knew about this and answered that he had his own sources and noticed in his head that he could tell him that he had met them in a past life when he was traveling. Ronan immediately flew up to the magician, lifted him slightly with wild eyes and said that in any case, all he had to do was transfer their treasures to the backpack using telekinesis and not wake up these guys. In Assel's arms, the protagonist heard that it was easy and he replied that it didn't sound so easy, but what if he made a mistake and woke them up? Huge goblins appeared in the main character's head, grabbed them and he replied that then things would go very badly. Assel grabbed the main character by the chest and said that this was too dangerous, they needed to think about everything, to which Ronan noticed that he was such a piss. The protagonist put 2 fingers in front of the magician's face and said that in order to get to Filion, they need 2 things. In the thoughts of the main character, an academy appeared and nearby, a huge amount of gold, and he continued that the first is money, they need to pay their insane cost of training, and the second is experience. The 2 warriors practice their skills at the academy, and Ronan notes that money is also a problem, but experience is much more important. The main character crouched slightly, still held 2 fingers in front of his face and said that he knows that Filion is full of aristocrats who undergo elite training from birth. Ronan hovered over the magician and added that he wants to win against these guys, then there is only one way, Adele. The main character smiled evilly, approached the magician and noted that this is to gain experience by risking his life. 2 guys looked out of the bushes at the sleeping leader of the moon goblins and Ronan added that these guys, ideal rivals, thanks to them they would receive both money and experience, they would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Assel sat and cried, listening to the end that either he had better ideas, to which he replied that he did not know, and Ronan said that then it was decided. The main character approached the magician, lightly tapped him on the back with his hand and noted that they would start right away. It was still deep night outside. The jewels slowly flew away from the goblin chest. These jewels slowly flew into the protagonist's backpack. Ronan carefully watched the objects float in the air and noticed that there was still just a little bit left. Assel slowly put the last things together using telekinesis, and Ronan added that now let go. Things slowly stopped being magical. The main character smiled widely, looking at the treasures falling into the bag. Ronan looked into the backpack and noticed that it was the last backpack. He placed 2 backpacks side by side and noticed that they were all completely stuffed. The protagonist began to quickly stroke the magician's head and added that he said that the main thing is experience, and Assel was surprised that it worked. Ronan smiled, glanced at the magician and thought that, to be honest, he wasn't sure what would work, to think that he got the hang of it so quickly. Assel sat incredibly happy because they had done it, and Ronan noticed in his head that Assel was better than he thought. The main character made an angry face. His eyes lit up and in his head he added that he had found himself a wonderful servant. Ronan began to climb through the backpack and said that since the backpacks were filled to the brim, it was time to leave. The main character carefully closes the backpack and notes that they have already done everything that was needed and need to leave. The moon gently illuminated the path in the middle of the forest, and Ronan added that before something went wrong. A crow quickly flew among the trees in the forest. 2 armed guys ran after a crow through the forest. Unknown people ran along a narrow forest path and shouted after the crow that it was a comb chicken. Ronan and Assel heard screams from the forest and turned towards him. The main character sweated slightly and noticed what kind of fools were causing a commotion in the middle of the night. One of the goblins woke up and did not understand what was happening. He stood up and glanced at the chest and wondered what the noise was in the middle of the night. The goblin looked into the empty chest and asked where all their sparkles were. The moon goblin screamed loudly and all the other sleepers woke up. A group of goblins woke up and surrounded their leader, trying to figure out where the thieves were. The goblins turned around because of the sound they heard. They saw 2 guys behind the bushes who were slowly trying to leave. Ronan turned and glanced their way. He stood attentively and watched as a crowd of angry goblins ran in their direction and noticed in his head that their affairs were bad. Assel stood, pressing his cheeks with rhinestones and slightly bulging his eyes. Ronan threw his backpack on the ground and said that he knew that everything was going too smoothly. Assel sat on the grass in complete horror and asked what they should do, throw their backpacks and run, and Ronan replied that under no circumstances. The main character began to slowly take his sword out of its sheath and added that as he was going to pay for training, he thought the money would come out of nowhere. Assel fearfully notes that this is not the main thing now. A crowd of evil goblins were already close. There was only a small bush between the main character and the goblins, and Assel noticed that they were already here. Ronan slowly pulls out the sword, looks at it carefully and thinks that the sword is made of cheap steel with such weight and strength. The protagonist's eyes flashed in the reflection of the sword and he added that the sword would last for 15 strikes. A huge group of goblins jumped to attack the main character, and he noticed that there were about 30 of them. One of the goblins had already raised his hand to attack. Assel sat behind him in horror and only shouted at him to watch carefully. Ronan had not yet managed to draw his sword, the goblin's hand was already closed, and he noticed that he only had 15 blows. The main character abruptly slammed his sword back into its sheath. Then, with a sharp blow, he cut off the heads of 3 goblins and noted in his head that this should be enough. The goblins' heads flew up, leaving pools of blood in their wake. Assel looked in shock at the severed heads flying past. The tip of the sword turned red, and Ronan noticed that there were 14 left. The main character moved the sword away from the blow. Several crows sat on a branch and croaked loudly. The main character pierced the goblin's head with a sword. Ronan looked carefully at his dead opponent and noticed in his head that it was the last one, then everything turned out to be not so bad. Assel looked at what was happening in shock and thought that it was impossible. He opened his mouth wide and added what it was. A moment appeared in the magician's head as the main character cuts off 3 heads, and Assel thought that Ronan had beheaded 3 goblins with 1 blow, and when then a crowd fell on him. The magician remembered that a crowd of goblins was running towards the protagonist. Ronan smiled widely, and Assel says that Ronan simply disappeared for a moment. The main character made his way through the crowd of goblins with sharp blows and a moment later found himself in front of the last goblin, and Assel adds that when he appeared, there was practically nothing left of the crowd of goblins. The main character beheaded the goblins, one after another, with powerful, circular blows. Assel bit his lip slightly and looked straight. The magician looked ahead and saw Ronan checking to see if there were still living goblins, and noticing that just think, he created such a spectacle. Ronan turned to the magician and asked why he was standing there, and Assel began to apologize. The main character threw the sword over his shoulder and added that there is no need to apologize, it's better to pack your things quickly. Ronan smiled widely, looked at him and noticed that they were going home. A blue, magical bird hovered above the heroes' heads. Ronan opened his mouth in surprise and said, "What a strange chicken." A cute blue bird flew over their heads, and Assel noticed that it had blue feathers. Assel folded his hands into a cross, began to be moved, and said that he was seeing a blue bird for the first time, and Ronan added that he too. The main character drew attention directly and noticed that these shackles were Caliboro's trap. Small handcuffs appeared before his eyes, and he said that the poacher's shackles of Caliboro, they disrupt the flow of the prisoner's mana and limit his movements. The main character put his hand to his chin and noted that he thought they were used in rare cases. For example, when they catch fantastic creatures, perhaps this blue bird. A yellow rune appeared behind the bird's back and a voice was heard from it that said, "Please answer." Ronan and Assel carefully watched what was happening, and the voice from the rune added that he had finally made contact. Assel flew into the protagonist with all his might and shouted that the bird was talking, and Ronan began to push him away and replied that he seriously thought it was communication magic. The main character paid attention to the bag and noticed in his head that judging by the fact that they were spoken to as soon as the bird flew out of the bag, it could most likely block mana. Ronan asked what he understood. He was the owner of the bird. Elsewhere, in the library, a dark silhouette stood and spoke through a rune, which is true. His name is Varen. He studies fantastic creatures at the Institute. He is the guardian of this bird. No, Marpez. The rune near the bird lit up even brighter, and Varen added that no matter how much he tried to contact her, nothing worked for him. He already wanted to write a statement, but it seemed to work out. Assel decided to carefully leave, but Ronan caught him and Varen asked, which may not be considered rude, but who they were. Ronan calmly replied that they were just passing by. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head of him fighting with poachers and saying that they got into a fight with the poachers who stole his bird. The main character remembered how he dealt a series of blows to one of the bandits and added that what happened was too bloody to talk about. Ronan lifted his head and glanced at the rune. The bird flew a little closer to the protagonist. He noticed that they had saved the bird, and Varen began to worry that the poachers had stolen it. Varen put his hand in his mouth and added that of course he thought about it, but for everything to be like this, he owes you a lot. Assel smiled broadly, heard that Varen had no idea how to repay. The magician came a little closer and replied that it was not worth it, just tell him how to return her to him. She looks exhausted due to the shackles. Ronan glanced at her shackles and asked that if he removed them, she would be able to fly normally. Varen answered positively. Varen added that the dream bird has a good instinct for returning, so if you can free it. He did not have time to finish as Ronan began to pull the sword out of its sheath and replied that then good. The main character dealt a powerful blow to the bird. Ronan hit the chain and it broke into many pieces and the bird remained free. The protagonist began to put away the sword and said that the little boy should fly to his dad. The bird looked at him with admiring eyes after he said that don't make him worry. The bird flew closer to the protagonist and began to chirp. The bird turned its tail to the protagonist and he asked if she stuck her ass in his face, then what does it mean? Varen replied that she asks him to pull out the feather before she flies away, and it seems that she wants to meet him again. The main character carefully took the bird in his arms and pulled out one feather, and Varen noticed that the feather of the dream bird works like a compass, it will point to it. The bird spread its wings, and Varen added that if they visit the institute, they will drop by to visit him and Marpus. The bird flapped sharply into the sky, and Varen said in parting that he would definitely repay. Ronan looked carefully at the sky and noticed that she was damn fast. Assel looked carefully at his hand and said that it was in his hand. The protagonist lowered his head slightly and noticed that his hand was stinging. They both stared at his hand. Ronan and Assel stood in the middle of the forest and tried to understand what was in the hand of the main character. The horses stood waiting for their journey to begin. Several days have passed since the adventures in the forest. A group of men were loading various wooden boxes onto a cart. One of the men looked carefully at the stone reflected in his glass and noticed that it was a valuable stone and the work of a jeweler. The man in the monocle raised the necklace up and shouted that everything about this jewelry was simply excellent. He would give 20 gold pieces for it. The man who bought the necklace was the owner of the Caribal merchant Don Caribal. Near the barrel stood a bag completely filled with gold, and Don Caribal noticed that they brought so many wonderful goods. He was lucky today. Just think, he met such a valuable client. Ronan stood with folded hands and replied that he had finally met someone smart. The main character remembered how he argued with other merchants and said that all the other merchants turned out to be scammers. They pretty much tired him. Ronan firmly shook the mustachioed man's hand and added that it was not in vain that he was wandering around the area if he could meet such a conscientious merchant, and the man replied that it was an honor to hear such a thing. The main character put his hand in his pocket after the man offered to evaluate something else valuable. The protagonist extended his hand, and there was a cosmic-colored stone lying with it, and asked the merchant to take a look at it, but he doesn't want to sell it, he's just curious to know what it is. Ronan looked carefully at his hand and noticed in his head that night, a blue bird or a bird of dreams left him this egg. An egg glittered in his hand. The main character remembered how at first he thought that she had shit in his hand, but this turned out not to be the case. A moment appeared in the main character's head when he stood in the middle of a dark forest and shouted that this was how the chicken repaid his kindness with poop. The main character remembered that for the sake of safety, he threw it into a boulder to check it. An egg thrown at a boulder made its way through the boulder and got stuck there. The shocked protagonist and the magician stood and looked at the broken stone, and Ronan noted in his head that this was how he knew that it was damn strong. Don Caribal took the egg in his hand, stared at it carefully and thought that it was the egg of a bird or someone else. Ronan looked carefully at the merchant, and at that moment he noticed in his head that it definitely belonged to an extremely rare species of fantastic creature, and this treasure could be worth a lot. The merchant raised his hand to his chin and began to say that this color and texture. Kim blossomed after the merchant's surprise and words, "Whatever you say." The next moment the main character became upset after saying that this was horse shit. The main character extended his hand to him and replied that of course not, sir, to which the merchant scratched the back of his head and noted that he did not know what it was, but thought it was very unusual. The protagonist took the egg in his hand, began to carefully examine it, and the merchant added that they could take it to a specialized place. Ronan began to carefully put the egg in his pocket and replied that it seemed like that was all that was left. He couldn't sell it without knowing what it was. The main character slightly lowered his eyes and inquired about the availability of books about Filion from the merchant, to which the merchant clarified that they meant the academy. Ronan pointed his finger to the side and replied that yes, they were going to take the entrance exam there, but they didn't know anything about it, and the merchant grinned and replied that they wanted to join there too. What a coincidence. A silhouette appeared behind the main character walking towards them, and the merchant noticed that his daughter was also going to go there. I'm sure she will help them. She should be coming soon. A blonde girl came up and asked what was going on here and who it was. The main character cast an angry glance at her, and the merchant noticed that there she was. The fair-haired girl was straightening her hair from the wind, and the merchant noticed that she was his only blood, Maria. The main character was surprised by her name. Maria stood still and just looked at the main character. Ronan and Assel turned to the girl, and the merchant noticed that Maria should greet them. They are important clients with whom he had just concluded a big deal. Maria did not believe what was happening. Don Caribal became angry after insulting the boys and told her to watch her language. Assel turned around, put his hands forward after the merchant asked for forgiveness and noticed that she grew up in the merchant class, so she was a bit rude in language, to which Assel replied that everything was fine. Ronan took a step forward, and Assel noticed that Ronan could. The main character stood opposite the girl and asked if she was really Maria. The girl's face changed after the protagonist asked that her middle name was Sen. She answered positively, but asked how he knew. The protagonist lowered his head slightly and noticed that, strangely, she was very similar to the person he knew. In the protagonist's head stood a man with a sword in his hands and blue eyes, and he added that that's all. Ronan put his hands forward, waving one slightly, and said that he would ask her one question, just in her ear. Maria asked what he wanted to know, and at that time Ronan moved to her ear and asked if she happened to have male genitalia down there. Maria looked at him and wondered what she had just heard. The protagonist looked at her carefully. Pepper appeared near her head and asked if she called him. Ronan put his hand on his chin and noted that no matter how he looked at her, it didn't look like she had it. Maria got very angry and hit the protagonist after saying that this old man has another child, which he does not know about. The girl dealt a powerful blow to his cheek and told him to shut up. The protagonist fell after the slap and thought that this slap was such a familiar feeling, and it was true. A male version of this girl appeared in the protagonist's head, and he added in his head that she was Count Maria Sen. Ronan begins to tell that Maria Sen, a girl with a short hair, stood in front of the castle, and the protagonist continued that when their penal battalion was in the town of Armarlin, Maria was responsible for providing them. Ronan and Maria have a drink at the same table, and the protagonist notes in the story that due to his work ethic and good-natured nature, he could make friends with anyone. Maria was an impressive person. Maria hits the table hard, and Ronan adds that as soon as the male genitalia was mentioned in a conversation with him, he immediately became extremely angry and began slapping everyone in the face. Ronan received a slap from a girl with short hair. Ronan continued that then he did not understand why it was suddenly and wanted to ask him at the next meeting why this was so, but perhaps there was no such thing anymore. A dark silhouette lies on the stones and looks into the sky. Bloodied Maria lies on these stones, and Ronan notices that Maria is dead. The main character puts his hand to the place of impact, smiles slightly, and thinks that it looks like he just found the answer to his question. Count Maria? He was a girl. Maria raised her hand and shouted that it was funny for him to hit him again. The girl jumped towards the protagonist and shouted at him to get it. Ronan quickly stood up, hit her on the head, and told her to calm down. The main character stood over the girl standing on the ground and noticed that she should not become impudent just because he allowed her to slap her once and only because he was wrong here. Maria looked at him with fierce eyes. She stood up abruptly and struck his chin with the back of her head and shouted what would happen if she hit him twice. The two got into a fight and pulled each other's hair. Don Carable and Assel watched this fight carefully and told them to stop the violence. The merchant and the magician ran towards them to stop the fight. It was already getting dark outside. A little time had passed since the fight between the protagonist and the girl. Assel sat with his mouth open and thought what was wrong with these two. They had just fought as if they wanted to kill each other. Maria held her head and said that it means they decided not to sell. Ronan put his hand to his chin and replied that yes, check if they were okay. Assel continued, "What now?" Assel watched in shock as Ronan said that if not, he would buy something from her to replace it, and added that they had become friends. Ronan and Maria were sitting at the table opposite each other. The girl took the sword in her hands, and the protagonist said that there were 3 swords and a magic wand. The girl, holding a sword in her hands, stared at the main character and asked why he needed 3 swords. They would be difficult to carry. He replied that, just in case, they often break. Maria slightly took the sword out of its sheath and asked the protagonist's opinion, and he replied that they were not bad, but this black one was better than everyone else. Maria slightly closed her eyes, made a smart face, and added that black iron is very durable, so all the famous knights want weapons made from it. Ronan looked at this blade with loving eyes, and Maria added that she doesn't know how roughly he uses swords, but this one most likely won't break, and the protagonist noticed in his head that in the past he adored swords made of black iron. Maria cast a cautious glance at the table and noticed that this rod contained a good magic stone, so she should save it. Maria turned to the young magician and asked if he was a magician, and he answered positively. Assel became slightly agitated when asked about what kind of magic he uses and answered that it was telekinesis. Maria jumped slightly in her chair and replied that this was incredible, and if she tried, she might even get a scholarship. Maria turned to the protagonist and said what the question meant and what technique he would show in the practical exam, but he did not understand what she was talking about. A dark-haired guy stands in front of 3 tall columns with unknown people at the top, and Maria says that in order to get into Filion, he needs to impress the professors and show his techniques in a practical exam. Maria put her finger forward and noted that, of course, the theoretical exam is also difficult, but not as difficult as the practical one, and besides, if he shows good results in the practical exam, he will definitely be accepted into the academy. In other words, if he doesn't prove his worth, then maybe forget about entering the academy. Ronan exhaled, looked down slightly, and replied that a swordsman just needs to know how to wield a sword, and that is what they are usually shown. The table stood neatly in the corner of the room, and Maria replied that most nobles show the secret techniques of their families. The girl put her hand to her chin and added that most martial artists, and those wishing to enroll, show their own martial arts techniques using mana. In response to this, Ronan put out his hand and asked again about mana. Maria is shocked by the words of the protagonist that sword children at that age can use mana, even without being magicians, to which she replied that what is he talking about? If he wants to enter Filion, then he must be able to do this. He needs to feel his mana and use her in battle. This is the basis of the foundations. Ronan was slightly lost in the girl's story, and she asked why he was looking at her like that. The The girl pointed a trembling finger at the protagonist and asked that he could not sense his mana. Maria opened her mouth wide and added that isn't this the same as an aura. The girl put her hands to her face and asked him again that he was really going to go to Filion. The main character, scratching the back of his neck, listened to how he could compare aura and mana and replied that maybe he understands it a little. Why arrange such a scene? Maria flew up from her chair and said that this wouldn't work and let's go out, and the protagonist noticed that it was sudden. Maria put her hands on the swords and asked if she could take them, because she was now in the blacksmith shop. Ronan got a little angry and said that where did she have so much confidence that if she hurt them, she answered when leaving the room that he should not worry, they would finish before this happened. The protagonist was a little tired, and Maria added that if he breaks them, they will pay for them double, no, triple, and is he happy? Maria pulled the curtain back from the tent and said that she would stop talking and should follow her and she would give her a special training session. The blue essence floated in weightlessness, and a dry man sat under it and also floated, and Maria says that mana is the original source of the power of nature. It is like air, which is everywhere, but this does not mean that everyone can use it. For to use, you first need to feel your own mana and develop a sense of mana. This can be achieved by having talent, through training, strong desire, or anything else. Many factors influence whether it succeeds or not, but usually people take a year to feel it, and those entering Filion have already passed this stage. A beautiful academy appeared in the background, and she continued that thanks to their own mana techniques, the road to Filion was open for them. The moon stood high in the sky, and Maria clarified that now he understood. The light from the moon was breaking through the branches on the trees, and the girl added that he should forget about his instincts. Now he doesn't even understand the difference between mana and aura, and he was also planning to enroll in Filion. Maria stood opposite the protagonist with a weapon in her hands and noticed that he was a storyteller. Ronan threw his sword over his shoulder, stared attentively at the girl and listened, and if you look at it like this, then aura is a type of mana. But the difference between them is like between heaven and earth, and the protagonist noticed that everything is so serious. The guy with the weapon in his hands uses blue magic, striking the ground with his hand, and Maria goes on to say that even with talent and incredible efforts, it takes at least a dozen years of training to get an echo of the innate strength, the aura. The girl took two swords in different hands and asked if he understood at least a little, to which the main character replied that he understood a little. Two dark silhouettes appeared in the protagonist's head, one blue, the other pink, and he thought that sometimes he met such people on the battlefield. They boasted that they used an aura or some other unusual powers. Blood flowed from the huge sword, and Ronan added that they were nasty opponents, but not exactly incredible. The main character stood on a hill with a sword in his hands and noticed that if they were cut, they would die just like everyone else. Ronan glanced at the girl and she said that we'll finish the explanations for now and it's time to start. Maria put her swords in front of her and added that she thought he would understand faster if he used his body rather than his head. The ground beneath the girl began to scrape. Ronan noted in his head that she was just a young girl. Maria jumped with incredible speed straight towards the protagonist and left a huge cloud behind her. Ronan stood calmly and only reacted a moment later. The main character sharply put his sword in front of him, and as a result of the collision, sparks were formed. Ronan looked through her blades and was surprised at her skills. The girl's eyes turned bright green, she looked aggressively, and the main character thought, just look at her. Ronan threw the girl away from him with a sharp movement of his hand. The main character looked at her in surprise and noticed in his head that at such a young age she was already capable of throwing out so much power, also using twin blades. Maria put one blade in front of her and put the other one away to the side, and Ronan added that he had not noticed anything like that yet, but it seemed that this was her combat technique with mana, which she was talking about. Maria glanced at him and wondered what was wrong with him. The girl dealt another powerful blow, but the protagonist repelled it, and she added in her head that she wanted to end the fight with one attack and show the power of mana in order to force him to refuse to enter the academy, because it would be much better than if he embarrassed himself at the entrance test. The main character stood in the dark, opposite laughing dark silhouettes. Maria thought that it was he who was pushing her now and that he was capable of doing this without using mana, and at that moment she repelled the protagonist's attack. The girl opened her eyes wide, and Ronan noticed and asked what she was thinking about. Maria spread her blades, thereby throwing the protagonist's hand with the sword back. The main character's face changed, it darkened, and his eyes turned red, and in this state he raised his sword to strike and told her to dodge and not block. Maria watched carefully as the sword approached her forehead. The girl managed to jump away from the blow at the last moment. She flew back, but was able to stop herself with the help of her swords. Maria sat, tried to catch her breath, smiled broadly, and noticed that it was dangerous. The main character stood opposite her, smiled slightly after her question that he was not an ordinary guy, to which he replied that he was like her. Ronan carefully began to sheath his sword and added that he was not only good with mana, but also with a sword, although she had problems with the center of gravity. At this moment, the protagonist turned around, began to leave, and finally added that if he solved them, he would become much stronger, and Maria glanced at him and asked where he was going. The girl angrily put her sword in front of her and shouted at him not to say that he already considered himself a winner, to which he replied that the main thing is to keep your word. The girl's sword began to crack, and at that moment the protagonist added that she herself said that she would pay triple the amount. The sword in the girl's hands finally broke. Maria looked in shock as her sword crumbled. Ronan turned to her, looked at her and added that she should prepare the money. Maria, shocked, turned back because someone called her by the shoulder. She turned around and there stood a satisfied Assel who praised her because he understood her feelings. Ronan shouted to the magician to hurry up because he was tired, and Assel quickly ran near the girl. Maria stood in the middle of a small clearing, carefully watched as the guys moved away from her and wondered who they were. It was a sunny morning. The market was busy, with people carrying boxes here and there while others looked after horses. Ronan says he came for the money, but what is it? Ronan and Assel hung over the sacks and barrels, and Maria stood behind them and smiled sarcastically. The main character looked attentively as Maria carefully stuffed her books and notes for entering Filion into his backpacks. The protagonist turned to her, threw an incomprehensible look at her, and she said that they didn't need it. There was only a month left before admission, to which Ronan replied that of course they needed it, but why such generosity all of a sudden? The main character hovered over her, slowly taking his sword out of its sheath, and added that if he was trying to fool him somehow. The girl carefully stopped him and replied that she shouldn't worry about anything like that, she just liked them. Maria cheerfully spread her arms to the sides, slightly closed her eyes, and said that this was a small favor so that they could all enter the academy together. Of course, all for free. Ronan began to carefully put the sword away and calm down when he heard that it was free. The man at the market was carefully moving boxes from place to place, and Maria added that she would like to coach you personally, but trade is not waiting, it's time for them to leave. Maria smiled broadly, lightly hit him in the chest and said that so study well yourself, if you fail after everything she did for him, she will not forgive. Ronan smiled widely and replied that she should worry about herself better. Maria got into the departing cart and shouted, waving her hand, that they would see each other in the capital then, at the entrance exams. Ronan stood calmly, and Assel energetically waved back at her, and Maria added that they should study everything from cover to cover. The main character lowered his gaze slightly and thought deeply. He paid attention to his hands and noticed in his head that he needed to train this weak body, remembered his notes and added that he would have to study in addition. What a waste. Ronan turned around, began to walk away slowly, and made a mental note that he liked it. The house of the protagonist's sister stood neatly on the plain and was illuminated by the bright sun. The author says that upon returning home, the protagonist's daily life went on as usual, but still with minor changes. Earl sat in amazement and watched Ronan eat. The author added that he had lunch with Earl. Ronan stuffed a lot of food into himself, and his sister noticed that he had a good appetite, and the author continued that he filled his stomach so much that it almost burst. Ronan carefully pulled out his sword and scabbard, and the author noted that he then burned all those calories until nightfall hunting monsters around the village, slowly increasing his stamina and body adaptability. The main character walked alone through the dark forest and regained his breath. Ronan stood in front of a large number of dead monsters and noted that that was all for today. The author continued that this continued until there were no monsters left in the vicinity of the village except this one. From the street it was visible how Ronan was sitting at a table in a bright room. The author noted that he was constantly studying, which was already an incredible feat for a penal battalion soldier. Ronan sat slightly tense and said under his breath that why did he care about the dining etiquette of the nobles of the north. On the chair next to the main character there was a bag with notes, and the author noticed that not knowing what results all this would lead to, he tried his best a month later. A crow sat on a huge, beautiful wall, and the author added that they had finally reached the main scene of the story. A mighty, luxurious city, dotted with tall buildings and tall spears, appeared. It was the capital of the empire, Valen. There was a coat of arms on the high gate, and the author noted that it housed the best educational institution of the empire, the small city of the White Tower. Shocked Assel looked up carefully and noticed that it was Filion. He had a beautiful view of the entire city. Assel stood on one of the walls and said under his breath that it was so beautiful here, just like in a fairy tale. Ronan came up behind him and rudely noticed that he was frozen in the middle of the road. Assel turned to him, got a little upset and listened so that he wouldn't behave like a village fool and pass, otherwise we'd be late for the exam. Ronan looked at the alarmed magician and asked what was wrong with him. Ronan stopped and listened that it was nothing, just a month had passed, and Ronan had grown so much. Ronan rolled his eyes slightly and asked what he was up to again. The main character came closer and began to rub his fist into the magician's hair and said that he would stop grinding nonsense and should go. The main character moved away from the magician and moved further, at the same time thinking that since they arrived in Filion, they could meet him. A man with blue eyes and a sword in his hands appeared in his head. Ronan began to tell him that the holy swordsman Shulipan, the heir of a famous family of swordsmen, Grantia, was a genius who became famous as the strongest swordsman in the empire. The main character glanced at one of the towers and thought that Sholeipan must be about his age now, so he might meet him in the exam. Ronan lifted his head up and noted in his thoughts that it wasn't that it was important. Assel approached the main character, interrupted his thoughts and asked if the main character had that thing with him. The story with the bird popped up in the head of the main character, after Assel said that the feather that the bird of dreams left behind for her salvation should point to her. Now Ronan understood what the magician was talking about. The protagonist took a blue, luminous feather from his pocket and said that, of course, he grabbed it before leaving. That old man lives in the capital. The main character carefully watched the feather rush forward and noticed that he planned to find it after the exams. Ronan and Assel glanced at the huge and tall building and asked that Varen was on the top floor of that building. They looked at the topmost window in the tower. On the table in the tower lay a huge number of books and various installations. And the man in the room says that it's so hard, he really wasn't cut out for the job of a professor. The same blue bird was sitting on his shoulder and he noticed that he could become a seeker again, and the bird chirped something in response. Varen gently stroked the bird and noticed that she was encouraging him, and yes, he needed to continue to repay her savior. Varen revealed his true face. It was a lion with gorgeous hair and stylish glasses. He is a professor of zoology at the Philian Academy. His peculiarity is that he is a werewolf. Professor Varen stood in the middle of the room and noted that it would be necessary to ventilate the room, otherwise it would be inconvenient if her savior came today. Varen slowly began to open the window, and the evil face of the protagonist appeared in the crack, and he noticed that he had not even knocked, but they had already opened it for him. Professor Varen screamed loudly in fear, and Ronan, who entered the room, noticed that Cineash meant its owner was a beastman. Loud chirping and screaming could be heard coming from the tall building. In the middle of the room stood a trembling professor, who hugged the bird tightly and wondered who he was and how he got here. This is one of the upper floors. The main character was holding a blue pen in his hands, slightly picking at his ear, and noticed that the professor scared him. He thought he would go deaf, and behind him Assel climbed into the window, who noticed that that's why he said that he needed to go up the stairs. Professor Varen made an angry face and asked that they had come for his bird. The next moment, the professor noticed a pen in the protagonist's hand. He opened his eyes and mouth wide, slowly saying that wait a minute, they are saviors. Ronan and Assel stood straight and looked straight at the professor. Bright rays of sun were shining into the room from the window, and the professor noticed that he had behaved so rudely with their heroes. Professor Varen, Ronan and Assel sat down on the sofas opposite each other, and the professor asked, "Let's forget about it." And Ronan noticed that he said that everything is fine and that's enough of apologizing. The main character looked at the professor with a slightly irritated look and said that, frankly speaking, it was all Assel's fault. It was he who raised us. At that time the magician cast a surprised look at him and noticed that it was he who told him to use telekinesis because he was too lazy to climb the stairs. Ronan squeezed the magician's cheeks with his hand and told him to be quiet. Assel tried to break free from the grip of the protagonist, and at that time the main character began to say that that's enough about this, and what surprised him was that not only was the owner of the bird a werewolf, a very rare species of beast people, but he was also a professor of Philian. Professor Varen smiled broadly, laughed a little, and replied that he was also surprised. Who would have thought that their applicants would be the saviors of the birds? Professor Varen became slightly sad and noted that it was a pity. If he had known earlier, he would have prepared letters of recommendation for them, but he hopes they will pass the exam today. But if not, then he will. Ronan doesn't understand why he should immediately switch to the negative. He slightly looks away to the side, reaches into his pocket, and interrupting says that it's okay, since they are here, he would like to ask something, as he knows they don't have much time. The main character stretched out his hand with a rare egg in front of him and says that Cineash shit it in his hand. Professor Varen slightly adjusted his glasses and asked about the wording. Professor Varen looked carefully at the protagonist's hand and noticed that this was the egg of a fantastic bird. The professor took the egg in his hand and asked what Ronan wanted to say. It was laid by Marpez. In response to this, the main character replied that something was wrong. Birds seem to be supposed to lay eggs. Professor Varen carefully examines the egg and notes that yes, but Marpez is not just a bird, she is a bird of dreams, but this is not the most interesting thing. Professor Varen put the egg in front of him and noticed that he had no idea who would hatch from the egg. The protagonist's face at that moment changed to disappointment. Professor Varen answered negatively to the protagonist's question that this is a bird's egg, which means a bird will hatch from it, doesn't it? And answered that the bird of dreams has everything differently. Different energies began to come out of the egg, and Professor Varen says that depending on the environment, the dream birds absorb different types of mana and lay an egg. The red phoenix raises its beak up and opens it slightly, and Professor Varen notices that in a place with lava, a phoenix will hatch shrouded in flames. A huge crocodile sits under the phoenix, and Professor Varen adds that in a nest of monsters, the chick will take the form of the monsters living there, and so on, and sometimes not a bird is born at all. Professor Varen put the egg on the table and noted that, of course, if he analyzes the streams of mana that the egg emits, he may be able to predict what kind of bird will hatch from it. But myriad types of mana are intertwined in this egg. Professor Varen looked at the egg, moved his hand towards it and noticed that they were like raging molten metal, but right now it was difficult for him to say for sure which one would hatch from the egg. Ronan sat with his mouth open and said that one egg caused so many problems. The main character glanced at Marpez and asked where she had been that she had laid such an egg. No one had ever seen such a shameless bird. Professor Varen slowly clasped his hands, lowered his head slightly and asked what he could ask him to look after this egg. The main character was slightly surprised, but agreed and added that the egg would suit him since it was expensive. Professor Varen smiled broadly and replied that of course he would. The bird of dreams lays an egg once in its life. Professor Varen carefully turned his head towards his bird and added that since Marpez carried him off in front of her saviors, she thought she felt something special in them. The bird chirped loudly, and the professor began to slowly rub its belly and noticed that he wanted to respect the choice of the girlfriend with whom he had lived for so long, so he left it to the protagonist. Ronan took the egg in his hand, stared at it carefully and noticed that it was good. He was also interested in what would hatch from it. Ronan and Assel stood up and the protagonist noted that time was running out and they had already resolved all their issues, so they would go. Professor Varen stood up slightly and told them to wait a little. The professor got up and went in a different direction, adding that he was still thinking about what to give them as a reward and literally just a wonderful option came to his mind. Professor Varen held out his hand with an old scroll and added that everything that would help them hatch the egg was written here. A magnificent view of the capital of the empire opened up. Some time has passed. A building with a large dome appeared. At the entrance there was a high gate with a coat of arms at the top. This is the practical examination hall, the main building of Galelian Castle. A crowd of people sat in a room in which there was only one open door with a man with a list. This is the waiting area for incoming martial artists. A group of applicants was preparing for the exam. The man with the list announced that the exam for applicant number 111 was over. One of the applicants stood up after hearing his 112th number. The young guy went inside. Ronan pursed his lips and wondered what 112 meant. He was next. The main character sat in line with his head on his hand and noticed how long he had to wait. A girl was sitting next to him and he asked her if she also thought, to which he received the answer that this is the case in all exams. Ronan asked, by the way, why she dressed up like that. It's uncomfortable. Maria made an arrogant face and replied that she paid special attention to appearance because all aristocrats try to enter Filion. The girl turned to the protagonist, made a gesture with her hand, coins fell behind her and she added that they could become their future clients, so she should be dressed to the nines, and Ronan noticed that she was trying too hard. Maria yawned widely and said that it was a pity that their cutie was not with them, to which the protagonist replied that nothing could be done about it. The magicians were taking the exam in another place. He would be glad if Assel did not burst into tears there from loneliness. At this time, guy number 111 came out and realized that he had screwed up, and the man with the list announced that the exam for applicant number 111 was over and applicant number 112 could take the exam. Ronan quickly stood up with his hand in his pocket and noted that it was his turn, and Maria told him not to be nervous and just give it his all. Ronan began to walk towards the exam site and Maria added that if she failed, she would not forgive him, and he replied that he knew and thanked him for his support. The protagonist, leaving for the exam premises, noted that he would return soon. 3 long flags hung under the balcony railings. Ronan took a hesitant step inside. He stopped and looked straight. 5 people were sitting in front of him, on high chairs, and he noticed in his head that they were Professor Filion. The main character stared at each of them carefully. He looked forward carefully and added in his head that each of them stood out, but this old man in the center especially. In the center sat an old man in a purple robe and purple eyes. This is the director of the Filion Academy, Archmage Krava Kradier. Ronan glanced at the girl and noticed in his head that this woman was also impressive. In his previous life, he had rarely felt such an aura. This woman was the Supreme Saint Swordswoman Nabarosa, part-time fencing instructor. Ronan made a deep bow and introduced himself. In response, the old man answered him that it was nice to meet you, Ronan. He is the director of the academy, Krava Kradier. The main character glanced at the mannequin after the director said that his opponent would be a magical mannequin, demonstrate his technique on it, what he wanted to show them, to which Ronan replied that it was nothing special. The main character reached for his sword and said that a slashing blow, he thinks, is enough for such a mannequin. The director and professors were surprised by his words. One of them was especially surprised that it was a simple slash, even without the use of mana. The same professor turned to his neighbor and noticed that there will always be a guy who, at the sight of a magical mannequin, begins to talk nonsense, to which the neighbor answers him, what to do, the hillbillies may not even know about him. A magical mannequin stood in the middle of the hall, and Ronan says that you might not be able to tell by looking at it. But the mannequin is able to withstand a blow with an aura, and even quickly recovers. It is a product of magical engineering, thought out to the smallest detail. Two professors whisper that even the genius Shalipan could barely leave a scratch on him. I wonder what this guy wants to show them. Who knows, maybe he will cut him in half. The director of the academy heard this and wondered why they were so rude, despite the fact that the guy was right in front of them. Krava Crater opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought, what if this child proved otherwise? The Archmage watched carefully as Ronan stood up and did not understand where the protagonist got such an aura. The protagonist's face darkened, his eyes glowed brighter, and he began to draw his sword. Ronan took a step towards the mannequin. He delivered a powerful, horizontal blow to the mannequin's neck. The hair on the fencing instructor's head began to tremble. She looked at the protagonist in surprise. Ronan carefully sheathed his sword. He stepped back slightly, stopped, and said he was done. Two professors noticed that he really showed one blow. It was difficult for them to evaluate such talent. One of the professors turned to the director and asked what he would say to this. At this time, the director was sitting with his mouth open. The Archmage bulged his eyes and looked at the main character. Instructor Nabarosa slammed her foot on the table as she stood on it. An instant later, she was already flying towards the protagonist with an attack. She grabbed the sword from its sheath and put it to the protagonist's throat. Nabarosa stopped abruptly, raising a small cloud of dust. Ronan noticed that she scared him. At that time he looked at her carefully and she asked who he was. The instructor's eyes were wild. She asked him who taught him this swordsmanship. The fencing instructor put the sword near the main character's throat, and he asked again about who taught him and what she was talking about, and the instructor noted that she would then ask another question. The woman stood up straight and held a sword near the protagonist's throat and asked if he had seen her movements, to which the protagonist replied that she was truly amazing. The instructor jumped from the table at the main character, and the protagonist noticed that it was difficult to draw her sword so quickly, but she also managed to swing it 3 times. The woman stood firmly, looked at him carefully, and noticed that he was right. She made 3 swings, as self-satisfied as the ones he showed. The main character made a surprised face and decided to remain silent. Memories appear in the instructor's head of how the main character shows his talent and said that he thought she wouldn't figure it out. She remembered Ronan throwing a series of punches at the dummy and noticing his stupid trick. The protagonist raises his sword for a powerful blow, and Nabarosa added that he deliberately slowed down his final blow as if to make sure they would see him. The Archmage carefully watched what was happening, and the instructor noticed that it was impudent and he forgot where to be. 2 chatty professors listened attentively to their conversation and did not understand what they were supposed to see there. The author noticed that these were annoying theoretic professors. Ronan looked down slightly and thought that she seemed to have misunderstood everything. He held back the force of the last blow only because he was afraid that the sword would not withstand it and would break, but judging by her mood. The main character looked carefully at the fencing instructor and noticed that he doubted that she would believe him. The blade near the protagonist's throat began to descend. Nabarosa began to put away the sword, began to slowly walk away, and said that she remembered it, and Ronan was surprised that that was all. A few moments later, Nabarosa turned around sharply, made an angry look, and added that she would definitely train him personally, and Kim realized that this was not all. Nabarosa loudly sat down on a chair, and the Archmage glanced at her and noticed in his head her phrase that she would definitely teach him personally. The headmaster of the academy took a deep breath and thought it sounded like she had already taken this student as her student. The main character stood quietly in front of the academy's leadership and noted that it seemed like he needed to be more attentive, and at this time the Archmage praised the protagonist's work. The director, sitting at the table, extended his hands forward and added that then they would end their test with a simple question. There is no correct answer to it, so just answer as you see fit. Ronan listened attentively, stood still, and heard the question of what he wanted to learn in Filian. The main character looked thoughtfully and noted that this was an interesting question. A memory appeared in his head of standing in front of his dead allies, wondering what he thought would be the answer. Ronan opened his mouth wide and replied that he had no regrets, as if the adult corporal had answered in him. The Archmage opened his eyes wide and listened to the fact that Ronan wanted to learn this first. There was a small balcony above the test room, and the director of the academy understood the protagonist's answer, and he allowed the main character to go. Ronan quickly walked out and slammed the doors. The Archmage looked in the direction of the departing protagonist and muttered under his breath that he would not regret anything. Krava Crater smiled broadly, scratching his beard, and said that it was so troublesome and how he could teach him this. And then the theoretician professor turned to him and said what just happened. First the instructor Nabarosa, and now he, the director. The director looked straight, pretended to be smart, listened to what this boy did, what they both did. Did he show some kind of brilliant trick, and replied that he could say so. The Archmage looked at the crumbling mannequin all this time and added that he would call it talent. The theoretic professors also noticed this and were speechless after what they saw. The mannequin's head fell to the ground with a crash. Ronan looked carefully at the door to the exam room. He raised his head up and wondered what this lady's sword was. The main character remembered how instructor Nabarosa flew at him with an attack and added that if the past him had encountered her, he would have been able to defeat her. Nabarosa looked attentively at the little protagonist, and he thought that it seemed to him that enough difficulties had already befallen his fate, but it seemed that he still had a long way ahead. Ronan smiled broadly and noted in his thoughts that the commander-in-chief, he thinks it was not in vain that he came to Philion. The main character closed his eyes slightly and noticed that he could learn a lot. Ronan began to gradually leave and added in his thoughts that now only the written test remained. He had been memorizing everything for a month, so this would be a piece of cake. Ronan put on a confident face and left the room. The main character sat gloomy, curled up, and noticed that the test was not a piece of cake. The main character sat on the floor in the street and said that he was so screwed up, his life had always been a complete disgrace. Maria and Assel looked at each other and Maria noticed that just think, he didn't answer half the questions. She definitely told him to look through the notes in the bag, and Assel added, "What about this?" A backpack with books appeared in the young magician's head and he continued that Ronan took a couple of books and left the bag, and then concentrated on studying and completely forgot that there was still a lot of material left there. Assel crossed his fingers and added that it was his fault. If he had asked him, this would not have happened, and at that moment Maria made an angry look and said that how could the earth bear such a fool. The heroes stood in the main square, and Assel asked if Ronan had been in this state since the end of the test and whether the results would be out soon. Maria carefully lifted the main character by the hand and said that she understood. "Stop whining. Everything will be fine. Anyway, the practical test is much more important, I'm sure, with his skills." A huge blue rune appeared under the main tower in the square. One of the students shouted that the results had finally appeared, which the main characters noticed. The crowd of students raised their heads and carefully studied the list. Assel glanced at the list and asked that it was a list of those who passed the entrance exams, to which Maria noticed that it appeared earlier than she thought. Assel and Maria found themselves on the list. As a result, the young magician took 12th place in the practical exam and 1st place in the written exam, and Maria took, whatever, 9th place. They looked at each other. Maria blushed deeply and did not take her eyes off the magician. The next moment she jumped on him with joy and shouted that they had passed. Maria took the head of the young magician and noticed that he took 1st place in theory. Assel did not believe her. As a result, she pointed her finger and noticed that it was written there, although 2 other people shared the 1st place with him. Maria began to quickly stroke the magician's head and added that he was still in 1st place. "Well done, cutie," to which Assel replied that he was just lucky. Happy Maria turned her head sharply and asked the main character what place he was in. Turning around, she saw a gloomy and creepy protagonist who simply stood straight. Ronan made a creepy face and said that he knew he wasn't on the list. Maria and Assel quickly ran up to the protagonist and asked if he was serious and noticed that this was impossible. The girl grabbed him by the eyes, opened them and said that stop kidding. He definitely read everything correctly and it couldn't be like that, to which the protagonist replied that he wasn't on the list. He read every name. At that moment, a fireball began to fall from the sky. The ball flew straight into the tower, causing all the students to turn around. Ronan put his hand on the magician's shoulder and said that there was some kind of flash again, and Maria noticed that this was a fireworks in honor of the Phoenix of Glory. Instantly a huge phoenix appeared from the fireball. The phoenix flew higher and opened its wings wide. The bird launched a fireball at the protagonist's face. The ball exploded above his head. A huge inscription appeared from the fireball, which informs that Ronan took 2nd place in the martial arts department, 1st place in the practical exam, and 5,000th place in the written exam. The main characters stood in shock and looked at the result. Maria and Assel immediately attacked the protagonist with hugs and shouted that he had 2nd place. The girl hugged the protagonist tightly and shouted that, having taken 5,000th place in the theoretical exam, he was still able to take 2nd place in the department purely thanks to the practical exam, and Axel praised him. Maria began scratching the smiling protagonist's head and added that she knew he was a genius, to which Ronan replied that he thought she was good at reading people. Ronan opened his mouth wide and thought that if he took 1st place in the practical exam, then it turns out that he lost to him. With his character, he definitely would not tolerate this and it was a little scary. Ronan threw his friends aside, and behind him someone took a loud step. The unknown person slowly walking towards the main character said that it was he, the one who took 1st place in the practical exam, and the frightened Ronan thought that he knew that this was how they would meet. The unknown man in a smart suit took another step forward. He stopped, raised his head, and it became clear that this was the holy swordsman Sholipan. Ronan turned sharply to the swordsman and glared at him. The guy and girl behind said that this was Shulaipan. She couldn't even think that she would meet the rising star of the empire like this. Maria looked attentively at the swordsman and noticed that he wanted to talk with the protagonist. Assel noticed that the atmosphere around him was frightening, and Ronan stood gritting his teeth and thought that he had gotten himself into trouble, which meant that Shulaipan was the same as he was. Ronan looked straight into the blue eye of the swordsman and noticed in his head that the guy who couldn't stand those who wielded a sword better than him, with a vile desire to always win, somehow needed to unravel everything quietly, peacefully. Ronan smiled broadly and said that he did not understand what first place they were talking about. Shulaipan made a gloomy face and glanced at the protagonist. The swordsman stood straight and asked why he was lying, to which Ronan replied that why should he lie, or did he have evidence? If not, then it's good to start a fight and go your way. Shulaipan, in response, began to slowly pull out his sword and scabbard and said that the evidence means, well, now there will be evidence for him. The swordsman quickly draws his sword and delivers a powerful blow to the protagonist, but he abruptly blocks it. Ronan barely withstood his opponent's blow. Assel and Maria looked in shock and worried about the main character. Shulaipan stopped and asked if this was enough. If he weren't in first place, he wouldn't have been able to react. The shocked crowd of students noticed that a fight has begun. Shulaipan, gritting his teeth and getting even more angry, says that show him the skills that surpass him, and Ronan in response clenched his teeth in anger and said that he was gone. Ronan suddenly began to strike quickly with his sword and adds, okay, if that's what he asks. The protagonist's face became gloomy and angry, and he also said that he would show him. Ronan flies up into the air and delivers 3 cross kicks to his opponent. The swordsman does not understand what is happening and only puts his sword forward. A moment later, he delivers a blow that deflects the protagonist's blows. Ronan landed, threw his sword up and said what he wanted and whether he was happy now. Shulaipan carefully looked at his twitching hand. The main square was bright and light. After a moment the swordsman's answer was heard on it that now he understood why he received a good mark, an excellent technique. Then Shulaipan tensed his leg and added that it was just as he thought. Ronan and the swordsman crossed swords and Shulaipan added that this was not enough to beat him. Ronan looked attentively at his opponent and said that no, let's go, cool down, to which the swordsman replied that show him everything you are hiding. The swordsman's face suddenly became gloomy and he said that he was still. Before he can finish speaking, Shulaipan delivers a powerful blow to the protagonist's sword and says that he did not recognize his victory. Ronan parried his opponent's next blow and thought that this idiot was pestering him because he was thinking of dying. That's why he didn't want to cross paths with him. There was a fierce struggle between the guys, and Kim added in his head that at this rate he would even end up using the aura, and this was already a problem. Ronan remembers in his head how Shulaipan uses aura and says that with one swing of his sword he can cause a storm. For this his incredible aura is called the Sword of the Storm and he can no longer cope with it. Ronan began to run away from his opponent, who pursued him diligently. Shulaipan got angry and shouted at his back what he was doing and turned his back to the enemy during the battle. Ronan wrapped his arm around the young magician. Shulaipan runs up to him and adds that he really thinks he will let him go. Assel did not resist, but did not understand why. The swordsman clenched his fist and shouted that he could only stoop to using a lady as a shield and still call himself a knight. Ronan, with a dark face and red eyes, stood on the back of the screaming young magician and said that his character was still the same, even on the verge of death. Ronan lands a powerful blow to the swordsman's face and adds that he values nobility above all else. Shulaipan winced from the blow. The swordsman knelt down, grabbed his face, and Ronan shouted to the girl and the magician that this was their chance, they had to run. Shulaipan came to his senses and only glanced towards the protagonist. The swordsman extended his hand and shouted, "Wait." A bald man emerges from the crowd and asks what is going on here. He came closer and added that he heard a fight here, and after what he saw, he was speechless. Shulaipan turned to the knight who said that he was okay. Who did this to him? The knight came closer and added that describe them. They, the guards, will find and punish them, and Shulaipan, rubbing his nose, replied that he asks to speak informally. Now he is not the son of a ducal family, but an ordinary student like everyone else. The swordsman stood up sharply, turned to the crowd and added that, moreover, you don't have to worry about this, it was a fair fight. Shulaipan extended his hand to his shoulder and said that he would take care of himself. The swordsman looked down and was stunned. A crack appeared on his sword and he thought that the sword was cracked, a sword made of high-quality mithril. Shulaipan remembered the protagonist's technique and added in his head that he thought there was nothing unusual in his skills, but just think, he did something similar with a sword. The swordsman smiled broadly and said under his breath that this was interesting. Shulaipan smiled even wider and added that he remembered the name of the main character. The sun brightly illuminated the dense forest. The next day came, on the outskirts of the capital, the Shimo forest. Ronan took confident steps along the forest path. The main character and Assel walked through the forest, and the protagonist had a map in his hands and muttered under his breath that it must be somewhere here. Assel, rubbing his lip, glanced at the main character and asked that he was sure that everything would be okay, to which the main character turned and asked what he was talking about. A moment appeared in the young magician's head as Ronan deals a powerful blow to the swordsman, and he continues that he is talking about the guy with whom he fought yesterday. He heard that he is the heir to the ducal family of Grantia, the second in importance. After the imperial family, he is his nose broke. Assel, slightly springing, continued to walk with the protagonist through the forest and asked what he would do if he wanted to take revenge, to which Ronan, without taking his nose off the map, replied that don't worry, he's not a bad guy, just turned on swords. In the head of the main character is Sholipen with a blue aura from his head and an army behind his back. He says that he has principles and can be trusted. He serves as an example for everyone who protects the weak. He would even say that he is the embodiment of an ideal aristocrat. The moment of yesterday's conversation between the swordsman and the guards appeared, and Ronan added that he probably said yesterday that it was just a duel, otherwise they would all be in jail by now. He doesn't think so. Assel took the straps of his backpack with both hands and replied that he believed he was right, and Ronan turned slightly and added that forget about it. It's better to look, he thinks they have come. This is the monarch that Professor Varen was talking about. They had a view of the azure water. Ronan smiled broadly, looked at the water and said that this was Fernando's source. An image of mana appeared in the head of the main character, and he began to say that mana envelops the whole world, and the place where, for unknown reasons, it gathers and forms a puddle is called a mana vein. When such puddles mana penetrates the entire environment, a simple stone can become a high-class mana stone, and an ordinary weed can turn into a miraculous healing herb. Absolutely everyone is trying to find mana veins for these incredible effects. Ronan leaned over the water, looked at his reflection and added that since this place is incredibly valuable, no one wants to talk about it, but this professor is very generous. The main character remembered how they looked at the outstretched card and noticed that he shared such value with them for the sake of some kind of egg. Assel carefully examined his hands, heard a question about what he would say and felt something unusual, to which Assel replied that it was the first time he felt so much mana collected in one place. Blue essence gathered around the hands of the young magician, and he added that he thought that here the RN would be able to easily use magic much stronger than his usual one. Assel turned to the protagonist, glanced at the bag with the egg and noticed that the egg usually does this, but now it is absorbing mana at an incredible speed. Violet rays brightly entered the egg, to which Assel said that it seemed that the egg liked the local mana. Ronan turned, looked at the magician and said that he himself would not understand this, the girl would also like it here. Assel trembled slightly and noticed the words of the main character. Assel walked slightly closer to the water and asked if this place seemed strange to the main character. Assel watched the wind carry the leaves and added that Professor Varen said that there is a lot of mana here, and therefore a lot of fantastic creatures come here, and therefore ordinary animals, there should be plenty here. Ronan was shocked by these words, opened his mouth wide and froze. The main character turned to the magician and he asked why they had not heard any animals. Ronan opened his mouth slightly and took a breath of air. The protagonist lowered his head and noticed that he was too relaxed. Ronan stood up, slapped himself on the forehead and said that again everything was not going according to plan and why it was like that everywhere he went. The main character glanced into the dark forest and told the magician to get ready. There were animal corpses in the forest. A crowd of dark silhouettes with red eyes stood near the corpses, and Ronan noticed that he could smell blood. Assel looked at the protagonist in fear and asked about the smell of blood. Ronan replied, "What does he think?" The main character cast a careful glance into the thicket and noticed that someone had already visited here before them. Ronan looked carefully into the forest and said that these were just the guests. At that moment, an arrow flew out of the forest straight at the main character, and the main character noticed that the guests were uninvited. Behind the dense thicket stood a crowd of archers who had already pulled their bowstrings. A huge number of arrows flew out of the forest straight at the main character. Ronan suddenly pulled out his sword and his eyes glowed red. The main character cut off the flying arrow with a sharp blow. The arrowheads began to slowly fall to the ground. The protagonist drew attention to the tips. He examined it carefully and wondered what it was. He had definitely seen such arrows before in a past life, a penal battalion camp. A group of knights sat around a fire in the forest and talked. One of the group was holding in his hands exactly the same arrow that was flying straight at the main character and said that they knew how powerful it was. The guy smiled widely and added that this unusual arrow could tear off the head of even an orc. The main character was sitting on a felled tree, heard a question about what he would say if he wanted one for himself, to which he replied that he was on his own again. Ronan tensed his face slightly and noted that he had been caught with this one for poaching, so maybe he would stop lying, to which everyone laughed, and the guy replied that he was telling them that the arrow was just something. The red-haired guy got a little angry and added that only hunting dogs, those who have successfully carried out 100 attacks, can use such dogs? The monster's grinning mouth, stained with blood and red eyes, looked straight ahead angrily, and the guy added that they were the Calaboro elite. The main character again glanced into the forest and thought that the Calaboros were again and not just mongrels, but hunting dogs. All the chopped arrows fell to the ground, and Ronan noticed that there was nothing wrong. The protagonist took a step forward and told Assel to hide somewhere. Just be careful, don't let them make a porcupine out of himself, and for now he would go away for a while. Ronan made an insanely fast dash forward. A squad of hunting dogs stood in shock and looked at the protagonist. One of them became interested in who he was and how he chopped all the arrows saturated with mana with one swing. The main character pushed his foot against a branch and flew forward. Then he began to push off from tree to tree. The captain of a detachment of hunting dogs ordered to scatter and surround him and attack. Ronan looked straight into the air and thought that, as he thought, he quickly makes decisions, which means these guys are different from the little mongrels he then met in the forest. The squad of hunting dogs instantly jumped in different directions, and Ronan noticed in his head that this was wrong and that was the case. The main character suddenly braked with his foot and shouted that stop it. They can no longer distinguish allies from enemies. The leader of the squad turned to him and muttered what the hell he was talking about. Ronan smiled widely and said that they had not heard yet. The main character stood up straight, threw his sword over his shoulder and said that he was the youngest hunting dog of the Damas branch, Agayat. A group of hunting dogs came closer to the protagonist and asked if he was really a hunting dog. Kim stood quietly and said that yes, he didn't believe him, to which the leader of the squad replied that Ronan wanted him to believe this was nonsense, and even with his connections they wouldn't take such a sucker as a hunting dog. Ronan shook her head and noted that if she didn't believe him, she could ask the wolf of her branch and give him a little advice. The main character raised his head, smiled broadly and added that considering that everyone around you is worthless just because you yourself is not the best habit, brother wild dog, it makes you look really pathetic. The leader of the detachment scrunched his face in anger. The leader approached, grabbed the protagonist by the shirt and said that he was a minor and dared to insult him. He moved closer to the main character, put a knife to his throat and asked him that he wanted him to tear him to shreds, to which Ronan replied that he also likes to attack people. It usually ends badly. A member of the squad approached the leader, put his hand on his shoulder and told him to calm down and not doubt him just because he was a child. A pyramid of the rank system appeared in the protagonist's head and the guy from the squad noticed that after all, only Calaboro knows the system of ranks and branches and he understands all this. At that moment the main character stood with a wide smile and looked at the knife. The guy from the squad slightly gritted his teeth and added that let's find out from the captain first. If Ronan is not lying, then they may have a conflict with the Damas branch. A large man appeared from behind the bushes and noticed that he said just to observe what kind of booth they had set up here. The entire squad turned to the man and froze in horror. Walking a little further, a bald man appeared, covered in scars. This is the captain, the wolf of the Demir branch VM. The leader of the detachment smiled sarcastically, released the protagonist and said that the captain was on time. The leader slowly began to approach the captain and added what this guy said. Ronan lowered his head slightly and wondered if the wolf was here. After a moment, he raised his head slightly, smiled broadly and added in his head that it turns out everyone was gathered here. VM stood straight with his hands at his sides and shouted to the protagonist that he was Agatha from the Damas branch, to which Ronan responded positively. The branch wolf slightly tilted his head and noticed that it was strange, and that he had forgotten here, this part of the mountain range, the territory of the Demir branch. Ronan smiled broadly and replied that he didn't know, he wasn't Agayat. After these words, the captain grimaced his face and did not understand what the protagonist meant. Ronan immediately drew his sword and struck with a powerful blow, killing half of the squad. The upper parts of the bodies of the squad's corpses flew in different directions and Ronan added that he simply called himself the most bastard name he knew. The captain screwed up his face and began to draw his sword. The main character jumped forward, smiled slightly and noticed that the name matched the stinking poacher. Ronan carried out a series of blows on the captain, cutting off his head. A moment later, the protagonist found himself behind the big man and the stunned leader of the group just watched. The leader, with a knife in his hands, could not believe the captain's death. Ronan threw his sword over his shoulder and turned to the leader that he told him that he would end badly. At this moment, the protagonist instantly chopped off the bandit's fingers. The leader glanced, full of pain, at his hand. He fell to the ground and doubled over in pain as Ronan sarcastically commiserated with him. The leader saw Ronan throw a package in front of him and said that if he doesn't want to die here, then pull yourself together and grab it. The main character stood opposite him, stretched out his finger on the bundle and added that mark all the locations of the branches that he knew, but in response he heard only doubts. Ronan raised his sword, carefully ran his fingers over it and replied that it was not clear or he didn't want to. In the next moment, the protagonist made a devilish face and noticed that since he was there was no point in leaving him alive. The leader shouted in fear that he would do everything, but he had nothing to write with. In response to this, Ronin, carefully moving the sword, said that he had already made him an excellent pen. The leader began to cry at the words that he looked at his right hand, why he didn't have a hand. It was day outside, the sun gently illuminated the treetops. Ronin sat carefully on a stone, studied the information from the sheet and said that he saw. He tried, he would even say that he had talent in drawing. The leader, trembling slightly, smiled and said that then he would let him go, as promised. Ronin carefully placed the package in his pocket and replied, "What about it?" The next moment, the main character dealt a powerful blow between the bandit's eyes. Ronin cut the bandit's head in half. Pools of blood flew towards the embittered protagonist and added that of course not. The sun began to slowly set, leaving behind a golden glow. Assel stood near the tree and tried not to throw up, to which Ronin told him not to be dramatic. The main character turned his head at him and added that he had warned him. Assel turned to him and noticed that this was too much. The young magician glanced at the mountain of dead animals and said that the Calaboros really did all this. Ronin and Assel looked carefully at the mountain of corpses. They looked closely, and in such a cloud of corpses there were many different animals, and Ronin replied that he said that it was a crime not to kill them when they met. Assel again took up the tree and said that, but still, to which the main character did not let him finish and said that don't worry, they are all wanted criminals who need to be executed. Ronin lowered his head and wondered what if Professor Varan saw this. The cheerful Professor Varan appeared in his head with his bird on his shoulder. Then he looked at the dead bird and the pile of corpses and added that he would be very upset. The pouch on the protagonist's belt trembled slightly, and Assel asked if it was time for them to return. Ronin quickly turned his head at him and clarified what it was. Assel looked ahead attentively, and Ronin began to take an egg out of the bag and say what's wrong with it. Assel put his finger forward and called the protagonist. Assel trembled all over and asked what it was. The main character cast a surprised glance to the side. Drops of animal blood began to rise up. A moment later, a pool of blood hovered in the air above the animals. The blood was neatly collected together. A huge wave of blood appeared in front of the main characters. Ronin jumped out in front of the young magician, grabbed the sword and asked what the hell it was. The egg slipped out of the protagonist's hand. The egg flew out in front of the main character and lit up brightly. The egg began to absorb blood into itself. Ronin, covering himself from drops of blood, thought that it was absorbing blood. Assel hid behind the protagonist and asked what was happening, to which Ronin replied that he had no idea. The main character smiled broadly and noted that he was sure of one thing. The protagonist looked at the egg without taking his eyes off and added that whatever was under the shell, it was definitely something unusual. The last drops of blood flew towards the egg. The egg absorbed the last drops of blood. Assel, slightly peeking out from behind the protagonist, asked that it was all over, to which the protagonist replied that it was similar, but nothing had changed. Before the main character could finish his sentence, a crack appeared on the egg. The cracks were getting bigger. Assel stood in shock and noticed that the egg was cracked, and Ronin, smiling broadly, said that it was about to hatch. The main character put his fist in front of him with joy and said that it was time to see which dream bird would hatch. Ronin stood with an incredibly happy face. The next second, something flew into the protagonist's face. An unknown object broke his nose and bled, and he didn't understand what the hell happened. A black and purple bird flew out of the egg, and the main character says that it is a bird of dreams. A cute creature with red eyes flew in front of his face. Ronin noticed that no matter how you looked at it, it didn't look like a bird. The flying beast's legs looked like hooves. Assel noticed that he looked more like a dragon. Ronin pointed his finger at the flying beast and asked if he also thought so, to which Assel replied that in books they draw something like this. The professor's blue bird appeared in the main character's head, and he wondered where it had absorbed mana for such a thing to be born. The main character began to gently stroke the animal and noticed that it was cute. A moment later, Ronin approached, pointed his finger at his nose and added that it was too much for a greeting, why would he hit him in the face? A purple rune appeared in front of the beast's face. At that same second, the protagonist's wound was completely healed, without a trace. Ronin stood in shock, examined his nose and did not believe that the wound had healed, and Assel folded his hands in amazement and said that this kid knows the magic of healing, and besides, she really likes him. The beast began to gently rub against the protagonist's face, and he noticed that she was much more capable than she looked. Assel glowed with happiness and suggested giving her a name. Because you can't call her the bird of dreams all the time, the main character approved the idea. The beast drew attention to them after saying what name would suit her. The little beast bulged its eyes and made an incomprehensible sound. The beast rushed forward with incredible speed with the same incomprehensible sound. Assel turned his head at her and asked where she was suddenly, to which Ronin folded his hands, smiled slightly and noticed that she was able to feel that presence. A loud running sound was heard through the forest. The mysterious hooded man ran as fast as he could. It was the messenger of the Demir branch, Ballas. The messenger ran all wet and with clenched teeth. Running up to the pile of corpses of his allies, he stood opposite and wondered what the hell this was. While he was running errands, they all died. The messenger stood behind a tree and watched as the egg absorbed blood and added in his head what kind of sea of blood it was. The messenger turned around, began to run in a different direction and did not understand what was happening here. The next moment, a black-purple animal was already chasing him at full speed. The messenger caught his foot in a tree root. He fell with great force on the ground. The messenger turned sharply and saw the animal flying at him screaming. The beast released a purple liquid that severely injured the bandit's knee. The messenger looked carefully at the wound and shouted that he was bleeding. "Someone, please save him." Ronan quickly ran towards the screams. As soon as he ran up, he ordered the beast to stop. Ronan and Assel stood and looked at her. After a short silence, Ronan said that stop, Sita, she will kill him like that. The main character put his finger in front of him and Sita sat on him, and Assel asked what this new name was, to which Ronan replied that yes, it had been spinning in his head for a long time. Ronan lightly tickled the beast and asked if she liked her new name, and the messenger wondered what this kid was. The messenger opened his mouth wide and added in his head that it was he who was there. He is the owner of this monster. Who he is. Ronan approached the messenger and asked how Ballas was, to which he apologized. The bandit fell to his knees and replied that he was alive thanks to him and tried to thank him. The messenger was speechless and asked how Ronan knew his name. The main character quickly took the sword out of its sheath, put it to the bandit's throat and replied that he had no need to know this. The messenger sat all wet and looked attentively at the blade. A red-haired guy from the Penal Battalion detachment popped into the protagonist's head and he says that who would have thought that we would meet like this? In any case, I'm glad to see them. How is his poaching business? A young, red-haired guy sat before the eyes of the protagonist and asked him that he was a talkative hunting dog Caliboro. Ronan smiled slightly, did not put the sword away, and the messenger replied that he was a simple messenger, and the main character noted that at that time he had a low rank. Well, that's okay, in any case, he needs to do something for him and let's make it clear right away. Ronan smiled widely and said that this was not a request. It was deep night. A couple of coins fell on the main character's hand and he noticed that it was nice. Ronan and Assel looked at the protagonist's hand with delight and he added that everything turned out even better than he expected, and Assel noted that he was also in shock. The main character with a crazy face put the bottle of water up and added that he was a little confused when he said that even water from the source is akin to gold and made him take some. Don Carabella looks at the bottle in shock and the protagonist notes that then he could not even think that the girl's father would offer such a high price for her. Assel turned to the main character and asked that he no longer had to worry about money, to which Ronan replied that yes, and they owed the professor a lot. It's a pity that when they went to thank him and show him the beast from the egg. At this moment, the protagonist and Assel were looking at the door of the professor on whom there was a sign that he had already left on a business trip. A moment appeared in the main character's head as he fought with the leader of a group of hunting dogs and thought that, given the map, he received that task from that hunting dog. At that moment, he remembered the red-haired guy and added that he instructed the red-haired asshole that their conversation would not be limited to simple gratitude. The main character remembered how Ballas begged him on his knees and remembered that he had so intimidated that asshole that he would not dare to betray him. Assel smiled broadly, glanced at the protagonist and asked what he was going to do with all this money, because the second place winners of the faculty are exempt from tuition fees and even receive a scholarship, so he, in fact, does not need to pay for anything, maybe wants to do something with this money. Ronan put his hand to his chin and thought about what he would like, and at this time his pet animal was washing itself on his shoulder. The main characters stood right in the center of the main road and the protagonist thought that if he thought like that, then the entrance ceremony would be coming soon. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the morning capital of the empire. Several days passed. A neat man opens the door of the stagecoach and says that the lady has arrived, and she thanks him in return. The sun was hitting right into her open eye and the girl wondered what the capital meant. Errol jumped out of the stagecoach, glanced up and noticed how beautiful it was here. Ronan carefully approached his sister from behind and asked how the road was, and Errol turned around sharply and was happy about her brother. The main character grinned slightly and asked that nothing like that happened while he was away, to which the sister made a gloomy face and said that she should be the one asking him. Errol glanced at the luxurious stagecoach and noticed that he had any idea how surprised she was when she saw the luxurious carriage in front of their house and where he got the money for it. The sister quickly ran up to the protagonist, grabbed him by the cheeks and asked why he had lost so much weight. He was eating well, to which Ronan reassured her and replied that he was eating normally. Errol exhaled, calmed down and noticed a strange creature on her brother's shoulder and noticed that it was cute. The beast waved its wing at her and Ronan noticed that it was Saida. For some reason she followed him. The main character sharply extended his hand to his sister and added that this will all come later. Sister, they don't have time, they need to hurry. Ronan squeezed her hand tighter and noted that he would be very busy when classes started at the academy, so before that. Ronan carefully glanced at his sister's hand and added that he needed to do everything he wanted. A building with a large window appeared. Errol stood slightly shocked and looked straight, sweating slightly. Ronan sat carefree on a luxurious sofa, thinking that absolutely everything suits her, and she said that she knows that he earned a lot of money and understands that he is so carefree because he received a scholarship, but still. The main character carefully examined the fabric of the dress. Errol put her hands to the side, showing herself in a dress, and asked if it was not a little expensive for a gift. Ronan turned to the man and asked if they could deliver all this. The man answered positively. At the same moment, the shocked sister turned, looked at the mountain of gifts and added that besides, "Isn't it too much?" To which Ronan replied that no, she had to go through so much because of him, so it was time for him to repay her. The main character made a confident look and looked at her. The shocked sister covered her mouth and gasped. A tear appeared from her eye and she asked about her younger brother when he managed to become such an adult. The next moment, Errol began to run out onto the snail and shout that everyone, look how kind his brother is, and Ronan ran after her, trying to stop her and telling her to stop. The main character carefully examined the purchased items and said that since they finished here, they will move on. They began to slowly leave the room. His sister ran up to him and asked where they were going now, to which Ronan replied that on the craft street, he needed to get a normal sword, otherwise he had worn out his own badly. The main character opened the door slightly and added that it was because of one guy, and Sholipen stood outside the door and asked if he finally came out. The main character turned his head at him and heard his name. The next second, the protagonist screamed loudly. The main character jumped back to his sister and asked what he forgot here, is he a stalker? To which Sholipen calmly looked at him and replied that he had come to pick up a new sword that he ordered nearby, because this one had become defective because of him. The swordsman looked away slightly and added that he happened to see him anyway and decided to wait. He hoped he had cleared up the misunderstandings. Ronan threw an angry look at him and said that this is what it means to be a stalker gone and what else has become defective. The main character with great anger begins to take out his sword and shout that how he has the nerve to say such a thing after what he did with his sword. Who else should blame whom? The main character approached the swordsman and added that he should show him what a truly defective sword is, to which the swordsman replied that it sounded interesting if he wanted revenge. At that moment, the main character's sister appeared between them and shouted that he needed to stop. She told him not to swear. Ronan began to answer that she had it all wrong, it was just this guy. Before he could finish speaking, his sister objected to him with her finger, and Sholipen stood behind him and wondered what was happening. Errol, straightening her hair, turned slightly to the swordsman and said that she was really sorry for what happened. Her brother might be foul-mouthed, but he was a good boy. Flower petals floated around the swordsman, the heir to the great noble family of Grantia, the rising star of the empire, Sholipen. He looked at the protagonist's sister with a mad look. In the future, he said that at this moment in his eyes, Errol was all lit up and interested, which made him very surprised. Sholipen blushed slightly and could not take his eyes off her. Meta goddess. Errol leaned over slightly and added that it was all her fault. She didn't raise him well enough. She asks him to forgive her younger brother, to which the excited Sholipen replied that no. He put his hand to his chest and continued that it was because of his temper, she had nothing to apologize for. Errol looked at him with admiration, listened to the end that he was to blame for what was happening, so she asked him not to worry and answered him that he was so kind. The sister approached him, took his hands and noticed that just to think that the main character has such a good friend, she is so glad. Ronan watched as colors floated around them, his sister asking him to take care of her brother. The main character, looking at them, opened his mouth wide and continued to look. At this moment, Sholipen slightly unfastened and said that first he would compensate him for the sword, although now he did not have gold with him. He pulled a large, golden seal out of his pocket and held it forward, at the same time saying that he was asking her to take this. This is his family's identification token. The sister took this token, was surprised, and Sholipen noticed that with it she could go anywhere in the empire, and the emotions of the protagonist were overflowing. He shouted that he at least understood how valuable he was giving her. Sholipen looked straight at the girl and said that if they wanted to buy a sword, he recommended visiting the forge at the western end of the craft street. The forge creates weapons very carefully and responsibly, and Sholipen notes that it has a 500-year history, so it is difficult for ordinary people to get into it, but with this token they will be allowed through. The swordsman turned sharply, blushed deeply, began to leave and finally added that he hoped they would make an elegant sword there. Ronan froze in place and wondered if this guy who had gone there even understood what he had just done. Errol carefully looks at the token in his hands, and Ronan noticed in his head that with the identification token of the Grantia family, even a decent-sized village can be redeemed. Sholipen walked confidently towards the exit, and Ronan asked himself that this was really the Sholipen he knew. The next sunny day arrived. A crowd of students stands in the main square. This is the entrance ceremony of the Filian Academy. The director of the academy comes out in front of the students and says that it's nice to meet them, freshmen of the 787th intake. The Archmage carefully folded his hands and added that he was the director of the Filian Academy, Krava Kradir. The main characters stood, looked attentively and listened as the Archmage said that as they know, they are all talents who entered here, having passed a strict selection and proven their potential. Sholipen stood confidently and also listened that he was confident that by combining their boundless talent and the best training of the academy. The professors sat behind the director and listened attentively. Krava Kradir smiled broadly and noted that all of them could go down in the history of the empire. The director still stood on the stage and shouted that he congratulated the freshmen on their admission. Ronan yawned slightly and thought how grandiose it was. I glanced at my sister, who was wiping her tears with a handkerchief, and noticed in my head that such moments are also needed in life. My sister likes it just the way she likes it. Krava Kradir crossed his fingers for a click and added that now. The next moment, he snapped his fingers. Pink and blue essences began to surround the crowd. Assel called out to the main character, looking in shock at what was happening. A crowd of students stretched out their hands and turned their attention to something ahead. A huge crack appeared in the sky and someone from the crowd noticed that the heavens were being destroyed. The crack grew larger and stones flew out of it. A huge stadium appeared around a crowd of students. The main character turned around and glanced at another crowd who shouted that they were welcoming the younger ones. He wondered what was happening. Ronan and Assel looked up in fear, and the protagonist thought that he had just moved the entire site with a simple snap of his fingers. The director of the academy slightly closed his eyes, smiled and said that now, at the end of their entrance ceremony, they will begin the meeting of their seniors with their juniors. Two dark silhouettes in a suit shake hands with each other, and the author says that the meeting between seniors and juniors is held to exchange experiences between incoming and second-year students. The silhouettes clasped their hands tighter, and the author added that this is a special event of Filian, and it always takes place in a tense atmosphere. Ronan and Sholipen stand next to each other in a large arena, and opposite them there is a crowd of guys, and the author continues that it looks like this. Those who took first and second place in the entrance exams each choose one of the 4 strongest second years, each of whom has their own fighting style. Ronan and Sholipen made angry faces and looked towards their opponents, and the author added that they were having a duel with them. Krava Kradir smiled broadly and said that this event reflects the approach to learning at their academy. The main character and the swordsman stood in the circular arena, and the Archmage added that they believe that they need to learn not only from professors, but also from other students, because finding each other's vulnerabilities, teamwork and competition will mark the beginning of their learning. Earl sat attentively and listened as the professor said that this ceremony was the first step towards learning through fights between students of different courses. Krava Kradir opened his eyes wider and added that, of course, first-year students have the right to choose their opponents, and they can also refuse the fight. Ronan got a little angry after the second years said that they hoped they didn't intimidate the first years too much, and they themselves would want to participate, and said that God, so many words, but in fact it was simple hazing. The second-year squad stood opposite the main character and included Nasto from the martial arts department, the first in the second-year ranking, Braum from the martial arts department, the second in the second-year ranking, and he, in turn, noticed that these were the 2 main celebrities of this year. Also Karan from the martial arts department, 4th in the second-year ranking, and Irina from the martial arts department, 3rd in the second-year ranking, and Braum added that the rising star of the empire, Sholipen, and the comet that beat him in the practical exam, Ronan. The main character backed away slightly after the guy said that he was impatient, that he wanted to fight with them as quickly as possible, and noticed that this guy was strong. The protagonist glanced at his agitated sister and thought that since everything was going this way, this was a great opportunity to show his sister that he could stand up for himself. The main character closed his eyes and added in his head that making friends is not a problem for him. Ronan sharply opened his eyes after the professor's phrase that now representatives of the first years can choose their opponents. The main character raised his hand high and said that he had something to offer, and the shocked Archmage replied that he was listening to him. Ronan stood at attention with his hand raised and continued to say that if he could freely choose, he would like to learn a lesson from all his respected elders. After these words, Krava Kradir opened his eyes wide and looked at the protagonist. The second-year squad looked at him menacingly after saying that, well, of course. The main character smiled broadly and added that from everyone at once. The action stopped slightly, the students stood calmly in the arena and waited for events to develop. The director of the academy was chatting about something with the professors. The Archmage turned to the fencing instructor and asked what she would say. Nabarosa lowered her hands and replied that he should be allowed, because the main principle of the academy is that you can do whatever you have the strength to do, so whoever wins will serve as a lesson for many. At that moment, the entire teaching staff turned to look at her. Nabarosa added that if something happened she would intervene in the battle, and Krater just lowered his eyes. The director of the academy closed his eyes and said, "Okay, then that's what we'll do." The main character stood confidently in front of the 4 elders. 4 second-year students stood and looked angrily at the main character. Karan raised his spear, twisted his face with anger and said that this was absurd. The milk on his lips had not yet dried, and he was already looking down on them. The girl added that he beat the 2nd place, so the urine hit his head and he needs to be punished lesson. The blonde guy with his head slightly lowered told them to calm down. At this moment, he glanced at the swordsman and added that he may be arrogant, but he defeated the rising star of the empire. He should not be underestimated. The guy began to pull his sword out of its sheath and said that you need to give it your all from the very beginning, and did everyone understand? After these words, the entire squad reached for their weapons and everyone got ready. Earl sat clenching her fists and noticed that it looked creepy. The sister shouted from the stands to tell him to be careful, and if he couldn't handle it, then let him give up right away. In response, Ronan simply waved his hand at her. Krater walked up to the railing of the observation deck and said, "Well, then the first battle between the elders and the younger ones." The senior squad prepared fully, and Ronan quickly pulled out his sword and stood up straight, and the archmage added that it was beginning. At that same second, the blonde guy was already flying towards the protagonist with a blow. Ronan miraculously managed to dodge. Looking directly at the blade above his nose, he noticed in his head that it was a good blow. A moment from his fight against the merchant's daughter appeared in the main character's head, and he thought that much better than that girl's attack. It seems that these 4 second years are on a completely different level. Ronan began to dodge the next blow and added in his head that moreover, the girl flew at the main character with all her strength with daggers, but Ronan parried the blow. The girl's face was crazy. The main character struck back, but the girl blocked it. A guy with a spear appeared behind the girl and told her to bend down. The guy dealt a powerful direct blow directly to the protagonist. Ronan looked carefully at the blades approaching him. The next second, he sharply parried the blow and noticed in his head that they were working well as a team. Ronan landed on one knee. The main character turned his gaze to the left. Behind him, he saw a huge guy swinging at him with an equally large sword. The guy swung harder and asked why he started all this. The guy dealt a powerful blow to the main character and added that he wanted a serious battle with him. Ronan parried the blow without any problems and noticed in his head what a strong and confident blow it was. Before the eyes of the main character, 3 more guys attacked him, and he thought that they were also attacking one by one, and without a break, they were all at a very high level. Ronan was surrounded by second-year fighters. The main character jumped up very hard, and at the moment of disappearance, the big guy broke the stone. After the impact, the entire group flew above the ground. The girl looked behind her at the protagonist and was surprised at his speed. At that moment, Ronan slipped through the 2 elders, slightly damaging them, and added that Filion was impressive. Shards of weapons fell to the ground. Ronan noticed how the sword stuck into the ground. The main character turned his head and looked attentively. One of the squad stood terribly angry and noticed that Ronan was really strong. Ronan put his hand on his belt, looked straight at the masked man and replied that he had not lost his battle boom. The protagonist raised his sword in front of his face and noted that if this were the case, he would be serious until the very end. The main character and the second-year student simultaneously raised their swords to strike. The elder opens his eyes wide in shock and notices in his head that this stance cannot be. Ronan carefully raises his sword for a powerful blow. A projection of the instructor appeared behind the main character. Ronan smiled widely. He dealt a powerful blow to the seller. A crack appeared on the white object. Guy with huge, split swords. The main character walked carefully in the center and said that he had learned a lot from them. Ronan turned to them and called out. The fragments of the sword fell to the ground with a jingle. The entire arena suddenly fell silent. The spectators looked at the battlefield with their mouths open. Suddenly, all the spectators in the arena will scream and say together that this newcomer is incredible. At first it seemed that he was losing, but in the end everything instantly turned upside down. He is definitely a first year. The entire group stood and looked at their broken weapons. The blonde guy grinned slightly and noted that he had nothing to object to here. He was no match for him. The main character stood straight, and the guy asked where he came from, a real monster. At this time, Ronan stood straight and looked carefully in the direction of his sister. He strained his eyes slightly and looked even more closely at his sister. Earl held her neighbor by the shirt and noticed that this was her brother, and the protagonist noticed in his head that now she would not worry that he could be beaten here. The main character began to walk toward the second-year students and wondered what now. The second-year students, after the main character said that they did a good job, turned to him and stared. The main character came closer to them, bowed slightly and noted that he had learned a lot from them. Ronan bowed even more and added that amid the joy of being accepted, he had gone a little overboard, but they were much stronger than he thought. He was truly grateful that they accepted the challenge from their youngest. At this time, Maria and Assel stood with their faces screwed up and did not understand what was happening to the main character. The protagonist was still standing in a pose of worship in front of the shocked elders and said that let's forget about his rudeness today. He hopes he can still learn a lot from them in the future. The second years looked at each other and grinned slightly. The largest of the elders jumped up from the ground and shouted that at first it seemed to him that he was an asshole, but he was not only strong, but also well-mannered. The elder approached the protagonist, took his hand and said not to be modest. He honestly won thanks to his skills and let him behave more confidently. The elder raised the protagonist's hand up and noted that this is the whole essence of Filion. The big second year winked at the main character and noted that he showed incredible skills, and Ronan smiled widely and replied that he was passionate not only in battle. Earl sat and cried, wiping her eyes with pieces of the shirt of the guy next to her, and Ronan thought that now he had shown his social skills, so now she should understand that she has nothing to worry about. A girl with purple hair stood under the arena and carefully watched the protagonist. Then she bit her lip lightly and commented that Ronan was interesting. Evening came, and a bright light shone from the windows of the academy. The tables in the academy were bursting with food. The students ate and socialized with each other. Assel looked carefully at everything around him and said that he was wondering what the banquet in honor of admission would look like. Assel began to look around even more, looked up and added that it turned out to be so grandiose. Maria sat opposite the main character, began to bite off a piece of meat and said that she had said that this was the most prestigious academy in the imperial capital. Nothing less could be expected from it, to which Ronan replied that it was true. He had even stopped being surprised by everything. Assel smiled slightly, turned to the main character and asked that Ronan had already seen off his sister, to which the protagonist gave a positive answer. In the head of the main character, I remembered the moment when he saw off his sister and said that she was too worried about him, so he had to calm her down for a long time. In the protagonist's head, Sita appeared sitting on Earl's shoulder and added that he even sent the beast with her just in case, so you don't have to worry about her. Assel, with shining eyes, turned to the protagonist and noticed that he cared deeply about his sister, to which Ronan responded positively. The main character slowly extended his hand to his plate and said that now he needs to find out what they serve here. Ronan abruptly took a piece of meat from the table, wished everyone a bon appetit, and at that moment Shalipan appeared behind him and asked that he was seriously just enjoying his food. The main character turned his head and looked at the standing swordsman. The protagonist jumped up from his chair with a piece of meat in his hand and shouted what he wanted. The main character hit the table with a piece of meat, thereby breaking the plate, and added that he wanted to fight again. To which Shalipan just calmly crossed his arms and replied that he didn't come to fight, he just wanted to check something important. Shalipan immediately took out a notepad with a pen and asked where Lady Earl's main base was located, how far it was from the imperial capital. These words made the main character sweat. Shalipan began to write something down and continued to wonder about the quality of the roads on the way to it, whether it was well guarded, whether bandits often appeared there. In response to this, the main character turned pale and began to guess what Shalipan was talking about. The swordsman looked down slightly, darkened slightly and added that he took care of the escort. I'm sure he at least hired mercenaries. Shalipan again looked into his notebook and noticed that if not, then he is worse than the prisoners of the Rottland prison. In response, the main character got angry and said that he took care of everything. Someone was looking after her, much more reliable than ordinary mercenaries. Shalipan became gloomy and sweated slightly after the protagonist said that he didn't have to worry, nothing would happen to her unless a wyvern or something like it appeared. Shalipan got very angry, broke the handle in half and shouted that he wanted to say that if a wyvern attacked her on the way, she would be in danger. In response to this, the main character told him to calm down and not behave like a crazy person. Ronan put out his finger, started poking it at the floor and added that why the hell is he throwing a circus here because of his sister, who is he anyway? Shalipan suddenly stood in line and began to say what it was. His legs trembled slightly and added that she was simply worried about the safety of the lady whose fate crossed his, because this is natural for a knight. A girl with purple hair walked past the students and they turned around. She stopped and said what an interesting show they put on here. The guys stopped arguing, turned to her and heard that the Wolf of Grantia, since when did he become so talkative? Shalipan turned slightly towards her and replied that she needed something, Akalusha. The girl looked at them, slightly straightening her hair, and the author informed that it was Elizabeth Akalusha, especially a first-year student, who took first place among those admitted to the Faculty of Magic. Elizabeth smiled broadly and replied that don't get her wrong, Grantia. The girl opened her violet eyes wide and said dryly that now she was only interested in Ronan. Shalipan turned to the shocked protagonist. Ronan turned his finger on himself and asked her again. The main character asked why suddenly, and Sholipen looked at her incredulously. The swordsman lowered his head, exhaled, and noticed that she was again with her evil hobby. Sholipen turned sharply and said that he was done with his work here, so do what you want. The swordsman left silently, and suddenly, after a moment, he turned to the main character and added that he thought it was worth at least sending a couple of his family's guards, to which Ronan got very angry in response and told him to just get out of here. Assel carefully took the main character by the clothes and called him. Assel slightly raised his hand and said that this was the same girl during the fight. Ronan relaxed his gaze slightly and interrupted the young magician and said that he might not remind him. Elizabeth appeared in the main character's head in magical clothes, and he noticed that she showed complete superiority. In his head, Elizabeth used magic with the staff and defeated her opponent in the arena. She made a direct strike with her staff. A huge crater was left at the site of her impact, and Ronan added that he would even say that she had overdone it. The girl put her finger to her cheek and said that he didn't think there was a need to teach a lesson to those who were insolent. The girl approached the main character slightly and asked if he understood what she was talking about, to which the main character crossed his arms and said that no, he didn't understand and it was better for her to tell him why she came. Elizabeth began to slowly approach the protagonist and replied that she was impressed by his talent. The girl smiled broadly and added that she had come to propose, and at that moment she put her hand behind her jacket. The girl also added that this is a very special offer that a petty criminal would not even dare to dream of. Elizabeth handed him a necklace with a huge purple stone in the center. Ronan looked at him, stunned. The amulet had a purple crest in the center, and Ronan thought it was an invitation from the Akalusha family. The stone hovered over a huge castle and illuminated everything with a purple color, and the author says that Akalusha, unlike other nobles, who value blood ties, talent was the main thing for them. Their family raised many talents. 3 people with violet eyes stood nearby and looked around, and the author added that thanks to this they took the place of one of the pillars of the empire. The main character carefully took the amulet, began to carefully examine it, and the author noticed that they gave those who had potential the opportunity to become part of their family. The amulet glowed brightly in the hands of the protagonist, and the author added that the symbol of this opportunity is an invitation to Akalusha. The main character put the amulet in front of his face and said that she could just give it to people, and in response the girl grinned slightly and replied that since she was asking such a question, she knew what it was. Ronan took a careful look at the amulet and said that he had simply heard about it. The main character carefully stared at the amulet and did not take his eyes off it. The main character remembered how he was sitting near the fire, opposite the commander-in-chief Adeshan. The girl handed him the amulet and noted that this was an invitation, and Ronan looked incredulously in response and asked what happened to him. Even such a commoner like him could become part of a great family, just like her. Commander-in-Chief Adeshan sat on a stone and answered positively. The girl stared at him and noted that, of course, first you need to pass a test from the head of the family, but for those who have talent, this is not a problem. Adeshan closed her eyes slightly and added that so keep this in mind, Corporal Ronan, as soon as you wash away your sins with the achievements in this war, he too can receive this invitation. Hearing these words, the main character trembled slightly. Ronan lit up in the commander-in-chief's eyes and she noticed that she considered him very talented. The main character was still carefully examining the amulet. Elizabeth stood opposite and noticed that since he already knew, she saw no point in explaining everything to him. She hoped he would make a wise choice. The girl began to leave, but finally said that even though she was born a wolf, she lived among the sheep. At that moment, she turned her head, looked at him with her violet eyes and added that he would become one of them. Elizabeth left, and 4 more security men followed her. Assel exhaled and noticed that she had left, and Ronan watched her carefully and said that geniuses always do what they want. The main character lowered her eyes slightly and said that it was good that now he could contact them. Ronan squeezed the amulet tighter in his hand and thought that Akalusha, they might be useful to him. A beautiful view of the academy's courtyard opened up, and the author says that at the Philian Academy, the students' abilities are most valued depending on your grades, and your environment also changes. 3 buildings of different qualities appeared, and the author noted that the most striking example of this was the dormitory system. A large house with a beautiful fence appeared, and the author noticed that all the average children end up in the Neshin Hall. A group of students walk along the corridors and have a nice conversation, and the author adds that everyone gets a clean room there, a high-class cafeteria and the like. A pretty good dormitory where they have everything they need. On the other hand, 30% with the worst academic results end up in the Crater Hall. An old, decrepit building appeared. One of the crowd of students is dissatisfied with settling here, and the author notes that the first day of those who get here always begins with screams. That same guy points his finger at the decrepit house and shouts that they should live in this crumbling hut. They are nobles, they need at least several servants. The group leader says that the workers are in the Crater Hall, but before he could finish speaking, the guy interrupted him. The man became more confident and said that there are 4 people in each room, a cafeteria, showers and toilets are shared. The man shrugged, closed his eyes slightly and noted that these are the rules of the academy. Don't look at him like that, so study hard, young gentleman, otherwise you will remain here for the next semester. The crowd of students was afraid of his words. The author adds that the latter, which houses the top 10% of students, is Nabarda's Hall. A luxurious building appeared, it was shining in the sun. The author noted that it can be described in one phrase. At this moment, the main character stared at the dormitory and said, "What is it?" Ronan stood in the middle of a luxurious living room and added that it looked very rich. The main character looked around, paying attention even to the flowers neatly standing on the table. The main character bent slightly over the table, asked that all this was done for students, and indeed the famous academy, and drew attention to the piece of paper on the table. He glanced at the pile of sheets of paper next to the pen and muttered under his breath that this was the same course selection form they were talking about. Ronan picked up one of the pieces of paper, looked at it carefully and said that he just needed to choose the courses he would like to take. The main character closed his eyes slightly and added that in the first year you need to adjust, so everyone says not to choose many, but all the courses look interesting. Ronan took a closer look at the paper and noticed that this was a classic mistake made by first years who had hell ahead of them. From the street, through the window, one could see the main character carefully studying the documents. Ronan sat wide in his chair and said it was wonderful, just perfect. The main character marked most of the courses with circles and added that this might be a bit overkill, but since he is in Filion. The protagonist raised the piece of paper above his head and shouted that he must take all the courses he wants. The weather was cozy and warm outside, and somewhere you could hear that this was the end. Ronan, slightly annoyed, the chief instructor Abar, who is the basics of imperial fencing, told the main character that he no longer needs to take this course. The main character turned with a sword in his hands at him and asked. Ronan ran up to the instructor and said what he meant, because they had just started, in response to which the instructor smiled widely and noted that these were his words. Deep grooves were visible on the floor, and the instructor began to say that they had only just begun. Abar folded his arms across his chest and continued that he had already perfectly mastered all the basics of imperial fencing techniques and, according to the rules of the academy, students are allowed to be released from classes as soon as they have mastered the entire curriculum. All the students looked at the instructor after he said that if he stayed, he would only demotivate the rest of the students. Abar smiled broadly, showed a finger up and added that he should not become arrogant and just continue to study. It began to get slightly dark, and the main character was sitting alone on the shore of a small lake. Ronan stuck his sword into the sand next to him and starts muttering that what the hell, not just from imperial fencing. A moment appears in the main character's head about how he is the best archer and adds that he is the best at archery and monster hunting. At that moment he remembered how he finished off the last monster and the instructor praised him. Ronan got very angry, put his fingers in his hair and shouted that he was being kicked out of everything. The main character touched his hair and said under his breath that he didn't imagine everything like that at all, and behind him someone took a step and said that she thought he looked familiar, shouldn't he be in class? The main character heard a voice and slightly moved his gaze. Ronan turned his head and was surprised that it was instructor Nabarosa standing there. The instructor smiled broadly and said that she understood that he had already completed all the courses. The main character began to slowly rise and noticed that all courses would be like this. He stood up, stood opposite the woman and said that he thought Filion would be better, and Nabarosa listened to him carefully and thought that she knew that these were just courses for first years, but to finish them all on the first day, in principle, this and it was worth waiting for. A moment appeared in her head of how the main character strikes and she noticed in her head that it only took one glance for him to copy her technique. The instructor slowly threw her sword off her back and began to say that as an instructor of Filion, she cannot close her eyes to this, give her your sword. Ronan handed her the sword into her hand. She took his sword and added that she would teach him a very important lesson. Ronan got a little angry and asked why she needed his sword. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard behind him. The main character turned and saw that it was the lake that had exploded. Ronan was a little scared by what he saw. Nabarosa began to slowly approach and said that she thought that was all that this piece of metal was capable of. The instructor pulled the sword along the ground and added that it couldn't even be called a weapon. It only prevented him from revealing his full power. The protagonist carefully examined his weapon. Nabarosa bent down slightly, pulled her hand towards the sword and noticed that he should look carefully. The instructor slowly took the sword out of its sheath, and the main character watched in shock as he radiated green energy. Nabarosa made a direct, vertical strike. The main character sharply dodged the green rays from the blow, and behind him the lake rose and formed a huge wave. A huge, green beam of light shot across the entire lake. Water from the lake began to slowly fall on the main character's head, simulating rain. The lake began to slowly calm down and take its normal shape. Nabarosa began to slowly sheath her sword and asked what he now understood. The instructor looked at him slightly gloomily and added that what he was missing. A weapon floats in space and the main character says that a weapon, A strong and sharp piece of iron created for fighting opponents should preferably not be broken when used, but even if it breaks, you can simply take a new one. In other words, it is a consumable item. Ronan, with his mouth slightly open in surprise, stood and carefully examined the waves and noticed that this was what he thought until he saw it. The protagonist is slightly turned sideways towards the lake, looking at a huge cut in the water. He turned his eyes slightly, made a dissatisfied look, and thought about how absurd it was. A moment appeared in the main character's head when Nabarosa swung her sword, striking with green essence, and Ronan added that she simply changed her sword and made exactly the same swing. It also appeared in his head how her blow cut the lake in half and noticed that the difference in his strength was simply colossal. Nabarosa carefully began to throw her sword over her shoulder and said that one breath and a tiny drop of strength, it would seem, is such a trifle, but on the battlefield it is this little thing that can cost one's life, so wasting one's strength is a waste, certain death. The instructor looked carefully at the main character and added that, moreover, if he uses mana, then he simply must choose a suitable weapon, but, of course, he does not understand this, because he still does not know how to use mana. After such words, the protagonist's finger trembled slightly. He turned his head slightly towards the instructor and noted that she knew, and Nabarosa replied that yes, she found it hard to believe that he was able to demonstrate such power without using mana at all. One day he would be able to use it. Ronan bowed his head sadly and glanced at the damp ground. Nabarosa smiled widely and added that in order to do this correctly, he would need a good weapon. The instructor carefully examined the protagonist and noticed that he was deep in thought, and also invited him to come to her classes. Ronan turned to look at her in shock and began to sweat slightly. Ronan turned to the departing instructor and asked her again, and she responded by noting that only second year and older guys were allowed to attend her course. But for him she would make an exception, but he needed to come with a normal weapon instead of this piece of iron. The main character looked carefully at his sword and heard Nabarosa add that this was a condition for admission to her classes. The sun illuminated the huge market square. There is a funny sign on the door saying that they sell hammers here. Ronan carefully examined the sign, and Assel asked what it was because of the meeting with the instructor. He came here on his first day off. A moment flashed through the main character's head as Shulaipan hands his sister the emblem of his family. Ronan stared attentively at the old, decrepit building, and Assel inquired that this was the forge that Shulaipan recommended. The young magician smiled broadly and noticed that no matter what she looked like, she looked a little, but Maria interrupted him by saying that she was very shabby. It felt like she would fall apart from one touch. The Grancha family definitely shops in it all the time. The main character grinned slightly and noted that they would probably find out when they went inside. The main characters carefully opened the door to the room. Thick cobwebs could be seen in the corners of the forge. Ronan, Maria, and Assel went inside and noticed that things were even worse inside. The main character glanced at the door that was opposite and noticed that Shulaipan would not lie. From the door opposite appeared a large paw with sharp claws and a voice that asked who was making noise here. Was he actually sleeping? A monster came out of the door, stomping loudly with its paw. A huge wolf appeared in front of the heroes and asked who they were. The main characters froze in horror and listened as the wolf said that why make so much noise in broad daylight? They can't see, maybe the fire isn't burning. Ronan raised his head to the wolf and noticed that what a sight it was, a werewolf in the forge. The werewolf opened his mouth wide and asked if they were deaf. The werewolf poked his head forward, cast a careful glance at the token in the outstretched hand of the protagonist and heard that, of course, he had come to buy a weapon. What else could he have forgotten in the forge? The main character made a confident face, looked straight into the werewolf's eyes and noticed that Shulaipan recommended this place to him. He said that he had an excellent weapon. The werewolf looked attentively at the token and muttered that it was the token of the Grancha family. The werewolf felt green essence around the girl, blue around the young magician, and white around the protagonist. The werewolf straightened up, put his hands at his sides and noticed what he wanted from him. He could even shove it up his ass. This wouldn't make him Grancha. The werewolf yawned widely and added that he doesn't know where the information about this place leaked from, but it's time for them to get out of here. He doesn't discuss children. The wolf had already begun to leave and added that although there was one option. At that moment he turned sharply and began to lick his lips. The werewolf poked his fingers at the young magician and said that give him the hand of this soft-bodied guy and maybe he will change his mind. The werewolf opened his mouth wide and added that he was just hungry and would not refuse such generosity. The main character looked carefully at the werewolf's mouth and heard Assel shouting that it was not tasty. Ronan put his hand on his sword and addressed the werewolf as if he were a mutt. Then he looked at him with evil eyes and noticed that he had crossed the line. The main character, with a sharp movement, struck a powerful blow to the werewolf's chest. The wolf stuck out his tongue in pain. The werewolf flew back to the door from which he had come out and groaned slightly. Ronan put the sword in front, began to examine it and noticed that he thought so. The blow felt strange. Armor appeared on the wolf that emitted electricity and Ronan asked where it came from. This armor. A werewolf in full armor sat on the ground and held on to the impact site. The main character moved the sword to the side and added that it doesn't matter and it doesn't matter. Ronan hovered over the wolf, gave him a terrible look and said that he could just break her, and the werewolf responded by screaming at him to stop and it was just a test. The protagonist began to slowly sheathe the blade and asked him again. The wolf crouched, raised his muzzle and replied that they always test the skills of their new clients. The werewolf closed his eyes, took his hand to the place of the blow and added that he also just wanted to check the invisible armor, which he did, so he went a little overboard with the provocation. He really didn't want to harm them. Ronan was slightly embarrassed and noted that this was an original excuse. Ronan again hovered over the blacksmith and asked what he wanted him to believe in such a thing. The wolf was still sitting on the floor, stretched his hand forward and noticed that it would be strange, on the contrary, if the forge serving the Grantius family did not have any checks and if he still didn't believe him, he could simply ask the swordsman later. The main character cast another ominous glance at him and began to think. Ronan quickly put the sword away and remarked that it was a funny test of how painfully one can die, and the werewolf laughed and replied that no, it was his fault, he had gone a little too far. The blacksmith smiled broadly, waved his hand to the young magician, asked for forgiveness and said that he did not mean to frighten him. Hassel, looking slightly over the girl's shoulder, heard that the werewolf did not eat people and noticed that this caused great relief. The armored werewolf straightened up, put his hand on his chest and said that, by the way, his name was Didikin, he was not only a blacksmith apprentice, but also a gatekeeper. Didikin pointed his finger at the protagonist and asked what his name was, to which Ronan introduced himself, and the wolf noticed that Ronan had come for a weapon. Didikin turned sharply and said that he would lead them inside. This place is just an entrance. The werewolf pointed to the door from which he came out and noticed that the real forge was inside. The main characters and Didikin found themselves in a room made of bricks and the werewolf asked if everyone was standing firmly on their feet. The blacksmith extended his hand, pressed the brick and told them to get ready. The loud sound of huge gears was heard. Ronan began to look around, because everything around was shaking, and Didikin added that now they would see miracles. The main characters raised their heads and watched as they quickly went underground. Ronan raised his head up, and Didikin explained that this was an elevator made of magic stones and a pulley, the fastest way to the real forge. Ronan lowered his eyes and listened that this place was the best and largest forge in the empire. The main characters and the blacksmith ended up in a huge, underground city, Grand Cappadocia. Ronan looked carefully through the glass and noticed that to think there was such a place underground, there were no words. Didikin smiled widely and said that Ronan could be happy that since he had passed his test, he would take responsibility and take him away. Ronan and the beast stared at the wolf attentively, and he added that to the best artisan of Cappadocia. No. Someone struck a powerful blow to the anvil. A dwarf with a red eye stood and beat the blade with a hammer, and the wolf noticed that it was for the best for the artisan of the empire. Blacksmiths work hard at the forge, creating new masterpieces. Ronan noted that who would have thought that there was such a huge forge near the capital. The main characters and Didikin stand behind the blacksmiths and the wolf notices that, after all, this forge only works on supplies for the royal family and nobility. One of the masters has a nice conversation with the girl and Didikin notices that there is no discrimination here. All the best masters work here, but the best one can be called the dwarf elder who lives here. The main characters and the werewolf approached a huge house and Didikin noticed that he had been a master of melting metal for 400 years. The werewolf raised his leg slightly and added that the old man was quite stubborn, but his skills were incomparable, so he respected him. And at that moment Didikin kicks down the door with a huge smile on his face. The heroes entered a room strewn with all sorts of weapons and the werewolf asked what the elder was doing. Didikin carefully entered the room and announced that he had brought guests. The old man stood at the anvil and hammered a small blade. The dwarf opened his mouth slightly and noticed that Didikin had burst in brazenly. He told him to be quiet. When he works, he doesn't listen at all. Didikin threw his head up and replied that there was a weapon in front of the door, so he could not open it. The dwarf, after asking him to clean up, turned around, wiped his lips and noticed that he whined too much for a young man. The elder slowly began to approach the hero and asked that in any case, he had brought guests. Apparently they were not bad, to which Didikin responded positively. The werewolf pointed his finger at the protagonist and noted that he checked him and his sword skills are simply excellent. He is sure that when he sees them, he will be simply shocked. The dwarf backed away slightly and asked again. The elder carefully examined the main character and noticed that he looked like some kind of skeet. The dwarf approached the protagonist, extended his hand and said that he could demonstrate his skills. He could say a lot just by seeing them. Ronan began to slowly draw his sword and replied that of course. The dwarf looked carefully at the protagonist's weapon and was shocked by what he saw. The elder broke the blade into small pieces with one blow of the hammer and noticed that it was garbage and he had been carrying it around like a weapon all this time. The main characters froze at what they saw. Ronan began to jump with anger and shouted what he was doing. In response to this, the dwarf pointed his hammer to the side and said there. He pointed to a pile of swords lying on the floor and noted that he could swing any of those swords. With such a finished sword, he would not be able to sufficiently evaluate his skills. The elder smiled broadly and added that he would give the sword he had chosen to him for free so he didn't have to worry. Ronan looked at the old man in shock after saying that any of these swords would be hundreds of times better than this piece of crap. Didakan nodded slightly to the protagonist. The main character looked at the sword and said that if you insist. Ronan chose one of the swords, raised it above his head and noticed in his head that it really felt different. The protagonist clenched the sword tighter in his hands and wondered if it was that different. Ronan turned to the elder and asked that if he breaks something, it's not his fault, to which the dwarf answered positively and he doesn't care, the main thing is effort. The main thing is to put all of yourself into the sword. The main character studied his reflection in the sword and thought a little. The protagonist's head recalled the instructor's blow. Ronan took a striking stance and took a swing. The elder immediately noticed that this movement was familiar to him. The main character dealt a direct blow, just like Nabarosa. There was an explosion in the corner of the room, the wall exploded and the rest of the forge workers turned to look at it. The blacksmiths stood next to each other and said that this was the elder's house, what was happening there, and right in broad daylight. The blacksmith saw several dark silhouettes in the building where the wall had just exploded. Ronan stood in shock and looked at his work. The trajectory of the impact left a small crater in the floor. The main character did not understand what just happened. Ronan noted that he did not plan this. Doran opened his mouth slightly and noticed that this technique belonged to Nabiraz. The dwarf carefully looked at the protagonist and asked what he could do as her student. The main character turned to the elder and asked in response that he knew instructor Nabaraz, to which he received a positive answer. The protagonist was shocked by the addition of the answer that it was Doran who made the sword for her. In the head of the main character, the sword Nabaraz immediately came to mind. Doran thought about the sword. This is a secret sword, Yerusa. This is one of his masterpieces. The dwarf looked through the hole in the wall and noticed that the sword he was holding couldn't even hold a candle to him, and Didakan asked how Elder Ronan was, to which the dwarf replied that he was truly incredible. The elder looked carefully at the main character, smiled slightly and noted that, to be honest, he didn't think that there was anything special about him. He should say that. He thought he was a beginner who didn't even know his own worth. Doran gave the protagonist a strong slap on the back and shouted that he had not seen such talent for a long time. The dwarf looked at the main character slightly mysteriously and added that great talent is also a problem. It will be difficult to forge a suitable sword. As he can see from the sword, it is not easy to withstand his blows. Ronan looked closely at the blade and saw a crack on it. The main character turned to the master and asked what he should do then, to which the dwarf began to scratch his chin and replied that ordinary materials would not withstand his strength. He would have to use the highest quality steel and alloy it with a special material. It should at least be a byproduct of a wyvern. The main character staggered slightly and asked about the material. The protagonist pulled something out of his bosom and said that he wasn't sure about this, so he took it with him. Ronan held out his hand with the remains of the shell and the dwarf noticed it. From the elder's house, blows on the anvil could be heard. The dwarf struck powerfully with his hammer. Doran stood in confusion and noted that he could not believe that the mithril hammer did not leave a scratch on this shell. Such material exists. The dwarf looked carefully at the intact shell. Doran, with glowing eyes, turned to the main character and asked that he could really use such a precious material, to which Ronan replied that of course, it was useless to him, so this would be enough to make him a sword. The dwarf's eyes lit up even brighter and he replied that of course, let him return in 2 weeks and he will make the best sword in the empire. Ronan folded his arms and noted that he would be looking forward to it. The dwarf called the protagonist as a travel companion and said that since they were already here, let them go to other masters. Maria turned around with a happy face and asked again. The elder turned to the anvil and added that he cannot drive out the friends of an important person empty-handed. If you say that they are from him, they will take care of them. The dwarf raised his hammer over his head and noted that he would have taken care of them himself, but now. Doran began to hit the shell hard with a hammer and added that he didn't want to be distracted. The main characters stood in shock and watched the elder's work and Ronan noticed that this old man was crazy. Bright torches burned in the dark tunnel. The silhouette in a white robe, gritting his teeth in anger, said that the people above them were so loud, it was infuriating, and you wanted to burn everything there. Next to him stood another silhouette in a white robe and warned him to be patient. It was not time to reveal himself yet. The first silhouette looked up and noticed that there was not long to wait. The silhouette looked at the stone giants and said that starting with these ignorant blacksmiths. The stone statues stood straight and looked at one point. The silhouette added, ending everything in the empire. A precious stone glittered in the cave. Silhouettes in white robes stood around stone statues and in front of them was a precious stone, behind which a dark silhouette with red eyes could be seen, and the silhouette noticed that the day would soon come when everything would be buried in streams of light. The main square of the academy was gently illuminated by the bright sun and several days passed. Ronan walked along the path and stretched. Memories of the old man flashed through his head and he thought that the old man, who was considered the best blacksmith of the empire, said that he would personally make him a sword. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head of Assel and Maria standing near the blacksmith and added that Assel and Maria also made orders from the blacksmith, and it seems that they cost a pretty penny, but this is not his problem because it is not he who will pay. The Grancha family token appeared in his head. The wild-eyed protagonist raised the token above his head and noted that they would pay with this. In his head, the two blades crossed and he noticed that the only problem was that the creation of the sword would take half a month. The main character walked down the street, yawned widely and wondered what to do to kill time. Assel and Maria are now in class. Ronan stopped near the building and thought. He turned his head towards it and noticed that it was a training hall for high school students. It seemed to him that there was a huge, beautiful building. This was the Hall of Galalian. The protagonist folded his hands at his sides and said that the instructor Nabarosa seems to be conducting classes here. He did not come to her because she said to first acquire a normal weapon, but since he has a temporary sword. The main character took a careful look at his sword and noticed that he could come in today. A moment later, Nabarosa appeared next to him and stared at him. He turned to her, slightly frightened, and smiled. The instructor grabbed him sharply by the ear. A moment later, she pulled his ear and noticed that she had not seen him for a long time. Nabarosa loomed over him, made an angry face and said that didn't she tell him to come to her classes as soon as he acquired a weapon? And what had he been doing all this time since he only came now? The woman pulled his ear harder and asked if he was playing truant. The instructor pulled him by the ear. He said that he had a reason, and she noticed that it didn't matter and he had to follow her. She made the first move and added that she would listen to his excuses along the way, and Ronan replied that he understood and should be let go. The dark-haired girl near the window heard screams. She turned sharply to the window and wondered what that noise was. She started pushing everyone away, running to the window and screaming to get out of the way. The girl turned sharply to collect the papers and said that she was a little distracted and asked for forgiveness, and the guy next to her noticed that, as a teacher's assistant, she was too slow. She had time to be distracted, to quickly prepare for the lesson. The girl carefully collected the sheets of paper and agreed with him. She began to walk slowly towards the bright window and noticed that she had gone. On the balcony you could see a barrel of swords. This was arena number 1. Nabarosa and Ronan stood next to each other, opposite a group of guys, and she began to say that Ronan caused a stir at the entrance ceremony, so some of them might already know him, but she would introduce him to them again. The students stood quietly and listened to the teacher. Nabarosa stood with folded hands and noticed that this guy's name was Ronan and from today he would attend classes with them. Ronan sharply lowered his head in worship and said that he was a first-year martial arts student. Ronan, nice to meet them, seniors. The seniors began to talk among themselves about how he was the one who took second place among the first years, as he thought he had already passed his classes as an external student. 2 students noticed that he was really so good and looked like a dude. Ronan tensed slightly and wondered if he could hear them. The main character glanced at the guys he fought with in the arena and noticed in his head that he was glad to see some of them here. The main character glanced at Sholipan and noticed in his head that although there were those whom he was not happy about. The door to the room opened and at that moment Ronan thought that he thought it would be fun. A girl burst into the arena screaming that she was apologizing to the professor for being late. The main character turned to her, made a shocked look and heard that she was delayed, preparing for class. The girl stood opposite the instructor and asked how much she had missed, and Nabarosa noted that she shouldn't worry, she could catch her breath. Nabarosa pointed her finger at the protagonist and said that she had just finished introducing the new guy, and the girl noticed that it was the younger one that everyone was talking about. The girl began to slowly approach the protagonist, after the instructor said that in order for her to greet him, he must know her assistant. The girl carefully approached the main character, bowed slightly and noted that she was pleased to meet him. She had been an assistant instructor since the second year of studying at the martial arts faculty. The main character looked at her with shocked eyes. The girl extended her hand to him and introduced herself as Adeshan. Adeshan approached the protagonist even closer and offered to get along, and Ronan noticed in his head that this was the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief's hand hovers over the map with the figures and Ronan says that Akalusha Adeshan, she became famous for her exceptional ability to command. And Adeshan, the first woman to hold the post of commander-in-chief, she ruled the battlefield with her cool judgment and outstanding leadership skills. Adeshan stood opposite the Iron Warriors with a sword in her hands. They called her the Iron Lady. Everyone who was under her command said that it was not blood flowing through her veins, but red-hot iron. Adeshan carefully extended her hand to the side. The main character stands with a wooden sword, looks to the side and thinks that he would never have thought that the commander-in-chief. Ronan looked at the girl carefully and added that he could smile like that. Adeshan stood next to the student and gave him advice on how to stand. Ronan did not take his eyes off her and thought that it was clear from her that she had no memories from her past life, which meant that this was the real commander-in-chief from his past life and her request. Ronan remembered in his head the wounded Adeshin saying that he should tell her not to do anything stupid and just become a dressmaker. Ronan wondered what he should do. It was difficult. The main character stood straight with a sword in his hand and examined the girl and noticed in his head that now he was worried about something else. He watched as the student told the girl to take a look at his rack. Another girl asks her to see what's wrong with the towel and if there is another one. Ronan watched as Adeshin helped everyone and rushed between the students. Ronan didn't understand why she was being harnessed like that. She was being forced to play the role of a servant. A teacher's assistant should generally do such a thing. A step was heard behind the main character and a voice asked if the newcomer was bored. A smiling guy stood behind the protagonist and suggested, if you don't mind, sparring. Ronan turned to him and asked why all of a sudden, and the guy started scratching the back of his head and noticed that it was unexpected and began to apologize. The guy smiled even wider and added that he was Aun Carden, a third-year student. I heard that he showed himself simply incredible at the entrance ceremony. Carden approached the protagonist slightly and added that if this was true, then he would like to fight with him in order to learn something, to which Ronan replied that he was busy for now. Carden turned his head sharply and noticed that he was asking him for a duel, but he himself did not take his weapon. The guy opened his mouth wide, looked towards the girl and rudely shouted for her to bring him a training spear, to which the girl smiled sweetly and said that she would bring it now. The main character was a little lost and wondered why the guy called her a loser and how dare he. The main character's eyes suddenly turned red and he stared at the guy. The girl carefully hands her the spear and he asks what it is. Carden becomes angry in a second and shouts why she brought a long spear, but he recently switched to a short one, and the girl, slightly defensively, notes that in the last lesson he used a long one. Carden raised his spear slightly and told her to look at herself, that she was making excuses. How could a teaching assistant be so brainless? A moment later, Carden hits the girl on the head with a stick and adds that she doesn't even have the right to come to class. Carden hit her again and said that she was allowed and only because she tearfully begged the instructor, so do your job well, at least she has a conscience. Ronan looked at everything that was happening aggressively. The main character caught the spear in his hands. Ronan stopped the spear Carden was about to hit her with. Carden made a dissatisfied face and did not understand why he was interfering, and Ronan said that he needed to arrange a duel as he wanted, right now. Adeshin stood scared, looked at the main character and heard that if not, then he doesn't know what he will do to him. The protagonist clenched his spear even harder in anger and heard a question, which he asked about, that he didn't understand. Ronan sat up straight, looked at the guy with a crazy look and told him to fight and insulted him. Carden got a little angry and asked what he said. Carden smiled broadly and asked again that he had heard him correctly, why he had suddenly changed so much. Carden looked at the evil eyes of the protagonist and said that don't say it was because of this girl. Adeshin put her hand on her chest and heard that he knew her ore. The guy began to lick his lip and continued that or since they are both commoners. Carden opened his eyes wide and noticed that they had decided to date, but he was not in the know. Ronan threw his spear away. Then he stood in front of him with his chest puffed out and told him to shut up and try to block his blows. Ronan made a crazy face and added that unless he wants to die. The main character dealt a powerful blow to the guy. Carden doubled over from the force of the blow and wondered what the hell. Ronan delivered another powerful blow and Carden added in his head that how could he be so strong without using mana. The main character dealt another powerful blow and at that moment Carden flew to another part of the arena. Carden looked at the broken spear. Ronan stood up straight, held his sword in front of him and noticed that he was so aching that he did not want to use a long spear, so he shortened it for him. Carden stood angry with the spear and heard a question about what he liked. The guy's eyes lit up purple and he shouted how dare he. He dealt a powerful blow to the protagonist and inquired that he had forgotten his place and was thinking of leaving here in one piece. Ronan calmly watched as Carden flew at him with a blow. The blade of the spear was already close to the protagonist's forehead. In an instant, the tip of the spear was cut off. The spear in the guy's hands was cut into small pieces and Ronan noticed what exactly. Carden looked at the protagonist with a stunned look and he made a gloomy face and added that he was only worried about himself. The main character dealt a powerful series of blows to the guy so that he flew away. Ronan struck first in the face and then in the stomach. Then the main character raised his sword down. Then he hit the guy below the jaw with a powerful blow. The Carden flew immobilized to the ground. Ronan watched intently as Carden fell to the ground. The main character looked down at him and noted that he was lucky that they were at the academy, even if they were outside. Ronan looked carefully at the beaten guy and added that he had already finished him off. The crowd of students looked at the protagonist in shock and noticed that Carden lost. He is one of the best among the third years. Ronan turned in the crowd and crinkled at now. The main character put his sword in front of the crowd and added that the lazy girl who asked to bring a towel stepped forward and the girl from the crowd became very nervous. Ronan took a confident step forward and noted that if it stinks, then she should deal with it herself. Why the hell bother others? The main character made crazy eyes and asked if the teacher's assistant was her servant or what, and the girl began to hiccup out of fear. Adeshin got nervous after the protagonist said that the girl should come here and he would straighten her nose so that this wouldn't bother her anymore, and shouted for Ronan to stop. She blocked the path between the girl and the main character and noted that she doesn't know why he does this, but everything is fine. The gloomy Ronan froze and rudely told her to get out of the way. He can endure a lot, but these people, that is, a lot of people. The main character looked angrily at the girl and thought that he would not tolerate being looked down upon, at least in this empire. Adeshin appeared in his head with a sword in her hands, fighting monsters, and he added in his head that no one should look at her like that. Adeshin stood still and did not move. The main character carefully moved the girl and noted that he would not stop until he tore these people to shreds. From behind, Nabarosa shouted at him to stop. Ronan felt her gaze on him and slowed down slightly. Nabarosa began to slowly approach the protagonist and noted that she would not blame him for what happened during this fight. This often happens. A snake's eye appeared and looked closely at the protagonist. The instructor looked at him angrily and added that if he continued to cause problems, she would not let him get away with it. The main character's whole body was trembling. He heard Nabarosa order him to drop the sword and move away, and he noticed that the body was not moving. In horror, he turned his eye behind his back and saw a huge snake. Behind him was a huge snake. The snake's tongue slowly began to approach the protagonist, and he thought, don't say that this is the instructor's aura. Ronan saw a huge snake appear from the professor's back, and he added that the former saint of the sword. Nabarosa and the snake carefully examined the frozen protagonist, and she noticed that Ronan, what he was trying to do now, could not be called a duel, and as the person responsible for this class, she would not allow such a mess. Nabarosa stood gloomy in a small cloud of green smoke. Ronan made an angry face and pointed out that, come to think of it, she knew how her assistant was being treated and still just looked on from the sidelines. The protagonist's hands shook even more, and Nabarosa replied that this only concerned her and her assistant. Mind your own business. Nabarosa made an angry look and noted that this is the last warning. Stop. Ronan also looked at the instructor angrily. He held the sword tightly in his hand and said that whether she was a former sword saint or whatever. Ronan made a gloomy face and noted that his answer would not change. The protagonist raised his face and sent the professor. Nabarosa slightly closed her eyes and muttered that then there was no choice. The snake moved, opened its mouth and bared its fangs after the instructor's phrase, crushing the snake. Ronan tensed and looked at the snake. A moment appeared in the main character's head. He stands opposite Adeshin and says that the commander-in-chief, he already asked her why she volunteered to command in this war when everyone else fled. Adeshin stood with her back to him and listened carefully. He added that then, at this moment, the commander-in-chief turned slightly and replied that one day he would understand that there was a destiny in the world. Then she turned around completely and added that everyone has their own. He noticed that she answered like what was she thinking about. Corporal Ronan reaches for his sword, grunts and adds what a load. In his head, he reaches for his sword, and Adeshin stands in front of him in front of a mountain of corpses, and Ronan adds that she put it on her shoulders. Ronan remembers how a bloodied Adeshin says that she is truly sorry, never forgive her. She sat in the middle of a bright place and added, for throwing this burden onto him. The main character shouted loudly. He woke up in some kind of bed and tried to come to his senses. The main hero abruptly looked away and heard the question about what it was. Adeshin sat down next to him and asked if he had a nightmare, and he realized that it was the commander-in-chief. When their eyes met, they were very close. The protagonist felt embarrassed after the girl asked him which commander-in-chief he was talking about. Ronan, scratching the back of his head, smiled broadly, laughed and replied that it was nothing. The protagonist lay in a room with a huge number of beds and inquired about him in the infirmary, to which the girl replied positively and added that the instructor said to bring him here and said she would correct his behavior in additional classes. Nabarosa, with the snake behind her back, pulling her hand forward. Adeshin sat smiling broadly, raised her finger and swiped at the fact that Nabarosa added this, and Ronan, after hearing it, got a little gloomy and wondered if it was bad. The protagonist was slightly lost, and the girl muttered that, by the way, he was angry because of her. After those words, the protagonist opened his eyes wider. Ronan sharply turned his head away from her and replied that no, he just can't stand it when the rules of decency are wiped off like that. He is a gentleman, and Adeshin laughed in response and said that he is also a bad liar. The girl lowered her eyes to the floor and added that she asks, don't hate that guy and the others too. Adeshin smirked slightly and added that she understands their feelings. Ronan, as soon as he heard that, jumped up from the bed and asked her again. The protagonist made an angry face and wondered how she could say such a thing. Yes, he was helping them as much as he could. Adeshin lifted her gaze and looked at him after asking why she was even putting up with all this. The protagonist lifted up slightly in bed and remarked that wasn't it strange, even if they were doing it out of youthful stupidity. A moment flashed through the protagonist's mind as he looks at the instructor with angry eyes and added that the instructor saw all of this and did nothing. Isn't she angry? The girl smiled slightly, covered her eyes and replied that the instructor was acting like that because she asked her to. After these words, the protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and froze looking at her. Adeshin carefully folded her hands on her legs, heard what this nonsense was and added that she was just enjoying privileges that she didn't deserve. Originally, this course could only be attended by those who had reached the expert level. The protagonist recoiled after being told that even though she had a year sabbatical, she was barely able to control her mana. In the protagonist's mind, the commander-in-chief was standing there, with purple magic visible behind her, and he wondered that there was no way a commander-in-chief using such an incredibly powerful aura could be like that. Adeshin smiled wider and added that she had asked the instructor not to interfere if anyone mistreated her. The girl lowered her eyes slightly and noted that she didn't want to be a burden to him. After all, she had already taken her on as an assistant, bypassing the rules. Moments of disrespect came into the girl's mind and she added that since she was enjoying such a privilege, of course she should pay her price for it. Adeshin raised her hands in front of her and remarked that the more she did not find it difficult to tolerate it. The protagonist looked at the girl with surprised eyes after she said that anyway, thank you very much. The moment of Cardin hitting her with the spear flashed through the girl's mind and she thought she was used to it, but it was hard today. After saying that, the girl gently let her hand run through her bangs. The protagonist turned harder at her and froze. After a moment, he opened his mouth slightly and inquired that she was putting up with all this because she wanted to become the commander-in-chief. After a second, Adeshin put her hands to her mouth, slightly embarrassed and nervously wondered how he knew. It was so obvious. The girl clenched her legs and implied that he was right, but she's still too weak so she can't confidently state such a thing, but she's dreaming. The protagonist glanced at the happy girl and heard her add that to become the commander-in-chief of the empire. Ronan turned slightly at her and huffed, and the girl started waving her hands nervously and gushed that she realized how silly that sounded from someone who hadn't even reached expert level. Adeshin looked at her hand carefully and added that nevertheless, she doesn't plan on giving up. You may not be able to tell by it, but she is good at military science and tactics, and works hard every day. The girl looked at her hand, which was covered in calluses. Adeshin glanced out the window and noticed that the next class was about to start. After a moment, she jumped up and told the protagonist to rest properly. Ronan lifted his head up higher, looked at her and thanked her for looking after him. The girl opened the door slightly and smiled back at him and told him it was nothing, she would see him at the next class. The protagonist lowered his eyes to the chair where Adeshin was sitting and thought deeply. In his mind, the wounded girl was lightly muttering, "What if they meet again?" After a moment, he visualized Adeshin in simple clothes saying tell her not to do anything stupid and just become a dressmaker. The wounded Adeshin, smiling broadly, remarked that she had done many things but not this. Ronan lowered his head and twisted his face out of anger. He stared intently at the stool and wondered what he should do. The sun was gently illuminating the treetops and roofs of the houses. A few days later, the weekend came and the heroes came to the entrance of the Grand Cappadocia. Ronan, Maria and Asil stood inside the house and the protagonist took stock of the fact that he had told them to come, but there was no one here. The protagonist looked around indoors and saw no one. The protagonist remembered the bird perched on his window and waved. He remarked that if he was going to act like that, why the hell did he send him a carrier pigeon in the middle of the night? Ronan in his head read the letter carefully and added that he had told himself to come and that he had already made the masterpiece of his life. The protagonist put his foot up to his helmet and remarked, "What a shitty attitude." Ronan kicked the helmet with anger and shouted that why is this place so shitty? Do they even clean up and this is how they serve their customers? Maria watched the main character's behavior carefully and asked why he was so sensitive lately, to which Asil replied that something happened at the class he missed. The protagonist went to the door and said that this would not do and that he had to go downstairs. Maria stepped forward slightly, put her hand out in front of her and pointed out that this was not the way to go, and Ronan coldly pointed out that he had told them to come, so stop talking and follow him. The heroes stood against a brick wall and Ronan mouthed something like. The protagonist gently pressed the brick and muttered that Didikin was profiting right here. The elevator jerked abruptly, began to descend and Ronan gauged that he was not mistaken. The protagonist, scratching the back of his head, muttered that he would still teach the old man how to serve customers. Ronan lowered his head slightly and mouthed that he still had it. The main character opened his eyes wide with surprise. The heroes stood and watched the city of blacksmiths burn. Ronan carefully took hold of the railing and wondered what was going on here. The heroes noticed dead blacksmiths lying all over the city. Assel poked a finger to the side and told the protagonist to look over there. In that spot, the giant made a huge crater with a kick of his foot. Asiel watched carefully as the stone giant ran after a bunch of dwarves and swept up that it was a stone giant, and not just one, they were chasing the blacksmiths. Ronan turned to the young mage in a rage and wondered what the stone giants were doing here, and Asiel pointed out that they were about to catch them. What could they do? They couldn't help them. The protagonist put his arm around the young mage's thallium and hemmed and hawed about what to think here. Ronan took the young mage's armpit and took a step onto the railing. Asiel, with a frozen face, tried to realize what was happening. Ronan, at the moment of jumping, turned to the girl and told her to go back and get a teacher or something. The protagonist jumped sharply into the cliff and yelled for Asiel to use telekinesis. In free fall, Asiel rolled her eyes and started using magic, specifically the invisible hand. The dwarf fell to the floor. He looked up in horror and realized that this was the end. The two dwarves on the ground watched as the stone giant swung his arms at them. Suddenly Ronan appeared, and with a swift blow he cut the stone giant in half. The stone giant began to fall, and the dwarf's timing was perfect. Ronan stood in front of the dwarf and remarked that he had so much on his plate these past few days that his head hurt. The protagonist turned to the monsters with an angry look and remarked that they had picked the wrong day to attack. Stupid cobblestones. At that moment, another stone giant began to swing at the protagonist. The stone giant's strike was already closed with the protagonist. Ronan stood steady and unwavering. In an instant, the protagonist struck the stone giant. The protagonist soared into the sky and his eyes were colored with red light. Ronan, with a lightning-fast strike, sliced another giant in half. The stone giant's head lolled toward the ground. The dwarves took cover from the loud fall of the giant's head. The dwarves looked at the protagonist and muttered that this was the kid who came to the elder, such a young guy, killing the stone giants with a single blow. Ronan stepped on the corpse of the stone giant and addressed the dwarves as gentlemen. He began to slowly climb on the stone giant's back and asked, explaining to him. The protagonist climbed up on the giant's back, looked at the dwarves and added, "What the hell is going on here?" Ronan and Asiel stood in front of the dwarves. The protagonist squatted down and mouthed that seriously, the bottom was suddenly attacked by a horde of stone giants. One of the sitting dwarves replied that they didn't know how that happened. A picture of the giants appeared in the dwarf's mind, and he added that they just crawled out from under the ground and started destroying everything they see, especially the blacksmiths. In the dwarf's mind, he saw the stone giant carry 2 people underground, and he noted that they also grabbed a few more, including an elder, and then went back to where they came from. The dwarf lowered his head and mouthed that Didikin had chased them, but he was so-so fighter most likely. Ronan made an angry face and continued after the dwarf that they would just eat them. Ronan began to slowly rise and inquired about any more of these giants around here, to which he received the reply that he had dealt with the last one. Ronan turned to the young mage and said that he and the girl should look for the wounded under the rubble. Heal anyone you find. Ronan held out his beast in his hand and remarked that the beast's strength would be enough for first aid. Asiel inquired as to what he would do. In response, the protagonist turned sharply and remarked, and he thought. Ronan stared off to the side and replied that he would save the old man. At this point, the old man adjusts his sleeves and Ronan remarks that the old fart has something to give him. Doran on the werewolf's back thanks him and says he has no reason to stay here. Didikin starts to slowly approach the group of stone giants and dwarf yells that he should run. With his invisible armor he should be able to do it. Didikin opened his mouth wide and ordered him to shut up. He was having a hard enough time as it was, and he was also gibbering away. The werewolf pointed a finger at him and said that if he had the strength to whine, why didn't he use that sword, or was it just for show? And the dwarf said he couldn't. Doran hugged the sword harder and added that it was his magnum opus, his monumental creation. The elder drew his sword in front of him and shouted that he couldn't mar it with his pathetic swordsmanship skills, and Didikin remarked that he was a crazy old man. The stone giant began to bring his hand in for a strike, and the werewolf remarked that as crazy as he was about his weapon, now was not the time for that. The giant powerfully swung his arm out for a strike. Another giant brought his arms up for a powerful strike. The giant landed a powerful punch on the werewolf. The old man glanced at the giant's arm. Doran carefully took his hand away from his eyes and stared shocked. Didikin with his hand caught and held the giant's arm. Blood flowed from the wolf's mouth and he wondered if even the protective spells on his armor failed and dissipated. Didikin threw the giant's arm away with his remaining strength and added in his head that if he had known he would die like this, he would have created only what he wanted. At that moment Ronan appeared and made his way to the stone giants with quick jumps. Didikin noticed how Ronan towered over the stone giants. The protagonist slashed all the stone giants with a series of powerful blows. The stone giants began to slowly crumble away and Ronan took a sneaky look at how well Didikin had done. The protagonist began to scurry away towards the remaining giants and added to rest, he would deal with the rest himself. The dwarf kept the werewolf on his feet and they were both surprised by the protagonist's appearance. Didikin asked how he had gotten here. There were many giants along the way. Ronan smirked in response, turned his head and asked what he meant about those freaks. The dwarf and werewolf looked down the passageway and saw only boulders of stone and heard that while he had saved the other smiths, he had dealt with them all. Ronan turned carefully and motioned that now was not the time for chatter. The protagonist stretched his arm out in front of him and told the elder to give it to him here or his sword was no longer usable. Doran stood up quickly and heard that the thing he called his magnum opus was his new sword and replied that yes, he was right. The dwarf handed him the sword and Ronan took hold of it and heard that the scabbard wasn't done yet, but the sword itself was ready. The protagonist began to slowly unwind the sword. Ronan held the sword out in front of his cheek and swept it up to test it. The stone giants were climbing over each other to get the protagonist. Ronan stood and watched the stone giants looming over him and added that how good he was. The protagonist took a confident step forward, delivered a powerful blow and an explosion rolled from the blade. The stone giants stared intently at the approaching red essence. The protagonist shattered the crowd of stone giants with a single blow. The protagonist's hair curled back, shocked by the power of the blade, while Didikin and Doran looked at the weapon with glowing eyes. The protagonist carefully set the sword to the side and stared at it intently. The dwarf, blowing steam out of his nose, asked if he liked La Mancha, and Ronan turned and asked what the name of the sword was, to which the old man replied that it was the name of his favorite dreamer who wanted to reach the stars. Doran drooled and looked at his reflection on the blade and realized that it was beautiful. It was so light that its weight could not be felt at all, yet it was stronger than mithril. It could withstand any sword technique. The sword began to absorb the golden liquid and the dwarf swept it up. What's more, he didn't add any enchantment on it, but by absorbing the blood it can self-heal. The protagonist raised the sword in front of him and began to scrutinize it. Ronan squeezed the reddened blade harder and wondered if it was because it was made of Sidus shell. Ronan raised the sword above the dwarf's head and noticed that it was far more skillful than he thought, to which the old man smiled and replied that he was glad he liked the sword. The protagonist cast an angry glance at the werewolf who shouted to get the hell out of here. They were in the vanguard so there were no other people. The protagonist lowered his sword and mouthed that then grabbed the old man and leave. He still had some things to check. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly and added that it was nothing like that, it just seems like it. The protagonist's face darkened and he added that there were rats in here. Bright torches burned in the stone tunnel. Two silhouettes in white robes stood looking at the protagonist, and he noticed that the rats were quite large. The werewolf looked at him carefully and wondered what kind of rats. Didikin stood and looked shocked at the protagonist, who says he just cares about something. Ronan scrutinizes the corpse of the giant and adds that he is well aware of how Aspeya behaves stone giants. These freaks do not gather in groups and do not attack first. The protagonist puts his hand on the dead stone giant and remarks on something else he has never seen before. The protagonist's hand trembled slightly. As soon as he lowered his hand, a magic circle appeared on the back of his head and he added that suspicious tattoos were on the backs of their heads. The dwarf moved closer and began to study the circle and Ronan asked if he knew what he was doing, to which he received the reply that he wasn't much good at them, so he couldn't say for sure. The dwarf put his hand to the magic circle and added that judging by the behavior of the leftover mana, it was pretty insidious. Doran looked closer and noticed that the giants had gone into a frenzy precisely because of him. The dwarf's eyes darkened and he wondered who the hell could have done such a thing. The protagonist glanced away. He directed his gaze further and took a hint that they might find out if they went deeper. The wind picked up in the cave. The protagonist quickly made his way through the narrow tunnels in the cave. As he moved, he lowered his eyes slightly and wondered what he wasn't sure at first, but the deeper he went, the more convinced he became there were human footprints among the giants' footprints. Ronan saw human footprints on the ground. The protagonist also noticed the violet stones and realized in his head that the mana-reactive stones had been placed here for protection. The protagonist quickly ran down the tunnel and wondered if they had definitely planned this well. Ronan turned his head sharply in the direction of the sound. The protagonist stopped abruptly and swept his eyes up to the fact that he could hear voices. The protagonist leaned sharply on the corner and wondered if it was time to find out who was there. The protagonist's eyes changed slightly. He was shocked by what he saw. He saw a huge stone giant created from a strong, precious stone. When he looked closely, he saw at his feet two silhouettes in white robes. Ronan looked at them carefully and wondered. It was obvious that these guys were behind it, but what else was this block? The silhouettes in white robes looked at the giant carefully and Ronan wondered if the stone giant seemed like infants against her backdrop. The protagonist carefully peeked out from around the corner once more and tweaked in his head that it seemed this boogaman was sealed for now, but when it started to move. Ronan was sweating slightly after the silhouette's words. He thought an intruder had entered here. The two silhouettes were facing the jeweled giant and were communicating that judging from the way the connection with the giants broke off one by one. The faces of the people in white robes revealed themselves. The girl with white hair remarked that a third party had intervened, and the guy with white hair and red eyes wondered why the Imperial people had reacted so quickly. The guy in the white robe pointed his finger at the huge giant and added what she was going to do. They had lost all the giants and they couldn't control this guy yet, and since things had taken such a turn. The guy gave an angry look, his eyes lit up, and suggested that maybe he should kill them all himself. The girl shook her head and replied to let Edwin forget about it. Most of the workshops have been destroyed, so the Empire's weapons production is severely degraded. The girl swept her eyes to the side and remarked that in addition, if they reveal themselves, that person will not be idle. The girl looked at the giant again and added that they should back off for now, while Edwin lit a fire in his hand and remarked that he thought she was over-reassuring, but in that case he had no choice. Edwin began to conjure and added that he would have to take care of it, and Cyrilla remarked, let him do as he knows how. The protagonist tensed slightly after saying that this reeked of sulfur. Ronan opened his eyes wide after Edwin added that he was already tickling his nose. Edwin turned sharply towards the protagonist and let out a couple fireballs, adding that he had worn out his welcome. The protagonist tensed slightly and watched the fireballs fly at him. There was a huge explosion. Edwin put his hands to his sides and swept up to see an unexpected guest. Ronan, surrounded by puffs of smoke, looked with angry eyes at the men in white robes. The protagonist began to rise slowly and heard a question about how he was. The protagonist shuddered slightly and heard that it didn't matter, considering how he ducked, he was pretty nimble. At that moment, Edwin extended his hand with the red spell again. The protagonist froze and watched intently as the magic flew at him. He covered himself slightly with his sword and wondered that he was able to materialize so much magic so quickly. They weren't ordinary guys. Edwin took a step forward and mouthed, what now? Let me ask him again. Edwin carefully began to remove his hood and wondered how he got here. After all, the guards shouldn't have fallen so easily. Ronan cringed slightly and slowly began to rise, and remarked that he should be the one asking the questions here, who they were. Ronan quickly stood up, smirked slightly, and added that no matter how passionate their relationship was, going here was a bit wrong. Edwin smiled broadly, released another charge of magic into the protagonist, and looked at the girl and remarked that well done. He'd better behave, at least in a way that he wouldn't be sorry to kill, and Cyrilla remarked that they were wasting their time. Edwin turned sharply at the protagonist and remarked that they should enjoy this entertainment. After all, there wasn't much time left. Edwin smiled broadly and shouted that the day this empire would be consumed by starlight. The protagonist's eyes colored a bright red light and he froze. A giant from the past appeared in the protagonist's mind. Ronan turned on him and wondered what he had just said. The protagonist gave an evil look, bent slightly, and asked again, knowing the meaning of those words. Edwin smirked lightly and swept the atmosphere suddenly. Ronan stood up straight and added that they would both go with him. The main character stood straight and looking at them mouthed that he had many questions for them. Edwin smirked slightly and remarked that this guy was completely crazy, wanting to capture them. Edwin began to conjure and address the protagonist with an insult. Edwin stretches his arm forward and starts to say that he thinks it's possible, but no sooner has he finished than Ronan cuts off his arm with a swift blow and responds positively. The protagonist lands another blow on him, cutting through his body, and adds that it is possible, and yet. Ronan stopped, turned on him with an evil look, and told him to just lay himself quietly. The man's upper body fell to the ground. Cyrilla stood and watched this in shock and swept her mind over the fact that Edwin failed to react at all. The protagonist pulled his arm forward sharply. He crashed his hand into the girl's neck and lifted her off the ground. Cyrilla twisted her face from choking, and Ronan made a mental note that she should answer his questions honestly. The protagonist gave a creepy look and loomed over the girl and added, unless she wanted to become like him. Golden magic began to appear around the girl and she tried to utter something. After a moment, Ronan flew slightly to the side and the girl cast a spell called Mana Shield. The protagonist put his hand out in front of him and noticed that she wasn't going to give up so easily. Ronan looked closely at her trembling hand and noted in his head that her shield was strong. That's just it. In the next moment, the protagonist delivered swift blows to the shield, thus cracking it. Cyrilla held her hand on her chest and in front of her, startled, and wondered in her head how he was able to cut the mana shield. Instantly, Ronan was on top of her and thrust his sword into her stomach. The protagonist carefully stood on top of her and marveled. Sharp ears showed from under the girl's hood, and the protagonist took a moment to realize that she was half-elf, and half-elf was messing around with the weirdo that they were. Sounds of magic were heard behind the protagonist's back. A huge, burning cloud flew into the protagonist from behind, and a scream and an explosion were heard. Ronan sharply raised his sword and began to turn. Instantly, without removing his foot from the girl, he turned and struck the pillar of fire. The remnants of the fire blast hit the giant. The dust began to dissipate a bit, and Ronan took a moment to notice what was strange. The protagonist looked carefully in the man's direction and took a moment to notice that he thought he had cut off his arm. But what the hell is that? The protagonist took a closer look at the wooden offshoots. The man had grown wooden offshoots in place of his severed limbs, and Ronan took stock of what disgusting shit it was. The man's face became crazed and he yelled for Ronan to get away from her. Ronan stood in front of the man and waited for developments. The protagonist quickly kicked the elf woman's leg and replied that he still didn't understand the situation. Edwin cringed at what he saw. The protagonist cast an intimidating glance at him and implied that they were screwed. Ronan slowly put his hand to his chin and told him to choose. Either he silently does what he says or the half-elf will lose his hand as well. Edwin got very angry and finished listening, wondering if she would be able to grow a new one like that. Edwin slowly lowered his hand and replied that he would obey him, and Ronan remarked that it was a great choice and he didn't want any more blood either. At that moment, he quickly withdrew his sword from the elf girl's leg. The protagonist looked at the girl carefully and started to say that it would be troublesome if she died and wondered what was wrong with her. He noticed that she was smiling widely. Behind his back, the gemstone giant swung his hand at the protagonist. Ronan sensed it and wondered when. He turned sharply and blocked the blow with his sword. The protagonist flew far away from the point of impact. Ronan flew into the boulder with a clatter. Edwin began to slowly move towards the girl. Cyrilla slowly stood up and heard a question about how she was. Her answer was that she was fine and grateful to him. Cyrilla remembered the fireball flying behind the main character's back and realized if he hadn't distracted it with a false attack, she wouldn't have been able to discreetly cast the spell and activate the giant. The huge giant stood still and did not move. Cyrilla stood up and mouthed that she was only able to activate the arm, but that guy was definitely seriously injured, to which Edwin replied that she should go to the church and report what happened and he would finish off the protagonist. They both stood and stared into the clump of dust left behind by the protagonist's blow. The bleeding girl added for the one to be careful. Cyrilla looked at the man carefully and remarked that it was a monster in a child's body, to which she received a reply not to worry, he would not be careless again. Edwin began to apply a new spell and swept his mind over the fact that he was not a child. Edwin stood and looked straight at the place where the protagonist flew into and thought that if he didn't kill him now, he would be a big problem in the future. From behind a puff of smoke, the protagonist appeared and carefully held onto his sword. Ronan jumped back as quickly as possible, and Edwin thought about watching his every move. In the next instant, all of the man's limbs were severed. The protagonist's next series of attacks chopped the man into small pieces. Ronan stood around the bloodbath. The protagonist gripped his sword harder and wondered where she was going. Ronan gave a slight crouch at what he said. The protagonist raised his bloody head and added that he had many questions for them. Cyrilla stood aghast and stared at him. The girl began to conjure quickly and wondered how he had survived. Ronan took his sword with 2 trembling hands and mouthed that he had them for nothing, then looked with a murderous look and added that he wouldn't let go. The protagonist slumped to the ground. He tried to move and swept his mind over the fact that his body was not obeying. Cyrilla held onto her wounded arm and watched Ronan rise and wondered how things turned out the way they did. It was disappointing, but since she had no chance of winning, she had to report everything by all means. A bright light showed behind the girl and she mouthed for Ronan to get ready. She began to walk slowly into the light, turned on the protagonist and added that she would find out everything about him and take everything he held dear. The girl twisted her face in anger and remarked that his family, lover and friends, she would finish them all off. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and stared at one point. A spider web appeared in front of his eyes and he thought to himself that he had just found a clue. He must not let it go or it would all happen again. The protagonist remembered sitting in the middle of a field of corpses and sobbing. The protagonist reached out and started yelling for her to stop. Ronan made a push forward and yelled even louder that he said stand. Suddenly the instructor's hand appeared and she mouthed for her to stop. Cyrilla froze in place and couldn't move. The protagonist cast a glance at where the instructor appeared and heard that she too had many questions. A huge snake appeared behind the girl's back and Nabarosa said first tell her she was the one who dared. The snake behind the girl's back started wrapping its tongue around her. Nabarosa glared fiercely at the elven girl and added raising her hand to her apprentice. A wind rumbled through the cave. Nabarosa carefully approached the protagonist from the back and remarked that she had heard what had happened. Well done. Ronan looked at her, smiled broadly and remarked that she was about damn time. The protagonist looked at the instructor carefully and remarked that he didn't think he'd meet her here. So lucky. Nabarosa turned her head away from him and remarked that since he had the strength to talk, he would live. The instructor's eyes colored green and she mouthed what now. She cast a baleful glance at the elfess and added that it wasn't time for them to deal with them. Cyrilla opened her mouth slightly and thought about it. A snake-like aura paralyzed her entire body. Just don't tell her it's her. Why is she here? The instructor's hand moved gently to the girl's throat and she hesitated. Need to run. Nabarosa grabbed the elfess roughly by the chin. She pinned her down hard and began to tell her that he had done many unforgivable things, but what made her most angry was that she had hurt her student. Nabarose turned the elf's head toward her and squeezed her harder. The jaws of the huge snake opened wider and Nabarosa added to let her see what the future awaited her. The instructor pointed the girl's head directly into the snake's mouth, then squeezed her cheeks until they were blue. Cirilla began to slowly close her eyes and apologized to the stars in her thoughts. The elven girl then collapsed to the ground. Ronan began to rise slowly and heard that he had done a great job. Nabarosa began to carefully put her sword behind her back and said that as soon as he was healed we would report to the headmaster, and at that moment Ronan realized that the future she was talking about was not the Rottland dungeon. Nabarose opened her mouth slightly and remarked that was right, so he knew about her, but why was he asking? The protagonist got a little sad and wondered if that was what he thought. A huge fortress stood in the middle of the water and Ronan begins to tell that the fortress screams Rottland, a prison located in the heart of the sea. A man, covered in scars, is chained to the wall, and opposite him stands a dark silhouette with tools in his hands, and Ronan adds that it is where criminals who rebelled against the Empire are kept. They are known for any kind of torture to extract information. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, wondered if that was the case, and mouthed that instructor. He abruptly got up, stood in front of the instructor and added that he was asking to be allowed to join the interrogation, and Nabarosa didn't understand what he was talking about at all. This place is not for. The protagonist abruptly grabbed the instructor's hand and swept it up at least once. The protagonist held her hand as if looking into her heart and added that this was very important to him. Nabarose stood silent and looked at him. Medics were pulling blacksmiths out from under the rubble. Many blacksmiths were injured, but the doctors were using magic to treat their wounds. Maria wiped the sweat from her face and noted that everyone seemed to be sorted out. Assel beckoned to the girl and swept her up a mountain off her shoulders. He then lowered his sad gaze to the floor and added that Ronan should have been back by now had something happened. Suddenly the protagonist appeared behind them and noticed that they were calling for him. He called their names and they turned around abruptly. Ronan began to proudly, with his sword on his shoulder, walk up to them and mouth that they had told him everything on the way back. They had done a great job. A memory surfaced of Maria trying to regain her breath, and Ronan added that he had heard that while Maria was running for reinforcements, Assel and Sita had rescued more than half of the blacksmiths buried under the rubble. The protagonist brought his sword above his head and wondered if they were injured, and at the same moment Maria began to wonder if they were the ones who should be asking why he had that look. Assel pulled the beast in his arms and told him to heal faster, to which he received the answer that he had already been patched up, so there was no need, it was better to rest. The protagonist turned his head sharply and swept it up, all the more so. Ronan turned his attention to two people in white robes who were bound and unconscious being carried in a stretcher. The protagonist glanced angrily at them over his shoulder and added that he had some business to attend to now. The moon was giving off a purple hue, and Ronan noted that several hours had passed and he was at the rendezvous point of the convoy with Rottland. A crowd of dark silhouettes stood on a rock in the forest of Grangno. Nabarose and Ronan stood near the two bound criminals while two soldiers watched them. Nabarose, standing with her hands on her chest, looked up into the sky and swept her eyes up, and there it was. A huge, dark griffin was flapping its wings. A huge bird with a dark rider and a cage on its back appeared in the sky, and Nabarosa added that the convoy was from Rottland. The griffon landed near the protagonist and the instructor. The cage door opened. One of the silhouettes approached and said hello to the lady instructor. Three silhouettes with beaks on their masks stepped out of the cage and swept up to see that they had received orders from the Empire and had arrived to escort the criminals. The convoy glanced at the two men and wondered what must be them, to which Nabarosa responded affirmatively. The masked man began to examine them carefully and heard that the man had a strange ability in regeneration. One must keep that in mind during the interrogation, and remarked that the interrogator would be pleased. The man with the beaked mask looked down carefully and added that for the first time in a long time they had an interesting object on their hands. A group of dark silhouettes picked up the criminals and motioned that they were moving out then. They would contact them after the interrogation was over. The man began to look away and added that he hoped they would continue to work for the good of the Empire. A huge vulture soared into the sky. Ronan and Nabarose only escorted it with a glance. After a while, Nabarosa opened her mouth and gestured that in a week in Rottland they would speak. The instructor lifted her head higher and added that she would let him know when they contacted them, so just wait, he was fine with that. Ronan put his head back up, looked straight ahead and responded positively and thanked her. The griffon was already high in the sky, near the moon. The Smiths are rebuilding their city, and Ronan remarks that time has flown by quickly since then. The rebuilding of Grand Cappadocia was going fast with the support of the Empire. Nabarosa stands and watches Ronan deliver a powerful blow to the dummy and adds that he also went back to the academy and did a bunch of extra training with the instructor. Water with a purple hue showed up and Ronan swept in a few days later. In the middle of the water was a huge fortress, the Rottland Shouting Fortress. From the dark corridor of the fortress, eerie screams could be heard. The torture instruments were neatly laid on the table. The interrogator abruptly plucked a tooth from the criminal and swept it up, so engrossed that he had almost forgotten what was about to come to them. The interrogator held up the jaw of the guy, who was covered in scars, quickly turned his back to him and added that guests were to be welcomed. The screaming fortress towered over the sea, and the light from the floodlights illuminated the area nearby. Ronan and Nabiros walked up to the main entrance and a man came out of it and mouthed that he welcomed them and thanked them for visiting. The man bowed neatly and let it slip that he was the interrogator assigned to these criminals as well as their escort. The mustachioed man gently lifted, smiled broadly and added that his name was Carrick. The interrogator extended his arm to the side and inquired if they wanted to head straight towards them, and Nabarosa replied that yes, they would listen to the information they received along the way. Carrick turned sharply and motioned that then, asking to follow him. Ronan turned his head slightly at the instructor and remarked that it was unexpected that you couldn't tell from the looks of it that this nice old man, the interrogator of Rodaland. To be honest, he still couldn't believe it. Nabiros smirked slightly and replied that everyone says that when they first meet him, she told him not to judge a book by its cover. The huge, heavy door began to slowly open and Nabirosa gauged that he would soon find out why he was nicknamed the worst nightmare ever. The interrogator carefully opened the heavy doors and made his way inside. Fog hung in the corridor and torches brightly lit the way. The interrogator led the instructor and protagonist to the criminals and says their cell is nearby, so we'll only tell the highlights. Carrick turned his gaze on them slightly and began to tell them that first of all, I must say that as he thought, they are from the Clavier Nebula, that is the name of their organization. Nabiros folded her arms across her chest and remarked that this was the first time she had heard of it. The instructor looked at the interrogator carefully and asked if they were something like Caliboro, to which the old man replied that yes, but much more dangerous, as their identities were unknown. A huge explosion flashed through the old man's mind and he added that from the great fire at the granary of Nalan to the bombing of Edaman, the Research Institute of Magical Engineering, he confirmed that they were behind all the major incidents of the last year. Several unknown figures in white robes appeared in the interrogator's mind. Ronan shook his head slightly and wondered if it was that bad. He hadn't heard of them in his previous life. A drop of sweat trickled gently down the protagonist's cheek. He heard the interrogator describe the details in a report and turned to him. Ronan stood puzzled and regarded the floor. A few seconds later he inquired, they hadn't mentioned starlight or the arrival of a star. Carrick made a slightly startled face and remarked that it was the first time he had heard it. Ronan began to scratch his cheek gently and added that he had overheard their conversation before the capture. The old man took a little air into his lungs and stared at the protagonist. Carrick quickly took up his mask and remarked that it seemed to be related to their purpose. Ronan held out a finger in front of him, turned slightly pale and added that they hadn't said anything about it. Ronan watched as the old man's face instantly became ominously grim. The protagonist was slightly frightened by his face. Ronan lowered his eyes to the floor and noted in his head that the old man was suddenly a different person. But Carrick put on his mask a moment later and said, I see, so that's how it is. The old man gently grasped the lock on the door and remarked that he didn't think he'd slip up the first time they met. From beneath the mask he could see the evil eye of the interrogator and added that it was a shame. The old man began to walk slowly into the cell and mumbled that it seemed they were still not reached by his sincerity. They would have to reveal his heart to them again. Ronan froze in horror after hearing this. Ronan made his way to the room behind the interrogator. Edwin and Cyrilla appeared in his mind when he first met them and wondered if it was true, the people he had met that day. Walking into the cell he saw the mutilated bodies of the criminals. The interrogator began to slowly enter the cell and noticed that Edwin, a busy little fellow, he was repairing his body with unusual magic. The old man began to slowly heat his spear and wondered if they knew how to get close to such, easier than it seemed. Carrick put the heated spear in front of the man's face and motioned to simply cut until he could no longer regenerate. The interrogator, with a sharp motion, inserted the red-hot spear into the man's chest and added that he put all his heart into cutting off his limbs, expressing all his sincerity. The interrogator stepped closer to the protagonist, extended the spear near the sky and remarked that they were now quite close to him. Ronan and Nabiros looked at the spear and heard that, at least he thought so. The inquirer turned his head back sharply and surmised that just to think after all that had happened between them he was still hiding something. Edwin had disappointed him. Carrick grabbed the man's hair sharply. He pulled his head back and looked him straight in the eyes and asked if they had not opened their hearts to each other, to which Edwin, screaming and crying, replied that no, he had told everything and was hiding nothing. The inquirer turned his eyes on the protagonist and remarked that then, why did he learn of the star's arrival from this fellow? Carrick pulled his hair tighter and he started to say what it was. The old man turned his eyes to the girl and swept his eyes over her and remarked that for his information, he hoped this conversation would end with him because the mistress didn't have the power to recover like he did, but he didn't care. Cyrilla sat with her eyes bandaged and covered in blood and Carrick added that he knew she could die if they continued. Cyrilla began to tremble and asked to be killed, and Ronan stood and looked at it all and thought that it was cruel. He had never seen such a thing even in the army, but he really still had the strength to hide something. The protagonist saw a picture of Karak slowly bringing a red-hot spear to his head and wondering in his head what for. They personally had already been exposed. Ronan put his hand to his chin and tweaked in his head that really. The protagonist gently opened his mouth and mouthed that he didn't want to speak, but simply couldn't. The interrogator began to tremble violently. Nabarosa turned to the protagonist and asked again, to which she received the answer that this is what soldiers usually do on the battlefield if they are entrusted with any secrets. A picture appeared in the protagonist's mind of hands conjuring the guy's brain and telling him that in order to keep important information from leaking to the enemies, sealing magic is used on them. Ronan watched as the interrogator taunted the man and surmised that perhaps they had the same thing done to them. Karak abruptly let go of the man's hair and remarked that he had lost face again. He was so ashamed that he had missed such a moment. The interrogator walked past the heroes and mouthed a request to wait a moment. Karak, as he approached the door, he noticed he needed to run for something. The corner of the room was only lightly lit and a couple minutes passed. The interrogator held out his hand with a round object and Ronan could tell he needed that dreadful thing. On the interrogator's hand lay an eye with tentacles and Karak noted that this beast was called a cursed eye. It ate curses. The interrogator smiled broadly and played with the cursed eye, adding that when interrogating criminals who could not speak because of curses, it was indispensable. Karak slowly approached the man and said that it was time to begin. The old man slowly brought his eye up to the man's head. The cursed eye began to slowly penetrate the man's head and the old man implied that he would soon release it, so eat heartily, friend. Edwin threw his head back in pain and cried out loudly. The eye began to slowly glow a blue color. The eye was glowing very brightly. The old man noticed this and signaled that it was ready and now he was repeating the question. Edwin opened his eyes wide after the question and looked straight ahead after asking what the arrival of the star meant. Edwin opened his mouth slightly and began to tell that the star was an eternal being, the only blessing that would save the pitiful creatures of these lands. Cyrilla slightly shook her head and heard that they were only torches awaiting the arrival of the star that would descend to them from the heavens. The interrogator stood calmly in front of the man hanging from the chains who added that their only wish was to destroy anything that could interfere with this day. At this point Cyrilla turned her head and shouted for Edwin to shut up. Karak slowly began to scratch his chin and mouthed that many words. We'll try to keep it simple for his sake. Something will fall from the sky soon. Edwin rolled his eyes and heard the question of what it was. Edwin opened his eyes with blue pupils. A red shadow of a huge winged creature loomed over them and Edwin replied that star children. Ronan stood straight and listened to him intently, then tensed his chin slightly, looked with angry eyes at the outlaws and swept his mind over to Agayef. Ronan started to slowly walk up to the criminal and told him to wait. The protagonist towered over the criminal and called out to him. Ronan gave a crazed look and wondered if by saying star children, he meant the name Agayef. At that moment, Edwin raised his head sharply and looked at him. He looked at the man carefully and questioned him again. Blood flowed from the man's eyes and he inquired how he knew that name. Edwin swelled up like a balloon and began to yell slightly. Ronan noticed this and hesitated slightly. The interrogator put a hand on the protagonist's shoulder and told him to step back. Karak stretched his hand out in front of him and summoned a red seal. Edwin glowed brightly and began to scream loudly. The interrogator created a shield and there was a huge explosion. Blood began to pour down the walls of the barrier. The interrogator slowly pulled the barrier away and realized that he hadn't expected this. The cursed eye sucked out the curse, but it still exploded. All that was left in the man's place was a pool of blood. Ronan scrutinized the remains of the body and asked if this was always the case. The interrogator put his hand to his chin and replied that it was not uncommon, but curses this strong were rare. The inquirer covered his eyes slightly and remarked that it looked like the ban was a double one. Cyrilla shook slightly, tears streaming down her cheeks, and Karak noted that first, not to speak of the star's arrival to anyone but members of the organization, and second, not to mention the words associated with it, which actually made him explode. At this point, the inquirer looked at the remains of the body. The old man tensed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and began to speak, so Ronan. The interrogator loomed over the protagonist and asked who Agayef was. The protagonist looked slightly startled at the interrogator who added that if he was right, that was the name, the secret information of the Clavier Nebula and how did he get it. The interrogator started conjuring and added that as the one investigating the case. The interrogator gave an evil look, looked at the protagonist and added that he should know this, so answer, Ronan. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's cheek, but he didn't take his eyes off the interrogator. Ronan stared at the corner of the room and started to say that he didn't know much. The inquirer gently held the protagonist by the shoulder and remarked that he just happened to hear the name and the old man interjected. A moment appeared in the protagonist's mind as he overheard the conversation between two silhouettes in robes and began to tell him that he was the first to stumble upon them in Grand Cappadocia. The cursed eye on the interrogator's shoulder scrutinized him, and Ronan added that he had just overheard their conversation. The interrogator watched the protagonist carefully, not moving a step away from him, and Ronan picked up on the fact that at first their words hadn't seemed like anything weighty to him, but now he realized that it was an important clue. Ronan slowly removed the interrogator's hand from his shoulder and added that was why he had jumped in the middle of their conversation. Ronan turned to the old man and wondered if he would be satisfied with that answer. Carrack stared intently at the protagonist and wondered if he was sure Ronan was not telling him something, but he did not sense any threat to the Empire from him. The inquirer looked at him closely and wondered if it might be because of the look in his eyes. The old man looked carefully into his eyes and noticed in his mind that his eyes blazed with willpower, regret, determination, or hatred for these people. The huge eye of the protagonist looked at the tiny interrogator. Nabarose began to slowly draw her sword from its sheath. Then with a sharp swing, she put the blade to the interrogator's throat and swept it up. Enough was enough. The instructor gave an angry look and swept her eyes over the fact that he was interrogating her student right in front of her. Carrack turned sharply and replied that of course not, former sword saint, he just wanted to make sure. The interrogator smiled slightly through his mask and remarked that wasn't it better to double check everything. The old man turned to the protagonist, bowed slightly and apologized for his rudeness, to which Ronan scratched the back of his head and replied that it was no big deal and he was glad they had sorted out the misunderstanding. The protagonist rubbed the back of his head nervously and wondered what was dangerous. If he punctured himself, he'd definitely want to torture him. The interrogator approached the corpse of the cursed eye and remarked that it was a shame that one cursed eye had died. They were harder to catch than most fantasy creatures. The protagonist pulled his pals forward in horror and wondered if they were that strong, to which the inquirer smirked slightly and replied that of course they were, and also, if you looked closely, very cute. The inquirer turned his head on his shoulder and asked if Ronan wanted to touch. Carrack looked closely at the eye and wondered what the damned eye was. The cursed eye rested neatly on the old man's shoulder and he added that he had changed. The inquirer looked closely at the cursed eye and wondered if he had absorbed the curse, but from whom? Cirilla was too far away. Carrack quickly turned to look at the protagonist and swept his mind over to what just don't tell him. He remembered how he started to create the mana shield and added in his head, to expose the mana shield he had to touch the protagonist's shoulder. It happened then. Carrack began to carefully remove the cursed eye from his shoulder and turned to the protagonist. He quickly placed the eye on the protagonist's arm and apologized for being rude. Ronan watched the eye on his arm swell and didn't understand why all of a sudden. The protagonist was writhing in pain and scrutinized the eye. A moment later, the cursed eye exploded. Ronan took cover from the slime of the cursed eye and yelled out why it exploded. The interrogator scrutinized the protagonist's arm, put his hand to his chin and noted that it was so strong that the cursed eye couldn't handle it. How was that possible? The interrogator didn't take his eyes off the protagonist and mouthed, "Just don't be frightened and listen to him. Lord Ronan, there seems to be a curse on him." Ronan moved his hand to his side and interrogated him. The protagonist got slightly annoyed and mouthed, "Why would he?" The interrogator stared at the protagonist and inquired that he didn't happen to feel any restrictions in his daily life. A man with a blue essence in his chest sat over the protagonist's head, and Carrack added that the inability to run, for example, or touch iron, something only he couldn't. Nabarose looked angrily at the protagonist, and the old man added that there seemed to be something to it. The inquirer glanced at the remains of the cursed eye on the floor and remarked that if he didn't want to talk, he wouldn't insist, he couldn't help him in any way anyway. The interrogator held out a finger in front of him and added that just no, judging by the strength of the curse, whoever had put it on. The mist monster began to wrap its arms around the protagonist's neck and the inquirer finished that it sure hated him a lot. The moon illuminated the street with a violet light. The stagecoach was traveling down a neat road and the inquirer remarked that well done. Nabarose and Ronan stood across from the old man and he says he will continue questioning the girl as soon as he gets rid of the band, but the curse is strong so it will take time. Nabarose folded her arms across her chest and motioned that she understood and let him report back when he was done. Karen looked at the protagonist carefully. Ronan looked up sharply, also looked at him after saying that he seemed to be thinking hard. The protagonist began to rub the back of his head gently and replied that there was such a thing, after all. He had learned that he had had a curse on him all his life, and the old man added that he understood, but let him not worry so much, he was a student of Filion. Ronan looked at the inquirer with a question and didn't understand what that had to do with it. The old man smirked slightly and remarked that as far as he knew, she had been working there for a long time. The woman stands with her hands behind her back against a huge wall of books, and Carrack added that the mage who was the best at curses on the continent. The woman with blue eyes turned her head sharply to the side. It's Professor Maya's secret. A griffon is driving a stagecoach in the air over the thick sea. The protagonist carefully picks his eye and whines in pain. He starts picking it harder and doesn't know what it is, and Nabaros looks at him and wonders if he can't leave it alone and itches badly. Ronan gently turned to her and replied that since the protagonist's mind went to the cursed eye and added that the monstrous eye touched him, just unbearable. The protagonist continued to rub his eye and wondered if he was alright, and Nabarosa calmly covered his eyes and remarked that it was just a sign that the blotting was weakening, so don't let him worry. Ronan scratched his eye harder and heard a question about not remembering anyone who could curse him yet, to which the protagonist replied that he had no idea at all. The protagonist recalled an event where he got into a fight with a guy in class and remarked that who could hate him so much. After all, he had been living quietly in peace and certainly hadn't messed up anyone so much that they hated him. Nabarosa made a smart look, looked straight ahead and thought. The instructor turned her head, after thanking the protagonist for stopping him. Ronan remembered the old man questioning him and remarked that he was looking at him so viciously that if it wasn't for her, he would have already beaten a confession out of him for a crime he hadn't committed. Nabaros leaned on the armrest, smiled slightly and replied that she was only fulfilling her duties as an instructor. He had nothing to thank her for. Ronan looked at her carefully and noticed in his head that not only her skills were excellent, but also her character. The more he watched her, the more dignified she seemed to him. But it was strange. After saying that, the protagonist made incredulous eyes. Nabarosa carefully looked out the window, and Ronan added in his head why in his past life he had never seen her anywhere. The headmaster and the academy instructor were standing in pink smoke and a hand was reaching for them, and Ronan added that the Clavier Nebula had something to do with it. The griffon was flying fast over the sea and losing a lot of feathers, and Ronan wondered if it didn't. The huge courtyard of the academy was neatly lit by the bright sun, and Ronan swept the next day. The dense forest was neatly surrounded by a fence, and the protagonist added that the practice place of the Faculty of Magic, Sherry Forest, the entrance to the forest. In the middle of the desert plain stood huge pillars. It was the Pillar Park, and Ronan and Adeshan stood at the entrance. The girl smiled broadly, greeted the protagonist and remarked that they had never seen each other since that day. Adeshan sewed, folded her hands near her face and added that if it wasn't for the instructor's orders, they would have never met till now, and asked how he was doing. Adeshan was glowing with happiness and Ronan gloomed slightly. Ronan moved away from her slightly and wondered if he had yet to deal with the commander-in-chief's question. Ronan stepped aside and held his head and wondered what he should do. He hadn't decided what he should do yet, but whatever, he should smile. The protagonist turned sharply to the girl, smiled broadly and mouthed, "Long time no see, senior." Ronan slowly removed his hand from her head and asked her how she was doing, because he was doing fine, and Adeshan folded her arms and said that everything was fine. After that day, everyone who was afraid of the guy with the spear began to get close to her, so it was much easier for her, although she had a strange feeling that every time she saw her, Cardin was afraid of her. Adeshan remembered bringing a short spear to the boy and him running away in terror, shouting that he would use the long one. Adeshan smiled widely and remarked that it wasn't that she didn't like it. Adeshan and Ronan moved towards the park, and the girl started to say that the instructor said he needed to break the curse, and Ronan replied that there was such a thing. Ronan looked around and took stock of the fact that he had come here to meet Professor Secret. The protagonist scrutinized the pillars and remarked that she has strange taste since she lives in a place like this, and Adeshan replied that it looks like it. Adeshan looked at the pillars and remarked that her office was also unusual. Only magic students could find it, so she asked an acquaintance from the magic department to guide them. Adeshan turned to the protagonist, said that she was late, and at that moment a purple silhouette began to appear in front of her. The silhouette turned into a girl and she ran towards the commander-in-chief with her arms outstretched. The girl with purple hair flew into the assistant instructor's arms. The girl hugged her tightly and shouted that she missed her sister Adeshan. Ronan stood there, watching and listening to their conversation in surprise, and wondered if this was definitely the same Akalusha. The girl appeared in the protagonist's mind as she held out the amulet for him to join the family. Akalusha gently took the assistant's hand, smiled broadly, and Ronan added in his head that she was telling everyone about wolves and sheep. Adeshan smiled slightly and apologized for asking to come so suddenly, for an urgent matter had come up, and Ollie, with saliva on her lips, put her hand to the girl's cheek in motion that she could call out to her at any time. Ollie began to look around and wondered why she needed Professor Secret. The girl saw the grim protagonist and fell silent. Ronan stood gloomy and brooding. Ollie, seeing the protagonist, also grew gloomy and lost. Ronan raised his hand and remarked that it was he who had asked her, "Long time no see, Elizabeth." Ollie raised her hands, clenched her cheeks and began to squeal loudly. The girl looked up and wondered what he was doing here. The hero's path lay through an uneven path in the forest. Ali and Ronan waded through the thickets, and the protagonist began to say that this is really the professor's office. In front of her, the protagonist saw an old hut that stood in the middle of the forest. Ronan looked at it slightly and noticed that it was suspicious. She didn't want to kill him and bury him here. The protagonist turned on her and remarked that he had seen something he shouldn't have, in response to which the girl got mad and started yelling at him to stop calling her that and why he thought she was going to kill him. Ollie stepped slightly forward and told him to stop talking, and Ronan put his hands on the back of his head and started to slowly follow her. The protagonist began to slowly remove his hands from the back of his head and thought about how unexpected it was that she was friends with the commander-in-chief, though she was Akalusha. Ronan remembered Adeshan holding out the amulet to him and added that he wondered how they met. Ollie gently took hold of the handle and began to open the door. The girl swung the door open, and at the end of the room they saw a gray-haired woman sitting in a chair. Ronan opened his mouth slightly and wondered if it was Professor Secret. The protagonist saw an older woman in a rocking chair. Ollie turned sharply and motioned for the man to take his time. They weren't there yet. Ollie and Ronan made their way into the room. The heroes stopped beside the elderly woman and began examining her carefully. Ollie put her hand out in front of her, began to conjure, and added that she would say just in case, whatever was happening now, he should stand still and not move. Ronan looked at her carefully and replied positively that he understood. Ollie opened her mouth slightly and recited the spell, Kashpa Lunaji Delphirum. The girl put her hand further forward and shouted to open. Nothing happened after her words. Ronan stood looking at the old lady intently and waited for the developments. The protagonist did not take his eyes off the old lady and noticed that nothing happened. At that moment, the grandmother abruptly opened her mouth. The grandmother's mouth grew to an incredible size and opened wide. The protagonist was slightly startled and covered himself with his hand. Ollie swept up to see that this was the entrance to the professor's actual office. Ollie and Ronan found themselves in a room with a huge wall of books. Ronan looked around and wandered into the office. The protagonist stood straight and asked, "So that means that old woman, the entrance?" The protagonist looked around and remarked that this was an odd decision to say the least, and at that moment a woman appeared in midair behind his back and mouthed that it was him. She began to slowly descend towards the protagonist and added that the apprentice that Mrs. Nabarosa had sent was just as she said. Strange gusts of magic appeared around the protagonist. He noticed it and turned around sharply. The woman placed her hand sharply over his eye. She flew closer, squeezed his eye and swept her hand over it, sensing something very sinister about it. This woman is the best curse expert on the continent, Maya Secret. Maya gently held her hand near his eye and added interestingly, "The main characteristic of the professor is that she looks young, but she is 83. The protagonist looked at her carefully and wondered if it was Maya Secret. Maya pulled his eyelids away and remarked that he shouldn't be so surprised. The professor started to slowly fly away from him and added that it was for personal reasons, but this body was actually in its 80s. Maya laughed after saying that how young she looked and replied that let's talk about it later, but for now. After these words, the professor snapped her fingers. Dark scrolls with runes appeared around the protagonist, and the professor motioned that now his curse should be lifted. The protagonist looked around and wondered what it was. Maya put her hand to her chin and replied that she didn't think that in one person there would be so many curses. Besides, most of them are close to ancient prayers. It's very dangerous. Runes flew around the protagonist, and the professor added that with normal skills such a thing shouldn't even be touched. Ronan put his hands out to the side and wondered what. It turns out, it can't be taken off, and the professor calmly folded her hands behind her back and replied not to worry. Their appearance and number are certainly surprising, but so is she. At that moment, the professor used a spell, and under the protagonist's feet, a blue rune appeared. The scrolls began to wrap around the protagonist, with the professor adding to keep up with them. Maya flew closer to him and motioned for him to listen carefully. Now his curses would materialize in his soul. The protagonist hung bound, surrounded by red eyes, and the professor added that there was only one thing he needed to do: find the source of these curses and destroy it. The protagonist looked at her carefully and interjected. Ronan grabbed the flying scrolls and wondered how he was even supposed to do that, to which Maya replied that he would know instinctively once he met them. Maya extended her finger forward and began to say then. The professor put her finger to the protagonist's head and added that safe return. The tip of the finger glowed as it touched down to her forehead. The protagonist began to fall into a dark dimension and wondered what the fuck. Ronan fell into a light forest, began to look around carefully and wondered if this was his mental world created from his curses. The protagonist took a steady step through the dirt. Ronan looked behind him carefully and took a sneak peek at what was here. The protagonist quickly turned around and saw his home and swept it up. The gray hair was quickly fluttered by the wind, and Ronan wondered if that source was there. The protagonist scrutinized the house and a head of gray hair whizzed past him. The protagonist opened his eyes wide after the phrase that she had returned. Ronan wondered if he recognized that voice. In front of him, his, still small, sister was running into his house. The house was cleaned and cozy. Errol looked at his little brother carefully and remarked that he was cute. The sister quickly turned to Mom and wondered why Ronan was sleeping all day. Was he sick? Mom smiled slightly and replied that children always sleep a lot when they are growing up. Mom looked at her daughter with glowing eyes and remarked that Earl was the same way. The woman lightly smilingly added that if he got sick later on she would have to look after him, to which Earl replied that of course she would protect him all her life. Ronan was her brother after all. The protagonist entered the house and wondered that apparently this was their home when he was first born. The protagonist watched intently as his sister hung on his bed and his mom watched the whole thing. The baby in the stroller raised its arms slightly and Ronan wondered what it turns out, this baby is him. The baby was sleeping sweetly, covered by a blanket. Ronan moved closer, looked at the child playing with his fingers and wondered if he was so small, he thought he had been a freak since birth. The protagonist grabbed the railing and took a moment to consider that meant he was caught in his past. The floor began to creak quietly and the protagonist added that he didn't remember anything from here at all. The door to the room opened abruptly. A dark silhouette with purple magic appeared in the passage. Ronan stood straight and stared at him. The protagonist rolled his eyes slightly and stared. Ronan paid attention to the silhouette's hands and swept his mind over the fact that the body wasn't moving. The purple, dark silhouette walked past and headed towards his mother and sister, and Ronan wondered who it was. Earl immediately ran into the silhouette's arms and was glad that it had come. The silhouette said something and Earl pointed in the other direction and replied that he was there in the cradle. Apparently he was interested in looking at him too. Silhouette walked over to his mother and she remarked that he looked a lot like him. The mother made a shocked face and wondered if she meant dangerous. Purple magic appeared around the mother and she began to faint. The dark silhouette waved its hands and knocked out the protagonist's mother. Earl stood idly by and watched what was happening. The protagonist abruptly darkened and wondered what Mom. Earl saw the purple essence move towards her and wondered why Mom was so sudden. The silhouette extended its arm in front of the girl and began to conjure. Earl began to slowly lose consciousness. The protagonist only had time to put his hand out in front of him. Ronan opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Sister." The protagonist started looking around the place and trying to find him. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and froze at what he saw. The dark silhouette's hand was covered in runes, just like Professor Secret's room. The protagonist looked closely at the runes and noticed that they were the ones that appeared from his body. The protagonist dodged the bright light. The protagonist made an evil face and wondered if it was him, the one he must break. The protagonist stared at the silhouette with an evil look and a twisted face. The purple silhouette held out a hand with runes on it and Ronan took a moment to realize that he was the source of the curse. The books lay open on the floor and Maya began to speak, surprisingly. The professor held her hand out in front of her and began to examine it and added that she had been preparing like this, but the mana was still used to its fullest. Maya hovered in the air and conjured the protagonist and then added that they really were incredible curses. Ollie moved slightly closer to the professor and asked that since even she said so, how many of them there were, to which the professor replied that if you ignored the complexity and relied only on the number, you'd get about 10. Ollie opened her mouth wide in surprise and reinterrogated the professor. Ollie looked at the professor carefully and added that then it must not be easy for her to remove all 10 curses at once either, to which the professor levitatingly replied that no, that's not why it's amazing. Maya's secret turned on the girl and added that what they were working on now was only one curse. The main character, gritting his teeth in anger, carefully watched as the purple silhouette stood near the bed. The unknown person raised his hand over the baby. The silhouette froze over the child's bed and held his hand in the air. The unknown person leaned over slightly, stared at the little protagonist and made some kind of sound. He turned sharply and began to leave, making sounds along the way. The unknown person walked past his sister lying on the floor. The silhouette quickly passed by the frozen protagonist. Ronan clenched his fists. The main character looked carefully at his hand and thought that the restriction had been lifted. The protagonist quickly rushed to his mother and sister. Ronan crouched over their bodies, started shaking them and shouted that he was okay. The main character trembled slightly. He looked at his mother and sister, heard them snoring and noticed that what a relief, they were just sleeping. Ronan put his hands on his face in relief and sighed loudly. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he needed to calm down. In this world he could only do one thing. Ronan began to slowly stand up. A sword appeared in his hands and he added that there was only one thing, to kill that unknown person. The main character approached the door. He delivered a quick series of blows to the door. A moment later, he immediately flew out of the house, simultaneously breaking the door. The protagonist stopped abruptly and looked straight ahead in surprise. The sky began to turn red. Ronan saw a dark silhouette in front of him and wondered what was waiting for him. The main character made an angry look and noticed that he had something to do with him. The main character looked carefully at the silhouette and called it. The unknown man silently looked away and did not react to the protagonist. The main character put his sword in front of him and asked how he dares to do God knows what to his family right in front of his eyes. Ronan rushed forward with a furious look and shouted that he would never forgive him. The silhouette slowly raised his hand and began to use magic. The main character flew very quickly into the unknown, and a dark sword appeared in his hand from the void. Ronan threw a powerful blow at him, but he blocked it. The main character staggered slightly and did not believe it. An unknown powerful push through the protagonist, and he was still in shock. Ronan began to strike quickly at the enemy and wondered if there was some kind of curse with the sword. The curse reflected all his blows, and Ronan noticed that he was losing. The protagonist slightly deflected the powerful blow of the curse. Still, the curse cut the main character's forearm. Ronan looked at his wound in slight surprise. The unknown man prepared for a powerful blow. The curse simply slipped through the protagonist and dealt him a powerful blow to the chest. Ronan, covered in cuts, screamed loudly. The main character fell to the ground and barely held on. The protagonist was bleeding all over and could not believe what had happened. The silhouette turned to look at the exhausted protagonist, and Ronan noticed in his head that his sword was not even touching him. The curse began to slowly go away, and Ronan added that he was kicking him out because there was nothing he could do. The main character squeezed the ground tightly and noticed in his head that he couldn't let it end like this. He had to get up. He had to ask the unknown a lot of questions. The silhouette began to slowly turn its head after hearing the protagonist say that he was not finished yet. The main character stood up with great effort. Ronan raised his head with the last of his strength and asked why he did this. His mother and sister began to flash in the protagonist's head, and at that moment he added that these two did not express such emotions. Ronan remembered how his sister ran towards the silhouette and added that when she communicates with strangers. In the protagonist's head, Earl opened the door with a wide smile, and the protagonist noticed that he felt a connection. His sister looked at him exactly the same way. Don't think about it, that means. Ronan opened his mouth wide and shouted that he wasn't he. The protagonist rose higher and, looking at the evenly standing silhouette, asked why the hell he did it. In response, he heard silence. The main character began to glow with anger and noticed that he had nothing to say. A moment later, the protagonist gripped his sword tighter and added that after what he did to his sister and mother, and after putting a curse on him, he was not going to explain himself. The main character jumped back sharply. With his sword, he sharply cut off the head of the unknown man. Ronan braked sharply on the back of the silhouette. The head of the curse fell to the ground and rolled. She stopped right at the protagonist's feet. Ronan pierced the severed head with a sharp blow. The main character put his foot on his head, leaned over slightly and noted that he doesn't want to. Don't tell me, he'll figure it out himself, so just get out of my body. The main character's face swam with rage. The head disappeared under the protagonist's feet. A huge wall of books appeared. Ronan woke up with a start. He began to rise, holding his head in parallel. He stood up and saw a huge wall of books and asked what it was. Separatio. The professor stood carefully behind the main character and began to say that he had finally woken up, how he was feeling. Ronan turned sharply on her and asked who she was. The main character said, slightly frightened, "That just don't tell him, Professor Secret." An old woman stood in front of him and she asked him if he recognized her. The woman came a little closer to him and noticed that, as expected, he had good instincts, and the shocked Ronan opened his mouth wide and asked why she suddenly began to look her age, whether it could be because of him. Professor Secret slightly lowered her head at him and replied that this did not apply to him at all, but before that, Ronan, he felt some changes. The main character looked up at her and noted that, to be honest, he realized at first glance that she was an unusual person. The protagonist looked at her with shining eyes and noted that now he sees how incredible she really is. Ronan examines her carefully. The professor smiled broadly and noted that everything worked. Ronan and Secret were sitting at a large table drinking tea, and the professor said that, incredibly, this is what happened. The woman began to slowly write down in a notebook and says that who would have thought that the curse was hidden in old memories that he himself does not remember. The professor looked up at him and asked that, in addition, the person who put the curse on him looked like his father, to which Ronan answered positively. The main character clenched his eyes after saying why he thought so. He seemed to say that his appearance could not be distinguished and answered because he heard what his mother and sister told him. Ronan raised his angry eyes at her and added that, to be honest, when this man touched his family, he felt something. The protagonist grabbed his chest and noticed that something was so unfamiliar to him that he could not recognize it on his own. The main character sadly lowered his head and noticed that this was an unfamiliar sadness. A moment flashed through his mind as he loudly shouted at the curse and added that he thought that was why she was so enraged. The main character sat with a thoughtful expression, and at that time the same unknown person stood behind him, and Ronan added that it seemed to him that he felt the same. The woman crossed her arms over her chest, looked away in disbelief and asked that he said he had no memories of his family at all, to which Ronan responded positively, and besides that, neither he nor his sister had ever thought about it. The protagonist's mother and father were reflected in the broken glass, along with the main character and his sister, and at that moment Ronan noticed that it was as if these memories had been completely erased. The professor began to carefully drink tea and thought that it turned out that not only his ability to perceive mana was sealed, but also his self-awareness. The woman put the tea on the table and noted that it seemed his father had placed a curse on him and also erased his memories. A dark silhouette flashed in the main character's head as well as memories with him. The woman added that because of this, some of his memories were transferred to him. The woman carefully looked at him and said that sometimes magic spells related to memories have such an effect, and therefore, his memories could be reflected in his world of imagination. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head as he swung for a powerful blow, and the woman adds that the fact that he was able to use mana even before he cut the curse suggests that he began to perceive mana for some time. In the head, the protagonist cuts off the head of the silhouette, and the professor notices that as a result of the reaction to the restoration of lost memories. The main character slightly raised his hand, saw the rainbow curls, and wondered if these shiny curls spreading out in all directions were mana. The protagonist squeezed his hand slightly, trying to grab hold of the curls. The woman carefully placed her hand on her chin and replied that it was true. Now he could only see her, but then he would be able to easily manipulate her like other students. Behind the main character there were chains connected with the help of rings, and one of the rings burst. And the woman added that if, of course, he got rid of 2 more curses out of the 9 imposed on him. Professor Secret began to quickly write down and said that of course it would take some time. It was unknown where the curses placed on him came from, and they were all very strong. The professor abruptly closed her notebook and noted that when she was ready, she would send him a message, but as long as he could go, it seemed that it would soon be noon. After these words, the main character was surprised and did not believe it. Instantly, the professor's hands became younger. A young woman was now sitting opposite the protagonist, and he thought that she had become young again. The main character with a calm face asked that her appearance changes depending on the time of day, to which the professor opened her arms and replied that this body is the same as his, it just has some features, and Ronan added that it looks like she am tired too. Professor Secret grinned slightly and said that he might be confused because he had revealed an unpleasant truth, but he needed to take care of his mind. The main character opened his eyes wide and heard that the future is too precious to burden oneself with the past. Ronan began to stand up and notice the truth of the professor's words. Then he bowed deeply and added that he would rely on her then. The huge tunnel was illuminated by only one torch. The huge hand of the precious giant stood motionless. An unknown man stood next to the giant, and the author says that at the same time on the other side, under the great Cappadocia, the mustachioed man raised his head and noticed that he was much bigger than he thought, and then wondered that the student had stopped him alone without the help of an instructor. Another man carefully came up from behind and asked what he was there. The mustachioed man heard him and said that he had finally arrived. A short-haired man in uniform looked carefully at the mustachioed man. His name was Dahlin. The mustachioed man turned sharply and asked how the restoration was going, and Dahlin replied that everything was going without any problems. They said everything would be fully restored in a week. Dahlin opened his mouth slightly and noted that, in addition to his orders, they had conducted investigations into those criminals, but they were unable to find any additional information in this place. After the man thought about it, Dahlin added that at the academy, they were able to find out the location of a student who was here at that time and would like to meet him in person. The mustachioed man with a sword on his leg began to walk slowly, and the soldier addressed him like a duke. The head of the Duchy of Grancia, Joseph Cinnamon de Gracia, stood and looked attentively at his subordinate. The Duke glanced slightly to the side and replied that it seemed so. The Duke froze and looked straight. The giant behind him activated and his eyes glowed red. The giant began to move slowly. Dahlin watched this carefully and noticed that the Duke, Dahlin watched as the giant raised his hand to strike. The guy turned to the Duke to leave for a while. Dahlin began to reach for the sword and say that he was with a detachment of knights, and in response, the Duke, interrupting him, extended his hand in front of him and noted that this was not necessary. The Duke stood and carefully looked at the guy. Joseph began to carefully reach for his sword. The Duke's eyes lit up. He pulled out his sword and asked how long they would have to wait. Joseph cut off the giant's hand with a powerful blow. The giant made a sound and did not understand what was happening. A moment later, Joseph delivered another rapid series of powerful blows. The Duke completely cut up the giant. Dahlin took cover slightly from the dust flying in his face. Joseph began to carefully put away his sword and scabbard. A moment later, he took the first step and said that it was time to go. The Duke carefully walked out, and behind him the giant was falling apart into small pieces. Joseph made an angry look and noted that for now he would meet with the young hero Filion. The morning sun of the next day brightly illuminated the Navarro dorm pavilion. Ronan carefully opened the front door and said what a damn crazy person he is. The main character, wiping his eyes, looked out the door and added that he had been knocking on someone's door since the morning. Ronan looked at the guy standing in his passage and asked what his uncle was and whether traveling merchants were allowed to come here. Dahlin made an angry face and noted that he was a cheeky guy. The guy in uniform stood straight, looked at the protagonist and added that at least he knew who he was going to brag to which Ronan replied that he looked like the gatekeeper of some noble family. The main character stared attentively and wondered what the mana he was feeling was. Ronan saw strands of magic flying behind the guy and added that it was rather dark. The hero saw a blue strand and noticed in his head that something was clearly mixed with it, also mana, something familiar. The Duke put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that's enough. Dahlin turned on him and heard that it was their fault that they had come without warning. The main character looked in surprise at the mustachioed man and wondered if this man was really the one who was called the Duke of the Empire. Joseph took the first step and remarked that he was sorry. The Duke smiled widely and added that Ronan would allow him to apologize for the words and actions of his escort knight, so if you don't mind. Joseph put his hand on his chest and asked if he would give him a minute of his attention. Ronan wondered if this was the Duke of Glacia. Ronan looked carefully into the open box and said that this is what he says. The main character opened his mouth slightly, looked at the box and noticed that they were finished only yesterday. These are the scabbards of his La Mancha. The hero saw a luxurious sheath with a precious stone in the center. The main character looked at the Duke and asked why the Duke was delivering them to him, to which Joseph takes a sip of tea and replies that the masters of the Grand Cappadocia themselves asked him about it. A moment appears in the Duke's head as Doran hands him the scabbard and he adds that, more precisely, the master asked him for a favor. Joseph carefully placed the cup on the table and said that he also wanted to express his gratitude to him personally. The Duke carefully looked at his sword and added that their Glancia and Grand Cappadocia families had the relationship of good old comrades. Joseph carefully examined his sword and noticed that his favorite sword, the Pale Lord, was also created by the Master Elder. Joseph put his hand in the pocket of his doublet and said that, therefore, it was quite natural for him to congratulate the hero and benefactor who had saved Grand Cappadocia. The Duke pulled out a golden object from his pocket and handed it to the protagonist, saying that he had prepared a separate gift. There was a gold medal on the Duke's hand, and the shocked Ronan thought that this was a confirmation sign of Glancy. It even had the seal of the head of the family on it. Ronan carefully got up from the sofa and noticed that he was giving him such an expensive thing. Isn't it worth as much as 3 whole villages? To which the Duke replied, in order to preserve the honor of the Glance family, they are obliged to treat their benefactors in this way. Maria and Assel look with shocked eyes at the treasure chests that the Duke handed out to them and says that now it must be 2 students who collaborated with him have already been delivered the master's gifts and family signs. The Duke carefully drinks his tea and hopes that they will like it, and Ronan sings a little and notices that they are probably praising him as best they can. Joseph carefully put the cup on the table and said that he was glad to hear it and then they would move on to the next question. The Duke sat down at the table with assurance and asked if he could tell him everything he knew about this incident. Joseph sharply raised his back, looked at the protagonist with a mad look and noticed that he was too interested in these reckless people. The main character was illuminated by the Duke's mana and he was surprised by this. Ronan laughed a little and wondered if that was what brought him here. Blue, terrifying eyes appeared above the Duke, and Ronan added that the head of the Glance family. The Duke looked carefully at the main character and waited for an answer. The protagonist stared at the Duke and began to say that he did not know how much he knew, but he had already realized that these rats were much crazier than he imagined. Dahlin clenched his jaw slightly in anger. The room was filled with jets of magic, and Ronan added that he was so fast that he had to spend a lot of strength and energy to strike him. Ronan looked slightly to the side and added that this is what he meant when he said that they didn't let him go. The main character looked at one point and thought that just look, this guy still hasn't even moved. Dahlin stood motionless and looked at the main character, and he added in his head that he was reacting to their conversation. If you think about it, now this feeling is accurate. Ronan remembered how Edvon, with severed limbs, used magic and noticed in his head that it was reminiscent of the disgusting feeling that he experienced when colliding with them, and was it really that person? Ronan looked closely at the guy in uniform and did not look away. A drop of sweat ran down the cheek of the thoughtful protagonist, and the Duke asked what was wrong. Joseph looked at him with wide eyes and added that Ronan was talking and suddenly fell silent, and Ronan wondered what kind of reaction this was. This was his subordinate releasing something around him. The Duke slightly tilted his head and asked if he was uncomfortable. The main character opened his mouth wide and wondered if the Duke of Glacia, one of the strongest people on the continent, doesn't he see this? The main character's eye became covered with bright dots and he realized that only his eyes could see it, if so. After he thought about it, Ronan said that it was possible. The main character looked attentively at the Duke and asked how he felt the appearance of the star. The guy in the uniform's eyes turned red, and Ronan noticed in his head that he had thrown the bait. The Duke finished the tea in her cup and Ronan added that the organization supporting the children of the stars, the Clagier Nebula. Joseph put his hand to his chin and remarked that he could not believe that such a thing existed on the continent. The main character began to scratch his head after being asked that he actually discovered this information on his own and answered, yes, before the teacher arrived. It took a little fiddling to get him to confess. The main character grinned evilly and noted that this guy, it was funny to watch him sobbing, begging for his life. Ronan jumped up slightly from the sofa and added that he would be allowed to explain more clearly, to which the Duke stretched out his hands in front of him and noticed that everything was in order. The rest could be confirmed by Rodaland's official paper. He thinks that if he listens anymore, he will lose his appetite. The main character calmly leaned on his back and spread his arms to the sides. Ronan looked confidently at the guy in uniform and noted that there was no need to continue. A cloud of bright particles gathered around the guy in uniform, and Ronan noticed in his head that he had just lost control of himself. Ronan examined the guy carefully. The Duke carefully took his sword, leaned his elbows on the table, and noted that then it was time for him. And Ronan at that moment began to think that he could not believe that he was hiding in Glancy and not somewhere else, and perhaps urgent intervention would be required. The main character, following the Duke, stood up and noticed that there was something he needed to know about them, and Joseph turned around sharply and asked what he needed to know. Ronan smiled broadly and noted that this was a long story. It was not good to distract an already busy person. The main character glanced at his desk, where the paper and pen lay, and added that he would organize everything and send him a letter in the evening. He would be very interested. Joseph and Dahlin looked attentively at the protagonist. The main character made an angry look and noticed, especially, the part about Agia. At this moment Dahlin became very tense. The night moon brightly illuminated the protagonist's dormitory. The main character was sleeping peacefully and snoring. Ronan rolled onto his side, drool running down his lip as mana particles began to appear around him. Dahlin stood near the bed and swung a powerful blow at the protagonist. The guy's blow caused the bed to fly apart. Dahlin looked carefully at the site of the impact and did not believe what he saw. He saw that there was nothing at the impact site. Dahlin heard behind him the phrase that he thought he would not come. Ronan was hanging from the ceiling, holding a wooden stick, and added that it was nice to meet you, rat number 3. The main character landed next to the guy in uniform and then turned sharply on him. Ronan stood pointing his finger to the side and said, "Why doesn't he look there first? He has a special guest for him today." Dahlin looked with surprised eyes at the place where the protagonist pointed. A guy in an expensive suit was sitting on a chair. Young Mr. Schlieffen was sitting on a chair. Schlieffen made an angry face and asked the guy how he should understand this situation. The sun was setting and lightly illuminating Navarre's hostel. Ronan opened the door and Schlieffen stood in the passage. Ronan looked attentively with folded hands at the swordsman, and he noticed that he had come as soon as he received the message. Schlieffen opened his mouth slightly and asked that Sir Dahlin would come to attack him tonight. The swordsman squeezed his sword tightly and noticed that this was nonsense and asked if the protagonist had any reason to think so. Dahlin stands in full armor with a sword in his hands, and Schlieffen says that this knight is one of the most talented and loyal in Glancy. He was chosen as his father's personal guard 4 years after entering the service, and here, immediately after his appearance, he declares. Ronan stands with his hands on his chest and, interrupting him, notices that Glacia has changed a lot in 4 years. The main character turned around sharply, began to leave, and said that he should just come and see everything for himself. In any case, he had nothing to lose. Ronan turned his head towards the swordsman and added that if his words were true and they were hiding in his family, then he would have to get rid of the rat. Dahlin stands next to the main character and looks at Schlieffen. The swordsman squeezed the sword in his hand and asked if he had heard. Schlieffen put his sword in front of him and said that he told him to explain himself. Dahlin looked closely at the sword and heard an order for him to answer. Ronan smiled broadly and said that if asked, he would admit that he was a traitor and how he, so naive, was going to live in this cruel world. At that moment, Dahlin raised his leg. A moment later, he stomped hard on the floor. His foot sent blue rays across the floor. Ronan and Schlieffen are shocked by this performance. The main character began to examine his body and thought that his body had become heavier. The main character noticed how his hand was surrounded by blue threads and noticed that this was his aura. Ronan glanced to the side and was surprised. Dahlin dealt a powerful blow to the protagonist, but he managed to react and reflect it. The main character flew far to the side. Schlieffen opened his mouth wide and shouted what the hell he was doing. At that same second, Dahlin jumped at the swordsman. The guy in uniform threw a powerful blow, but Schlieffen blocked it. Dahlin looked at the swordsman carefully and noted that it was good that the young master did not yet know how to control the radius of his aura, so he could not use this crazy technique in a place where others might suffer from his anger. After these words, Schlieffen became incredibly angry. Dahlin tightened his grip on his sword and added that despite this, he pressed the swordsman hard and remarked that he was very sorry. Schlieffen tries to resist the guy and Dahlin adds that he didn't want the relationship to end this way, but Ronan ruined everything. Schlieffen twisted slightly from the effort and said that his skills were different from those he knew and asked how long he had hidden his abilities and why he betrayed. Dahlin got angry and replied that betrayal was the wrong word. The guy's sword began to slowly roll away. Schlieffen and Dahlen separated their swords and Dahlen added that he was from the very beginning. The uniformed guy's eyes lit up blue and he noticed that he had never been a knight of Glacia. The next moment, Dahlen flies towards the swordsman with a blow. Schlieffen stood still and looked attentively at the traitor and said that this is how it is. Then his face darkened and he remarked that he was convinced, do what you want. At the same moment, Ronan flew up with his sword in his hands. The main character blocked the traitor's powerful blow. Dahlen looked at him in surprise and asked how he was. Ronan, blocking, turned to the swordsman and noted that in any case, this is damn upsetting. He did so much for the sake of this one phrase, now he feels better. Schlieffen carefully closed his eyes and asked that he hoped he understood that it was a serious question. Schlieffen gently moved the main character by the shoulder and noted that after today he would spend some time in Glancy. Schlieffen struck a powerful blow and added that a bloody wind would blow. Schlieffen approached the guy in uniform. Dahlen watched Schlieffen use mana and thought that despite being exhausted by the aura, he was still using mana. He was such a strong swordsman. Schlieffen delivered such a powerful blow that Dahlen was thrown far to the side. Dahlen stopped, put his sword to the side and wondered if he, too, was hiding his strength. No, there was no reason for that. Dahlen carefully examined the swordsman and noticed in his head that he had really grown so much in such a short period. Dahlen sweated, looked ahead and thought that this couldn't be true, even though he was a genius that appeared once every century. But this monstrous power. Ronan interrupted his thoughts, appeared from the side with a swing at the guy in uniform and noticed that this sir was free. The main character blushed from the aura and swung a powerful blow and said that Dahlen was bored. The protagonist delivered a quick and powerful series of blows and noticed that he had lost his vigilance. Dahlen blocks all of the protagonist's blows with great effort. He looked into the crazy eyes of the protagonist and noticed in his head, simply incredible, another monster. The main character dealt a very powerful blow, but Dahlen dodged. The protagonist looked slightly surprised and noticed that Dahlen avoided this. A moment later, Dahlen powerfully kicked the protagonist in the chest, causing him to fly away. Dahlen turned his head sharply and noticed that he had made a lot of noise. At this rate the professor would come here. Dahlen glanced out the open window and realized he had to retreat. Dahlen began to run and quickly flew towards the passage and thought that he could not believe so many difficulties because of one damn child. Dahlen quickly jumped out of the window and added in his head that it was a mistake to think that he could defeat them alone. First he needed to hide and then find an opportunity to get rid of them. Dahlen felt someone approaching in the back of his head. Schlieffen jumped out of the window behind him and shouted that Dahlen was right. Dahlen turned a frightened glance at the swordsman and heard that, unlike his father, he was not yet mature enough and could not properly use the Sword of the Storm. The swordsman's weapon began to charge with energy and he added that it was stupid of him to run away like that, he knew. Schlieffen used the ability, spun around and noticed that no one else would fall for his bait. The swordsman looked rudely at the traitor and added that there is only a traitor who needs to be punished. Schlieffen uses the Sword of the Storm and twists the gusts of wind into a hurricane. Dahlen held his sword out in front of him, trying to defend himself. A huge hurricane was approaching him and he noticed that the situation was crap. A strong wind began to suck him in. Dahlen began to faint slightly and scream in his thoughts and wondered what a star was. The hurricane completely consumed the traitor. Schlieffen abruptly sheathed his sword. He approached the traitor, raised his head and noticed that starting today, no one in the family would remember him. Now it doesn't matter. Schlieffen turned sharply, began to abruptly walk away from the traitor, who lay in a pool of blood, and added that he was not Glancia. Ronan approached the swordsman and noticed that he had put on such a show. The main character smiled widely, looked at the swordsman and asked, he must have been quite angry. Ronan and Schlieffen turned to the traitor and the protagonist noted that now he doesn't even know if they can give him to Rotterdam in this condition, to which the swordsman replied that he only cut his tendons, so he shouldn't die. Schlieffen stood with a thoughtful face and noted that it was theoretical. The swordsman turned sharply to the protagonist and added that in any case, it's good that he is here. He urgently needs to report this situation to his family as soon as possible. Schlieffen looked angrily at the protagonist and said that they need to figure out all the traitors. Schlieffen suddenly rushed to run and shouted, which means he was leaving the rest to him, and Ronan put his hand in his direction and asked him if he would just leave him like that. The main character put his hands to his mouth and shouted, he destroyed everything here, why should he deal with this? And at that moment a portal appeared behind the protagonist. Ronan stands straight and shouts that this little guy is so irresponsible, and behind him Nabarosa came out of the portal and asked what was happening. The main character turned his head back, heard the question about what kind of storm it was and he was attacked and noticed that she was already here. The director of the academy also appeared from the portal. Ronan looked closely at the fencing instructor's pajamas. The main character pointed his finger at her and carefully examined the pajamas. Ronan raised his finger up and noted that the pajamas were cool, and Nabarosa got angry and said, just answer her. Krava Kradir came closer and noticed that she was right and now the instructor's pajamas are not important, although they are very interesting. The main character turned to the trader, heard that it was good that he was not wounded, but could he explain everything, and replied that, of course, he would explain everything. Ronan carefully approached the director and said that the director could repeat after him first, to which Krater asked what he wanted him to say. The main character looked angry and said that Akayot is a bad person. Krater and Nabarosa look at him in shock. The director of the academy stands opposite him, folding his arms at his sides and repeating after him. We saw a sign on the door that this was the director's office. Krater sat with his hands folded at the table and said that there was a spy in the Grancha family. Everything was much more serious than he thought. The director was sitting at the table, looked at the protagonist and noted that he was great. Thanks to him, they managed to avoid a lot of problems. And Ronan scratched his head in response and replied that he made him blush. The main character remembered the particles he sees and thought that for now he would keep it a secret that he could see special mana. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head as unknown pollen was flying around the trader, and he added that, after all, he was not 100% sure of this either, and if a leak occurred, not only he, but everyone around him would be in danger. Ronan imagined his loved ones lying in a sea of blood. Krater carefully folded his hands, looked at the table and said that the Grancha family would undergo a full-scale investigation, so there was no need to worry. The director of the academy sharply raised his head and added that, by the way, the Empire finds itself in debt over and over again after that incident in the village of blacksmiths. Ronan opened his mouth wide in surprise and joy after hearing that the director would like to thank him and he needed something. Ronan put his hand in front of him and said that he wanted to do something inside the academy. He would approve, to which the director scratched his chin and said that what he needed approval for was even interesting to him. The central square of Filion was brightly lit from all sides. Ronan stood near the board with sheets of paper and shouted for everyone to pay attention. A crowd of students stood and listened attentively that they were tired of the club activities limited to the academy. The main character hit the piece of paper and added that he had good news for them. The protagonist smiled broadly and noted that this was a special adventure club. On the notice board there was a recruitment for a special adventure club. Gender and course are not important. You need to go through a short interview. Ronan poked his finger at the student's nose after he asked what a special adventure club was, and noted that it was a good question. The main character, pressing his finger into the student's nose, loudly replied that this is a very constructive club that develops personal talents that will help the Empire through practical activities. Ronan raised his hand high and added that this is the only club that the director has approved to operate outside the academy. The main character looked at the crowd of students and noticed that those who wanted to join could come to the first arena of Galelion at the time indicated on the brochure. The mysterious person stood and watched as the protagonist finished and thanked everyone for their attention. The person opened his mouth slightly and muttered under his breath that this couldn't be true. The mysterious person in the red hood asked, "Why don't tell her what it is?" A view opened up to the huge gates of the arena in Galelion. Ronan stood with a tired look and asked why. The main character sat on the ground and added that he staged such a show in the square to attract new talents, but only they came. Maria and Assel stood opposite the main character and looked at him. Maria grinned slightly and asked if he was asking seriously and noticed that he remembered what he had done at his so-called interview. The main character stood over the beaten students, and Maria added that he beat people under the pretext of testing their skills. Ronan with an angry face held out the paper with a pen, and Maria noticed that he also told suspicious things to those who did not know whether he was ready to risk his life. Assel rubbed his finger against his finger and added that rumors had spread throughout the academy that he needed to have 10 lives to join the club. The main character looked angry and noticed that this was the real battle. Ronan began to look around and noticed in his head that he didn't care. Ronan turned back and thought that he only needed promising individuals. Brown began to slowly stand up and clear his throat. Ronan turned to him with a smile and asked if he was better and added that he insisted on sparring, even though he told him that his abilities did not need to be tested. Brown stood up and began to brush himself off, and Ronan pointed out that it was obvious that Brown had passed anyway. Brown smiled broadly, turned his head at him and thanked him. Ronan grinned slightly and said that he said in advance, "Their club will be quite difficult. He is ready for it." Brown smiled broadly and replied that this was what he needed because he wanted to become stronger. After these words, the main character turned to the squad and noted that they could disperse for today. They all needed to rest before they moved on to real business, and Assel asked what about him. Ronan scratched his head and replied that there was time, so he would wait a little longer and who knows, maybe some other talent would appear. Night has come. The main character lay on the table and said what to hell. He raised his head. Adeshan was also sitting next to him and added that no one else had come. Ronan pushed his chair back to stand up and said that there was nothing to be done. We had to get ready. The main character turned to the assistant instructor, thanked her and added that working as an assistant must take a lot of time, and yet she found a minute to help him, to which she smiled broadly and replied that it was nothing. Adeshin carefully picked up the chair, carried it to the side, and noted that she was sorry. If not for the help of the instructor, she would also have submitted an application. The main character looked at her in horror and thought that he would not be able to tell her, that he would not be able to accept her. Ronan looked at her carefully and added in his head that soon he would have to choose whether to make her forget about her dream of becoming a general or not. The protagonist lowered his eyes and thought that this was a very important decision, so he needed to think it over more carefully. An unknown person in a red hood came to the arena and noticed what a relief. Ronan and Adeshin turned to her and she added that he was still there. Ronan looked at her carefully. A moment later he was delighted and asked that she was going for an interview and wanted to join the club. The unknown person asked again. The main character thought a little, because he didn't hear what she said. If she joined, then would she be able to, and noted that she was speaking so quietly he didn't hear anything. The person began to slowly take off her hood and said that if she joined the club, will she be able to touch him? Ronan looked at the girl in shock and asked what she wanted to touch. The main character folded his arms, opened his mouth wide and added that she was a pervert, and the girl noticed that it was not him, but that thing on his shoulder. Tita turned her head slightly to the side and made a questioning sound. The main character began to gently stroke the pet and noticed that he should have said it right away, otherwise he misunderstood her. The girl looked at the protagonist in surprise after he said that the little one is always with him, so if he joins the club, he will definitely be able to touch him, and asked him again. Ronan moved his lips slightly and asked himself a question in his head: who is this strange girl? The protagonist remembered how the girl just arrived and thought that he could not believe that he did not notice her until she came close. She is definitely not an ordinary student. He feels that she is not so simple at all. The girl put her hand to her chin, released her gaze and stood straight. The girl suddenly raised her head and asked what she needed to do to pass the interview, in response to which Ronan pointed his finger at the mannequin and replied that first, you need to show your techniques on that magic mannequin, and also tell him your course and name. The girl opened her mouth slightly and began to say that the Faculty of Magic is a junior, Ophelia Denite. Ophelia began to cast a spell and noticed that then. The girl's eyes glowed purple and added that she was starting. Adeshin looked at the girl in surprise. Purple tentacles began to emanate from the girl. The commander-in-chief looked at the girl in surprise and noticed that this was dark magic and she could control dark mana so easily. Ronan looked at her in surprise and thought that something surprised him much more. The main character noticed a strange energy around her and added in his head that it was hard to see, but definitely noticeable, the blood-red energy that she released. Ophelia stretched out her hand and released a red clot, and Ronan watched carefully and thought that the center of mana was definitely. The girl's eyes glowed red and at that moment she extended her hand and released even more energy. Ophelia moved her hand a little closer to herself and cast a shadow claw spell. 3 streams of magic flew into the mannequin. The mannequin was cut into 3 parts. The girl extended her hand even further and at that moment the mannequin exploded. Ronan looked at her in shock and Adeshin covered herself from the flying dust. The main character looked at the cut-up mannequin and noted that there was no need to carry out the duel, it was over. The protagonist extended his hand forward and said that she. The main character's eyes bulged after she said in his head that he noticed, and Ronan noticed that this was telepathic magic. Ophelia slowly put on her hood and, using telepathy, conveyed to him that they would not talk about it out loud. If others found out, it would be bad. Ophelia turned to the side and added that it would be better if they went away to talk. She also wanted to ask him something. It was deep night, only the central tower in the square was burning. Ronan and Ophelia walked next to each other. The girl began to tickle the pet in her arms and noticed that it was a dream bird. Ophelia continued to touch the bird with her finger and added that a bird that is born from absorbed mana is interesting, and Ronan looked at her and noticed that she was no less interesting. The main character lowered his eyes slightly and said that he heard that they left the Empire a long time ago. The girl turned sharply to the protagonist and he added, vampires. Ophelia became slightly sad and replied that not everyone had left, although only a little, but some had remained. The girl carefully held the beast in her arms and added that they didn't need problems, so they were hiding, and Ronan asked that despite all this, she came to the sensational club because of the mana of the shield. The girl looked sweetly at the bird and answered positively. Ophelia remembered how she looked at the protagonist, near the notice board, and said that she felt when she saw him in the square, the energy of blood magic. The girl took a closer look at the protagonist's pet and added that the innate magic of her species. The main character slightly lowered his eyes and noticed that he was also interested in the fact that Sita uses the abilities of vampires and the first thing he did after birth was absorb blood, so it would be much stranger if this were not the case. Ophelia looked at the protagonist in shock. She turned sharply on him and asked if Sita really used vampire magic immediately after birth, and Ronan asked in response what was wrong. A drop of sweat ran down the girl's cheek and she screamed and asked how long ago he was born. Probably 3 years ago. No, at least 5 years ago. Ophelia lowered her head to the bird after the protagonist said that at most 2 months ago, and the girl noticed that it couldn't be only 2 months ago, but he was already exuding such dense bloody mana. Ophelia carefully examined the beast and saw clots of red energy around it. The girl's eyes lit up with happiness. She put her hand to her mouth and noted that if this was true, then it was possible. Ophelia took the bird tightly in her arms and asked if she could ask him and the bird for a favor, to which the shocked protagonist replied what it was about. Ophelia put the bird closer to her mouth and said that, to be honest, at first she just wanted to look at him closer, but if she fulfills her request, she will try very hard to help him. Of course, now she needs to do research, but after that she definitely promises. Shocked, Ronan stuck out his hand and asked what kind of research they were talking about. The main character spread his hands to the side and asked again about the research. The next day has arrived, and the sun is shining brighter. A view of several houses opened up. This is the location of the Philian clubs, the nest. All members of the protagonist's club looked carefully at the building. The main character looked confidently at the building and noticed that they had given the entire building to a student club, and they were very generous. Ronan turned sharply to the group and said that somehow they had changed. The main character looked at the new equipment of the young magician and the girl and inquired that these were weapons from Great Cappadocia, which Grantia had sent them. Maria began to slowly pull out her sword from behind her back and answered positively. The main character drew attention to her and noticed that she had changed her twin swords to a two-handed one. Maria smiled widely, looked at her new sword and replied that she had a sword made that suited her strength, so she decided to try it. Assel put his hand forward and noticed that they made him a magical bracelet. It was made according to the precepts of the magical city, Delpium. Assel closed his eyes tightly with happiness and added that considering that his mana control is much better, he thinks his speed and strength have doubled, and Ronan looked at this carefully and noticed that they both got a cool weapon. Maria folded her hands at her sides and asked why Ronan told them to come with weapons, and the protagonist quickly turned around, began to enter the building and replied that he would tell him when they went inside. Ronan opened the door slightly, turned his gaze towards them and noticed that this was a very important conversation. There was a vase of flowers on the cabinet, and the protagonist began to say that they should be interested in why he decided to create such a club. The main characters were sitting at a huge table and the protagonist added that they had only one goal. Everyone sitting at the table looked at him carefully and listened to him to develop their talents as quickly as possible through practical experience. The protagonist looked at them with an angry gaze and thought to prepare for the inevitable day. Ronan pointed at the map and noted that the first place they would go was a mountain range that the Empire did not yet know about, the Vadian Mountains. The whole group imagined this ridge and shouted. Ronan leaned back in his chair and added that as they knew, places like this were quite unusual, so this would be a great experience. The main character began to slowly take out his sword from under the table and added that he still had business there, but for now it didn't matter. Assel and Maria looked at him in surprise after he said that first they need to solve their problems, and Maria asked what problems. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly and replied that for now, just follow him. The main character began to slowly pull out his sword, smiled broadly and offered to fight. An expensive corridor in a blue palette appeared. Ronan, Maria and Assel walked along the corridor, and the magician asked what this meant. Assel stopped, sweated slightly and noticed that the problem he had mentioned that needed to be solved, he wanted them to complete their training ahead of schedule. Ronan, smiling broadly, turned to them and replied, "Why should there be any surprise? We should treat it naturally." Ronan turned even more and added that after they set off, it would take at least a week, but the two of them had classes, Braum had graduated early, so there were no problems. The main character stared at them carefully and said that in this way, if the club's activities would not be complicated because of them, the director could not give them special permission. Assel asked what the way out was, and Ronan put his finger forward, thereby telling him to be silent. The protagonist smiled broadly, pointed a finger at himself and replied that they should, like him, finish their studies earlier and become completely free. The main characters entered the club hall, sparring area. Ronan stood in front of them, slung his sword over his shoulder and said that before he began a private lesson, he needed to look at their skills. The protagonist put his fingers in front of him, smiled slightly and noted that they should attack as they see fit. They don't have to be afraid, he will only use the sheath. Ronan made a face, ran his finger across his throat and added that if they relaxed too much, it wouldn't be fun, so we had to be careful. Maria smiled widely, turned to the young magician and noted that since it happened like this, maybe we'll try this. Assel raised his hands in happiness after saying that they needed to show how strong they had become, and noted that if so. Assel began to cast a spell and noted that he would try, and Maria pulled out the sword and it glowed green. Maria swung her sword and shouted that then, "Take it." After these words, she struck with a powerful blow. The girl struck the floor with a powerful blow. Ronan, coming out of the puff of smoke, noticed that it was surprising how strong she was. The protagonist looked to the side in surprise and asked why the floor. The main character saw particles of the floor flying into the air and being controlled by the hand of a young magician. Assel put his hand forward and all the fragments rushed towards the protagonist. The fragments began to quickly approach the surprised protagonist. Ronan quickly began to dodge all the fragments and asked what it meant. Now he can use his telekinesis in this way. Ronan quickly drew his sword and noted that it was very, very good. The protagonist cut all the fragments with quick blows of the blade. Ronan felt green energy. Maria swung her sword and looked down madly. A girl in the air flies at the protagonist in a swing and shouts for him to dodge and not block. Maria tightened her grip on her sword. Ronan dodged a powerful blow at the last moment. The protagonist smiled widely and thought that if he had not dodged, he would already be dead. The main character began to fly away from the girl's blow and watched her carefully. Maria turned her head sharply at him and began to swing again. The girl struck quickly, but Ronan managed to duck and dodge. The ground under the girl began to crack. Maria watched carefully as the protagonist's sword flew straight into her face. Ronan threw a powerful blow, but the girl was able to block it. Maria clenched her teeth from the power of the blow and looked straight at the protagonist. Ronan looked at her, smiled widely, and thought that these two had, in many ways, exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Assel was flying with a huge stone straight at the protagonist. Assel flew up to the protagonist and shouted at Ronan to stay away from the girl. The main character flew away from a powerful blow of a stone to the ground. Ronan began to furiously draw his sword, and Assel also looked at him furiously. The main character looked at the piece of stone flying at him and quickly began to take the sword out of its sheath. With a series of quick blows, he completely cut through the huge stone. Ronan watched as the pieces flew past him. All the remains of the huge stone fell to the floor with great force. The dust began to settle slightly. The protagonist looked at them carefully, smiled and said that they had really become better, which meant that without him they were not just idle. Sharp fragments of stones turned towards him using telekinesis. Maria and Assel looked at the protagonist furiously and he added that both of them. Ronan looked carefully at the young magician and noticed that Assel in particular had become completely different. To be honest, he was even surprised, and Assel asked that the test was over. The main character began to slowly rise, smiled broadly and replied that this would be enough. He assumed that it would not take very long. A month or 2 weeks would be enough. Maria and Assel were regaining their breath. The main character put his hand to his sword and began to say that in this case. Ronan quickly pulled out his sword, hovered over his guys and continued that he was starting their private lessons, and Assel and Maria shouted that they had just finished sparring. The main character, with a sword in his hands, began to run after them and replied that he did not care, they should move more quickly. The protagonist began to quickly hit with powerful blows behind them, and they shouted for someone to save them, and this is not what they expected. The entire clubhouse was shaking from screams and activities, and Ronan noticed that from that day on, Assel and Maria began to devote all their time to special training, even reducing their time for sleep. A chic, white door appeared. 15 days had already passed since the first training session. Ronan placed a stack of paper on the table. Krava Krater looked at him carefully and asked what he wanted to say. This is a certificate of early completion of classes for all members of the club. The whole club stood behind the protagonist, and he smiled broadly and replied that everything was correct. The main character raised his head at him and asked that, of course, not all the objects were here, but with such success he would allow them to come out, to which the Archmage replied that he never ceases to amaze him. The Academy director smiled widely and added that as he promised, he would give them an exit pass, safe travels, and good luck on their adventures. The whole squad looked at the high mountain range. The next day came and this was the first task of the Special Adventure Club. The whole group stood at the foot of Mount Badian and looked at it. Maria put out her hand. There were curls of magic above her hand and he asked if it was the spirit of the earth. The girl looked carefully at her hand and added that there was already such pure mana here, and Braum replied that thanks to such sensitivity of mana, training here would be a piece of cake. Braum opened his mouth wide and asked the departing protagonist what they would do, to which Ronan replied that they needed to wait. The center was still far away. He would let them know when they were there. The heroes looked at the beautiful nature around. In the center of the forest stood an ancient marble building, and Ronan noticed that they had something to look for here. The elf's ear trembled and he heard something. The elf stood in this ancient building and said that it was a great thing to have guests in such a harsh place. The elf's face darkened and he noticed that it had been a long time. He should go and meet them. The club's troops climbed onto the rock and looked down. The main character smiled broadly and noticed that they were in place. Ronan saw 2 blue monsters below and added that there were simply darkness of them here. The protagonist spotted the orc's resting place. Brown put his hand to his chin and remarked that it was incredible that the orcs created a village. And Ronan turned to him and replied that they can often be found in such god-forsaken places where there are no people. Two orcs raised their heads and looked at the heroes, and Ronan added that there are few of them now, but they are multiplying so quickly that soon they can be found throughout the mountain range. In his head, the protagonist imagined how the orcs were robbing and destroying the village, then said that because of this, the nearest settlements would suffer, so they needed to get rid of them as soon as possible. Ronan turned to the squad and noted that this would be their first real fight. Assel twitched slightly after the protagonist's question about whether they could cope, and noticed that he hesitated a little when he said that they were looking for orcs, but there were too many of them, and everything would definitely be fine with them. The protagonist turned to him and replied that he should not be afraid, because orcs are ideal opponents for them. The main character looked away and thought that there is, of course, one thing, the dominant species of these places, ogres. A huge monster devouring orcs appeared in the protagonist's head and noticed that the guys definitely couldn't cope with them. Ronan remembered how he, with a sword in his hands in the past, stood in front of a huge, two-headed ogre and added that especially with their leader. A two-headed ogre, this monster is so strong that last time he barely defeated him. Well, they will not appear yet soon, so there shouldn't be any problems for now. The main character began to slowly rise and said that maybe then. Someone interrupting the protagonist said that they have good intentions, but he does not recommend doing so. An elf with glasses appeared behind the squad and he added that now is not the right time, young Avengers. Ronan turned his head sharply at him and wondered that he had not seen any traces of what kind of elf he was. The elf grinned slightly, looked at the protagonist and noted that they should not worry. He was just a priest staying in the mountains. The main character slowly approached the elf and asked him again, to which the elf replied that he served an old soul with the divine named Seniel. The main character began to draw his sword, and the elf suggested that they go to a more suitable place to talk. The elf smiled slightly and added that it was not entirely safe here. Before he could finish speaking, Ronan had already put a sword to his throat. Maria and Assel were surprised by this behavior and Ronan began to apologize. He looked at the elf with crazy eyes and added that there are too many crazy people now, so let him listen carefully. The elf raised his hands up, got a little scared and asked the protagonist again. Ronan looked even crazier and shouted that Agaya was a bad person. The elf stood silently and looked at the protagonist. The trees rustled slightly and the elf asked what it meant. The sun shone brightly on the treetops. The elf walked with the squad and noticed that, as someone who worships God, these words were extremely unpleasant for him. The elf put his hands to his head and added that this was the most awkward moment in the last 200 years, to which Ronan scratched his head and replied not to worry, it was a cry of respect. The protagonist walked exactly behind the elf and asked what he said about 200 years. How old he was then, to which the elf replied that he had long stopped counting years, so he himself had no idea, but somewhere around 1,000. The whole squad was surprised at his age. The main character watched in surprise as the elf sniffed a tree branch, and thought that it turns out that he lived before the founding of the empire. He heard that elves live a long time, but there is something else. A drop of sweat ran down the main character's cheek and he asked what he was talking about, saying that now was not the right time, and the elf turned to him and understood what Ronan was talking about. The elf turned his head at him, relaxed his gaze and noticed that lately the monsters in the area had been acting very strangely. A crowd of orcs walks through a dark forest and a crowd of ogres walks under them, and the elf adds that there is a very strange phenomenon. Orcs, who usually do not lead a nocturnal lifestyle, walk in the mountains every night, and ogres, who rarely leave their territories, have recently time they appear here often. The elf waved his hand slightly and noted that since the reason had not yet been revealed, a little caution would not hurt. The elf touched the air and waves began to flow, and also added that they could rest a little for now. The squad began to toss and turn and admire what was happening. The elf extended his hand forward and said that it was here. A huge gate appeared in front of him and he explained that it was in the temple of Seniel. Brown smiled broadly and asked if such a temple had appeared out of nowhere. It was a magical barrier, and Assel opened his mouth wide and noticed that it was incredible. If this was done with the help of a magical barrier, it was on par, no, even better than magical instructors. Assel looked at the protagonist and asked if he didn't know that there was a temple here, to which the protagonist got slightly angry and asked if he didn't see his surprised face. The elf turned to them with a huge smile and said to move on, and Ronan noticed in his head that he was far from an ordinary elf. The heroes looked around and saw luxurious, marble buildings. The squad with the elf approached the stone and Ronan said that Seniel, whom he serves, is an ugly stone. The main character began to carefully examine the stone. The elf raised his head to the stone and replied that this stone had a meaning, but he doubted that he would want to listen to this story. The elf turned sharply to the squad and added that first they would take their things and rest. There were many empty rooms in the temple and they could ask if they needed anything. Maria looked to the side in surprise. The girl smiled widely and told the protagonist that this was the perfect moment. He should clarify where he needed to go and Ronan asked her about the location of the cursed eye. The elf looked mysteriously at the protagonist and wondered why he needed this monster. Ronan looked at the elf in surprise after he asked what it was because he was under a curse. Ronan looked angry and asked how he knew, but the elf put his hand to his chin and noticed that he seemed to be right. A very strangely dangerous echo was coming from him. The elf raised his head, looked at the protagonist and asked if he would give him some time, he would like to talk to him. The foliage falling from the trees was neatly illuminated by the sun. The main character and the elf were sitting in an expensive gazebo and drinking tea, and the elf noticed that he understood immediately when he saw him. The elf carefully pours tea from the teapot and adds that he is not an ordinary student at all. The main character smiled slightly at him and wondered what was happening. He himself did not notice how he followed his lead. Ronan is holding his sword under the table and added in his head, maybe he's worrying in vain. Criminals from the past appeared behind the elf and Ronan thought that maybe the elf was not connected with those people in white robes. Ronan remembered the guy in uniform, and under him was an elf, and noticed in his head that he didn't see their mana in him, and he didn't show any reaction to the name. But if the elf loudly put the kettle on the table, the elf handed him a cup of tea and said that he seemed lost in thought, asking him to drink tea, he would help him. The main character looked at his reflection in the tea and thought that he hadn't done anything to it. Ronan looked carefully into the cup and saw a curl of mana and also wondered what that smell was. The main character nervously looked at the elf and noticed in his head that this was the first time he felt something like this. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight. In front of him sat an elf from behind whose back huge streams of mana came out. Ronan stood up slightly when he heard the question about how the tea smelled to him. The elf leaned towards him and asked if he liked the smell. The main character looked up at the streams of mana and replied that it was like he had new eyes. Ronan slowly raised the cup and asked how he did it, to which the elf lowered his head slightly and replied that it was a tea made from medicinal herbs that rarely grow even on the ley line. It refreshes the senses by releasing overwhelming energy. The elf smiled broadly, looked at the protagonist and noticed that in general the result should not be visible immediately, but apparently due to the fact that his energy was blocked by the curse, for him the changes took a dramatic turn. A light sweat of mana came out of the teapot, and the elf added that he would give him the ingredients and he could drink it on an ongoing basis. The elf looked carefully at the protagonist and noticed that he should no longer use his cursed eyes to remove the curse. The elf made an angry look and added that this monster takes away curses along with part of the life energy of its bearer. The main character remembered how the interrogator put the monster to the head of the criminal and heard that it would not cause harm a couple of times, but if he did this constantly, his life would be in danger. The main character remembers how Edvon screamed in pain when the monster began to take away his curse, and the elf looked at the shocked protagonist and said that he wanted to use it knowing about this. The main character began to scratch his cheek and replied that he had no idea. He just wanted to remove the curse as soon as possible, to which the elf replied that he understood his concern. The elf carefully placed the cup on the table and added that he should stay away from these monsters. If something goes wrong, the consequences could be terrible. Ronan sat quietly and listened to the elf. The main character nervously turned his head down and glanced there. The protagonist looked carefully into the cup and thought that Professor Secret also talked about this. It's difficult even for her to remove the curse. The main character remembered how he was sitting in her office and added in his head that therefore she needed to thoroughly prepare, despite the fact that they would help him. The protagonist remembered the dark silhouette in his battle with the curse and noticed in his head that he was very impatient. Was it really because of him? Ronan carefully moved the sword in his hand and thought that if he was not careful, he might die before he caught that huge monster. Ronan looked at the smiling elf and wondered who this guy was. He examined him carefully and noticed in his head that they had never met in a previous life, but for some reason he looked familiar. Ronan examines the elf carefully. The main character carefully began to raise his cup and replied that he was really in too much of a hurry. These crazy fanatics had recently begun to be active. The elf looked at him carefully and asked again, and Ronan, raising the tea to his mouth, replied that they were dark and disgusting people waiting for the arrival of the star. The elf looked attentively at the protagonist and listened to him silently. The elf looked away slightly and wondered if the fanatics following the star had really returned. The huge marble building stood alone in the night. The elf stood near the divine stone and thought that if they were the fanatics the protagonist was talking about. The elf stood with a very thoughtful look and noticed in his head that they were planning something. A disaster would happen. A plane with a huge number of corpses appeared in the elf's head and he added that it would take the lives of innocent people. The moon, illuminating the elf, reflected his shadow back and he thought that he would again just look at it from the side. The elf looked thoughtfully at the stone and added in his head, if not, is this child really his answer to him? Ronan approached carefully behind the elf. Sarante turned sharply when he heard the question that he had not yet gone to bed. Ronan appeared in pajamas, and the elf was delighted to see him. Sarante turned to him and asked what brought him here at such a late hour. It was uncomfortable to sleep, and Ronan, scratching his head, replied that he just wanted to drink. The main character raised his head to the stone and noticed that he was looking at everything and was interested. Then he asked if this stone really was a divine statue. What was the meaning behind it? The elf smiled broadly and replied that once every millennium, their church takes thousands of stones to the sacred land of Dakanya, which is located on the farthest edge of the empire. A lonely stone stands on a hill in the pouring rain, and Sarante adds that strong typhoons always rage there. Most stones last there for no more than 200 years, after which they completely disappear, but even in such harsh conditions, there are stones that stand there for thousands of years, proving that they transcend time. The elf looked at the glowing stone and noticed that a noble soul is sealed in such stones and they become a divine statue and senile. Sarante scratched his nose lightly and added that he still remembered the day he carried that stone with his brothers, and Ronan noted that it was profound in every sense. Ronan looked around and asked that, as he understood, there used to be many priests here, how was he left alone? To which the elf replied that a lot of water had flown under the bridge and everything was much more complicated than it seemed. Sarante remembers how he stood alone near the stone and his priests left behind him, and he says that he would devote his whole life to a god who would never answer you. The elf sadly looks at the stone and adds that his faith also faded more than once, and he, too, once wanted to give up everything and go free. Ronan looked at the elf carefully and listened, but he was always stopped by a certain premonition, and now he still remains here. He has a feeling that Senil's will, sealed in this stone, will one day become a catalyst. Sarante looked carefully at the glowing stone and noticed that it would save the world. Ronan looked at the elf in slight surprise. In him he saw the commander-in-chief, and the elf added that for him, this is nothing more than fate, which he cannot pass on to anyone. Sarante carefully placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and noted that it seemed to him that that very time would soon come. Ronan looked calmly into the elf's eyes. The sunny morning has arrived, and Ronan notices that, leaving behind the incomprehensible words of the elf, they began to prepare in earnest. The group happily drinks tea, and Ronan adds that this unique tea had a special effect on the guys. The main character watched as the party sat in a circle of mana around each other and noticed that with the help of the energy of the ley line, they managed to sharpen their senses. Sarante shows the protagonist a flower and Ronan reveals that at the same time he went to the mountains with the elf to collect more medicinal herbs. The main character looked carefully at how the elf picked another flower with a smile and noticed in his head that he had shown his kindness to strangers and showed sincere concern for them. What a strange elf he was. Ronan drew attention to the high mountains and added that this is how these 2 peaceful days flew by. The marble temple was destroyed, and Ronan notices that, as always, tragedy was waiting around the corner to harm everyone. Bloodied Ronan sat with a sword in his hands. He looked at the elf's bloody hand, and then he looked at him all over. Sarante was lying covered in blood and unconscious, and Ronan added that he was in incredible pain. The blood-red sun rose from the horizon, illuminating the protagonist, and he noticed that, in the end, it was irreversible. On the day of the attack on the orc village, the sun was shining brightly. Sarante stood opposite the squad and wondered if they would definitely be okay, because he still couldn't calm down his anxiety. The elf made a sad face and noted that they still had not figured out the reason for the strange behavior of the monsters. Maybe they would be better prepared. Ronan smiled broadly in response to this and said that they could handle it. They were just acting strange, but they didn't become any stronger, which means they wouldn't have any problems, so don't worry. Ronan turned to the party and asked them. They all answered happily. The main character began to scratch the back of his head and added that especially since their vacation was ending soon, and soon they would have to return to the academy, and the elf sadly lowered his head, sighed and replied that if that was the case, nothing could be done. Sarante began to cast a spell and said that then he would cast a spell on them that would allow them to cross the barrier. The squad looked at the elf in shock and heard him add that now they would be able to freely visit the temple grounds. Sarante slightly curled his nose and noted that if something dangerous happened, they could run straight here and they should not let their guard down. The squad looked attentively at the elf, and he thought that maybe they were strong, but the forest was very deep and dark. A picture of a dark, eerie forest appeared in the elf's head. There was a mountain of severed heads and bodies in the forest. The girl in a white robe and heels was there. The girl took the bloody sword aside and noted that this was a problem. She carefully moved the tree branch and added that who would have thought that it would be so difficult to find. The girl sharpened her gaze and asked that apparently she needed to lure him out, but could she do it with the help of these stupid animals? The girl began to walk confidently and noticed that she would go. The unknown woman looked crazy and added that she would meet him herself. Huge, evil ogres appeared behind the girl. She wanted to meet the elf. Ronan approached the ledge above the orc village. The main character watched as one of them showed off gold and noticed that it looked like human clothing and even jewelry. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly and added that they robbed a neighboring village. Ronan turned to the squad and asked if they were ready. The main character hung from the hill and told them to go ahead. Ronan glared and said it was time to destroy them. One of the orcs pokes his finger at the other's jewelry and notices that this jewelry looks good on him, and the other replies that he took it from some child. The orc smiled evilly and added that the child whined so much when he killed him, sobbed and writhed. Assel from the hill began to use his mana. Maria and Braum landed in front of the crowd of orcs. The orcs turned on them and did not understand what was happening. The orcs saw how energy began to accumulate around the people. In an instant, 2 squad members cut down 2 orcs. Maria and Braum began to completely slaughter the orc village. The rest of the orcs looked at it all and did not move. A moment later, the orcs became angry, grabbed their weapons and began to growl loudly. Maria and Braum quickly dealt with them. Assel used magic to throw stones at the orcs. The neighboring orc did not understand why his comrade fell. He hovered over him and watched carefully. A moment later, the same stone flew at his head. Assel killed 2 orcs using magic. Ronan started clapping and noticed that it was accurate. The main character began to grin and asked that he had finally shot, and Assel, slightly frightened, answered positively. The main character took a step forward and his leg was enveloped in the magic of the young magician. The protagonist looked towards the crowd of orcs and slightly approached the magician. Then he made an angry look and shouted that then it was time to exterminate them. Assel abruptly waved his hand, leaving a trace of mana. Rain of stones began to fall on the orc squad. The orcs began to run away in fear from the falling boulders. A huge stone fell into the center and exploded violently. The dust from the battle began to slowly settle. Assel carefully followed the protagonist and asked what they would do. Assel turned around sharply and noted that he was sure that he would be seriously punished for this. The young magician looked at the huge number of corpses, trembling slightly. Ronan hugged him sharply and told him not to worry so much. If they were punished for this, they too would be punished. The main character turned to the other part of the squad and asked the guys if this was true. In response to this, Braum smiled broadly and replied that he would not abandon the young magician. Braum put his thumb forward and told him not to worry, although he, of course, would get the most. From such words, Assel began to cry a lot. The main character carefully hugged the young magician, looked at the squad and thought that they showed themselves well in a real battle. They didn't come to the mountains in vain. He thinks they can pump themselves up a little more. Sita gently touched the protagonist's cheek. Ronan looked carefully at the pet and asked if there was something there. Sita pointed to the girl tied to the tree. Assel and Ronan looked there carefully and were surprised. There was a young elf tied to a tree, covered in wounds and unconscious. Assel, running up to the girl, asked that they had left her in reserve, and Ronan, also running up, replied that they needed to help her. The main character rushed to untie the rope and told the pet to start using healing magic. A purple rune appeared in front of the beast's face. The elf opened her eyes slightly and made a sound. The girl saw in front of her the protagonist and the young magician, who noticed that she was regaining consciousness. The elf suddenly opened her eyes and asked how. The girl saw a green essence circling around them. The next moment she grabbed her mouth, blood flowed from it and managed to say that this was mana. The girl grabbed the protagonist's shoulder and he thought that the pet's treatment was not working. The main character started to get nervous and doesn't understand why. The elf turned to the protagonist and inquired about the familiar mana flowing from him. He happened to not be in the temple. The girl abruptly grabbed the protagonist by the shoulder at the moment when she was interested in where he was from and shouted that she was asking. The girl opened her mouth wide and added that he should take her to him. The elf moved closer to the protagonist and noticed that they were coming and if they were late. The girl began to cover her eyes and added that the elf's life would be in danger. She fell exhausted to the ground near the protagonist. Sarante stood near a huge stone and wiped it. Ronan took a careful step behind the barrier. The main character on his back with the girl runs with his hand outstretched forward and calls the elf. Sarante turned to him and asked why he had returned, what had happened, and Ronan replied that what a relief, he needed to examine this elf. The protagonist stopped opposite the elf and added that they found her in the orc camp. She said that she needed to meet with him, and the elf asked what he was talking about. Sarante opened his mouth wide in surprise and looked at the elf. He looked at her carefully and realized that it was Bridja. The elf with a serious expression extended his hand towards her and asked what happened to her. The orc camp was covered in blood. Maria looked carefully at the guy and noticed that, as Ronan had asked, they examined everything here but found no one else. Braum, in response to this, pointed his finger to the side and noted that he also found nothing. It's good that the prisoner was only one. Maria turned, looked at the young magician and said that then they also need to return to the castle. Maria began to slowly approach the magician and asked why he was looking out there, what he found, to which Assel, sitting near the corpse of the orc, replied that orcs were somehow strange. Braum and Maria approached him and heard that this had not happened before, and Marion noticed that he was right in what it was. Assel looked with wide open eyes and noticed that he was seeing this for the first time. It looked like hidden double magic. Assel looked carefully to the side. One of the orcs had a golden seal on his forehead and asked why they had magic circles on them. Ronan and Sarante stood near the bed with the wounded elf. There was a first aid kit on the table, and the protagonist noticed that he provided first aid and now he can rest. The main character slightly lowered his head and noticed that even healing magic would not help if he was poisoned by some strange poison, in response to which the elf smiled and said that he had given him an antidote, so he would be fine. Ronan looked at the elf in shock after saying that he owed him a big debt because he almost lost his precious sister, and asked what she was doing too. Sarante lowered his head and replied that yes, she was a follower of the faith, and Senial, she used to be a believer too. Sarante looked carefully at his sleeping sister and added that her faith was truly sincere. The elf, sitting on a chair, turned his head at the protagonist and said that he did not know how to repay him such a significant debt for saving his sister, and Ronan scratched his head and replied that he was exaggerating and there was nothing wrong with it. The main character slightly lowered his gaze and asked him to tell him who she was talking about. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head when Prodigy was telling him, and he added that she was so worried and even asked the protagonist to warn him his life was in danger. The elf silently turned his head and stared at one point. The divine stone was neatly illuminated from all sides by the sun. Ronan and Sarante stood near the sacred stone. The elf opened his mouth slightly and began to say that, to be honest, he doesn't know who they are either. A horned giant, Agayat, appeared in the elf's head, and under him are his minions, and he begins to tell that the only thing he knows is that they exalt an unknown creature as their god. They are behind many crimes and keep their identities secret. They call themselves Church. Ronan trembled slightly at what he heard. The next moment, Sarante turned to him and added that Nebula Cliger. The protagonist staggered slightly and shouted that they were targeting him, and the elf calmly turned to him and noticed that apparently he had heard about them. They often send guests to him. Sarante smirked slightly and added that they had been quiet for the last 100 years, so they thought they had given up. But it looked like they were back in business, and Ronan got a little angry in response and shouted how he was just saying it, he must go to the academy with them. In response to this, the elf lowered his head slightly and noted that no, he could not betray this place. Sarante looked at the huge, green dome that covers the temple and adds that if he leaves, the inhabitants of the nearby villages will be in danger and he does not want to let that happen. The elf carefully approached the protagonist, put his hand on his shoulder and noted that he and his friends needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Sarante took him by the shoulders and added that he hoped that this danger would not befall them and hoped he understood what he meant. Ronan looked at the elf silently. The sun brightly illuminated the marble buildings of the temple. The main character stood opposite the elf and noticed that he should wait for him. He would bring him the strongest person he could find. The next moment, the main character opened his eyes wide and shouted to just hide until that moment and not do anything dangerous. In response to this, the elf laughed and noted that he would hide well. The elf firmly took the protagonist's hand and told him to take it for saving the elf. Ronan looked at the hand and noticed that it was a ring, and Sarante added that it could be used to get into the magic tower. A huge tower appeared in the elf's head in the nightlight, and he noticed that if he ever went to the magical Tower of Dawn, he needed to show it to the librarian, so he would definitely be able to find information about his curse. Sarante firmly took the protagonist's hand and asked him to be careful. The main character looked at him in shock after saying that the last few days. Sarante smiled broadly, closed his eyes slightly and added that they were very funny for him. Ronan began scratching the back of his head and noticed that they weren't breaking up forever. Why was he doing this? The elf watched as the protagonist ran sharply after saying that he would return soon and he needed to take care of himself. Sarante leaned on the corner and sighed. After a moment, he looked to the side and wondered what he should say, that he was glad to see her, big sister. Sarante turned sharply and added that rather. Lightning struck from the girl, and the elf called her a murderess sent by the church, Prodigy. Prodigy opened her mouth slightly and asked why she would say that. The elf smiled widely and noticed that they hadn't touched him for so long. The elf stood opposite her and noticed that they chose her to kill him. Her church is cruel, to which Prodigy calmly replied that this was said by the man who gave the paralyzing potion to his patient. Sarante grimaced and asked what else he had to do. Compared to their stupid plan, Lemmeheim's shadow was captured by the arms. The elf laughed loudly and noted that how else could she get here? It would be very difficult to meet him. Crowds of orcs and ogres appeared around the girl and she noticed that she tried to attract his attention with monsters, but, as expected, this was not enough. The girl sits on a tree and looks out for the victim, and then smiles widely and notes that, fortunately, they caught her eye. She looked at the protagonist's squad, saw streams of energy coming from them and added that she met children with enormous energy. The girl imagined her sword covered in blood and with the reflection of the corpses of the squad, but added that first she wanted to lure him out by cutting their throats. Bridget looked at him with a big grin and remarked that she remembered their old days and decided not to do it and wondered if she touched him. Sarante made an angry face and replied that if she had done that, he would not have let her go. The girl spread her arms, laughed loudly and asked that it was impossible to even joke. The elf stood still, looked at her and heard that enough chatter, it was time to carry out the order of the church. The elf looked at her angrily, and the elf also looked at him and added that she must convince Sarante Lemediana. Bridget began to slowly pull out her sword, and the elf began to cast a spell in response, and the girl noticed that if he refused, she should kill him. Their attacks turned into a huge explosion. The trees in the forest began to twitch. The main character suddenly braked. He looked around and asked what it was. The protagonist stopped in the center of the path and noticed what a terrible feeling. Maria, Braum and Assel ran up to the protagonist screaming, and he turned towards them and was happy. Ronan made a serious look and asked that they examine the orc village. There were no more hostages and noticed that they met on time. And Maria answered him positively and added that they examined everything, but did not find anyone else, although Assel discovered something suspicious. Ronan looked at the young magician and asked again, and Assel, trying to catch his breath, replied that immediately after he left, he found something strange on the orc's body. A drop of sweat flowed down the main character's cheek after saying that he had never seen such magic circles, and asked him again. A powerful explosion was heard behind the main character, and he froze in a shocked pose. Braum raised his head and asked what kind of explosion it was, and Assel noticed that it was a sound from the direction of the temple. Ronan became gloomy and realized that something was wrong with the elf. A huge foot walked through the forest. The ground beneath the heroes shook. The main character turned his head towards the thicket of the forest. He looked carefully through the trees and noticed that just don't tell him. The tree in front of him was torn out and a cloud of dust rose up. A huge, two-headed ogre appeared in front of the squad. The entire squad looked at him in horror. The ogre screamed loudly and sent a wave behind him. Divine, marble buildings stood in the middle of the forest. One of the buildings began to crack. Bridget attacked her brother, and he put out his hand with a spell. Sarante put his hand in front of him and used the Ventus spell. At the same moment the elf jumped back. A green typhoon formed around him. Bridget began to slowly approach the typhoon. She looked at him carefully and noticed that this is how he should be. Black mucus flowed down the girl's hand. The girl became gloomy, dark curls of magic began to emanate from her. Bridget held out her sword in front of her to strike. The girl dealt a powerful blow to the elf. Huge, purple energy flew towards the green typhoon. A stream of energy flew into the typhoon. Green magic collided with dark purple. The wind began to calm down a little. Sarante stood opposite the girl. Bridget slightly moved the blade to the side and looked carefully at the elf. Sarante moved his hand to the side and began to use magic. Bridget instantly jumped up and flew towards her brother. The elf threw many punches into the air. Then she swung a powerful blow right at the elf's head. Sarante looked at her in fear. He sharply used the magic shield spell. The girl tensed slightly, and the elf calmed down. A moment later, a huge explosion occurred, thanks to which the elf flew to the side. The two elves landed neatly on their feet. There was a short pause between the battle and the brother and sister stood opposite each other. Bridget began to wipe the blood from her face and noticed that, as expected, he was actually quite nimble for an old man. The elf smiled broadly, wiped the blood and added that killing him was such a loss, he could join at least for a while, he could definitely immediately aim for a good position. Sarante began to use magic and replied that he was forced to refuse. He did not regret serving the heresy. A moment later, the elf smiled broadly and noticed that she was completely rusty. Who would have thought that Lemmeheim's shadow would be so slow, and asked that her church did not monitor its charges at all. The girl put her hand to the wound, closed her eyes and replied that it was simply not warmed up yet. A moment later, the elf suddenly opened her eyes and added that he was so concentrated on buying time for these children that he was not paying attention to himself at all. The elf trembled slightly, and surprise was visible on his face. Bridget remembered how Sarante sat next to her while she was lying on the bed, and noticed that he had also staged such a stupid scene in order to send the child away with a pure soul. The girl remembered the facial expressions of the elf and the protagonist. The elf's eyes filled with rage, and he noticed that he was wondering, if you cross the line, you definitely won't come back safe. Bridget, with a wounded cheek, looked attentively at the protagonist. She began to slowly lick her lips and asked what to do. A loud explosion was heard behind the trees, and the girl noticed that in fact, she had already decided everything. Sarante turned his head sharply in the direction of the explosion and said that Ronan was in that direction. At this moment, Bridget carefully appeared behind him with a swing. The elf turned to her after saying that he was caught. The girl smiled widely and noticed that he had finally opened. Bridget abruptly cut off the elf's hand. The two-headed ogre screamed loudly in the middle of the forest. The shocked squad of the protagonist carefully watched the ogre and did not understand what the hell. The main character began to sharply pull out his sword and shouted to the guys to move back. They couldn't cope with this monster. The two-headed ogre smiled widely and made a sound. The ogre with a sharp movement pulled his hand towards the big man of the squad. Brown looked at him angrily and thought that the body was not moving. At the same moment, the ogre's huge hand struck the warrior. Brown was thrown aside with enormous force. Hassel and Maria looked at this in surprise. Brown lay unconscious, with a gloomy face, near a tree. Maria and Hassel raised their heads in fear and looked at the ogre. The two-headed ogre waved his hand, and the young magician and the girl realized that they needed to run. The huge ogre delivered a powerful downward strike. Maria and Hassel stood quietly and looked at the hand, and something slipped past them. The main character's sword flew towards the ogre with incredible force. Ronan blocked the ogre's blow with his sword. Maria and Hassel looked in shock towards the protagonist and were worried about him. The main character stopped the ogre's blow with great effort. The two-headed ogre looked at the protagonist in shock and did not understand what had happened, and Ronan turned to the magician and the girl. The protagonist struggles to hold off the ogre's blow and tells them to take the beast and the guy and run away from here. The protagonist's hands began to tremble violently and he began to say that this monster. Ronan made an angry look and added that he would take care of it himself. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.